Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Big Data Stakeholder Forum. We are broadcast live, and we are also going to place a recording of today's event on the EMA website. To start and open our meeting today, we have Emma Cook, Executive Director of the EMA. Emma, over to you for a welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And indeed, I'm delighted to open this Big Data Stakeholder Forum. And I would like to thank all of you for participating today. And I'm particularly pleased to see such a high level of engagement across the spectrum of both stakeholders and experts. So I'm the Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, and I wasn't at the last EMA Big Data Task Force, but I want to start by remembering the vision that was set out by the task force in early 2020. And this was that by delivering a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making, we can support the development of innovative medicines. We can deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly and also optimize the safe and effective use of medicines. This vision remains central to our work in regulating medicines for patients and in supporting innovation, and the vision guides us as we consider our priorities going forward. Now, I need to say a few words on COVID-19 because, of course, this is the second Big Data Forum, and it's also the second to be held virtually due to the restrictions from COVID-19. And at the center of the work of the Big Data Forum is the responding rapidly and effectively to COVID-19, and it's been our top priority since early 2020. And I have to say that the amount of work achieved towards the network's goal of transformation to data-driven regulation has also benefited from the fact that we've had to adapt to a different environment. The COVID-19 pandemic has actually catapulted us into showing that big data is center stage in helping us to understand COVID-19 as a disease, and also to gather evidence to repurpose medicines and to study the safety and effectiveness of vaccines and therapeutics for COVID-19. So our work on the use of data in medicines regulation is a key priority for the European Medicines Regulatory Network, and today's meeting provides an opportunity to take stock of the actions taken and the actions being carried out to help us to meet this priority. The meeting today provides us with an opportunity for stakeholders to provide views on the work that has been done and also on the work that's ahead of us. So I really believe that we will achieve a lot more in our joint goals to get better medicines to patients and to support innovation in medicines development if we can work together and leverage the best that every stakeholder can bring. In that spirit, I encourage you to express your views, pose your questions, make your voice heard. We need to hear what you have to say. We need to make this better. So this brings me then to the objectives of today's meeting. And that is, of course, to inform you of the delivery of the data pillar of the Network Strategy 2025 via the HMA-EMA Joint Big Data Steering Group and the work plan of 2021 to 23. But we are also here to listen to your views and your feedback and to discuss ideas and areas for collaboration. So let me conclude by thanking you again for engaging in this important event and wishing you a very, very successful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma. It's my great pleasure now to introduce Karl Breusch, President of the German Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices, the Chair of the HMA Management Group and a member of the European Medicines Agency's Management Board. Karl is also the co-chair of the Darwin EU Advisory Board. Karl, please.
Yeah, thanks, Peter, for the kind introduction. And it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this important event today. I'm pleased to lead on the data and digital pillar of the network strategy to 2025 from the HMA side and network. And together with Ima Cook, as you heard it, I chair the Darwin EU Advisory Board. I have therefore had the opportunity to see at first hand the work of the Big Data Steering Group, work which will be the focus of our today's event. Last year, in early 2020, HMA and EMA Management Board adopted the Big Data Task Force recommendations to deliver data-driven medicine regulation. And these recommendations are central to the network strategy to 2025 of all of us. That strategy, adopted a year ago, outlines 6 key strategic pillars. First, availability and accessibility of medicines. Second, data analytics and digital transformation we are discussing today. Third, innovation and new approaches. 4, health threats, including antimicrobial resistance. 5th, the supply chain issues. And 6, sustainability and operational excellence of our European system. Today, of course, we focus on Pillar 2, data analytics and digital transformation, which is being delivered through the HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group work plan. This specific work plan aims to increase the utility of big data in regulation, from data quality through study methods to assessment and to decision making. It should be patient-focused and guided by advances in science and technology. So I truly believe that the moment is now, and we are at the edge of transforming to data-driven medicines regulation. Already this year, we have seen the finalization of a network data standardization strategy, the establishment of a stakeholder advisory board for the Darwin EU project as an important part to a European health data space. We have seen the proposals for real-world metadata to aid discoverability of healthcare data. We have seen the proof of concept of analysis of raw data from clinical trials by the CHMP. And as well, we have seen a series of technical workshops covering standardization, real-world data, artificial intelligence, veterinary data, and learning from what we do every day. So what is ahead of us for the next year, 2022? So we will see next steps with the start of the building phase of the Darwin EU, with the appointment of a coordination center. We will see the delivery of a real-world data catalog underpinning fair data principles. We will see the strengthening of expertise through training activities and the creation of a new methodologies working party in our network, and a raft of pilots from use of real-world evidence by the different EMA committees to the analysis of clinical trials raw data in multiple marketing authorization applications. So you see the pace of change and the pace of delivery by the EU network experts and collaborating stakeholders is truly impressive and ongoing. So I'm confident that by 2025, this transformation to data-driven regulation will have been delivered by us. HMA is fully committed to transformation to data-driven medicines regulation to ensure medicines regulation is fit for the decades to come in order to continue delivering and optimizing use of medicines for the patients of Europe. So I'm sure that together we can deliver better medicines regulation that fulfills patients' unmet medical needs and supports safer and more effective use of medicines on the market. The current pandemic crisis situations provided us with several use cases and lessons learned for the post-pandemic situation and the years to come. So a warm welcome again and a big thank you for participating and supporting the data and digital work of the European network and thereby contributing to delivering our strategy to 2025. Finally, of course, I would like to thank the Big Data Steering Group and the colleagues that run it for this event and for all the creative thinking projects, initiatives that collectively realize our vision for data-driven regulation. So I wish us and you a fruitful day. Thanks a lot, and back to Peter.
Thanks very much, Carl. It's my great pleasure now to introduce Dr. Riche, Director for Health Systems, Medical Products and Innovation at the Health Directorate at the European Commission. Andre, over to you.
Good morning, Peter. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. It's a very much pleasure to introduce you to the fascinating project, European Union is going through. And I'm very happy to be again in this forum because, as Emer said, this 2 years, it's like a huge gap between where we have been and when we are going through the COVID exercise, and we are learning more how data are important in our daily work now. So if I may go to the next slide. So how we connect the big data project we are developing since a few years with a new venture, which is European Health Data Space. So we believe this is the kind of digital future, but I avoid this word digital health when we speak data, because now data, they always be with us. Now we find the better ways use of them. So why connecting digital and health makes sense, but at the same time we should remind that data always was based for our decision-making process in the regulatory system. We really see the problem with the fragmentation of data. This is clearly was discussed in this fora. We see also the need to bring the value of those data to patients, to improve the patient's care, but also to make sure data is available to research, innovation, and the public oversight, to the policy simply making process as well. And finally, what is important in this concept, we would like to make sure patients should have the right to the data, the health data they are creating, or system is creating for them. Next step, please. So the jump to the European Health Data Space, we started to build this project on a number of principles. First, the data should be shared in the health system, should be available to patients. But of course, we see the problems with the current situation, the number of data holders, hospitals, doctors, other healthcare providers are creating, but they're not available to patients or to other healthcare providers in the needs of treatment or decision process. We see the problem on the single market of digital health and products. We have a number of interesting developments across Europe. Smaller or biggest company are investing in this area. We see a number of very innovative solutions, but they often are sitting in one country or in small settings, and then we like them be more available. And finally, there's the issue around the access of data to the research, innovation, and public health policy making. We see this very much during the COVID, starting from a difficult situation when we started collect data when virus spread, but also when we started vaccinated people and we wanted to learn, how vaccines are effective and we learn how difficult it is to get those data. And finally, we see the huge potential for AI, but AI, of course, will not work with the right data setting available to those new future products and services. Next slide, please. So what is European Health Data Space? This will be, in one hand, a regulatory framework, which will help to use and transfer the primary health data for patients, with consent of the patients, between healthcare providers across borders of the Union, but also inside, because we really like to invest in development of semantic and standards. Of course, there's the second use of data, but at the same time, we would like to assure the compliance with a number of other frameworks like cybersecurity regulatory framework, medical devices, pharmaceutical regulatory framework, and of course, the cross-border healthcare directive, which is one of our important regulatory development during last years in Union. We like also make sure that we are following the GDPR rule, but also like to make sure they are clearly clarified and used across Union more better way. Next slide, please. So how we would like to see this for the healthcare and for citizen healthcare professionals. So next slide, please. So for us, the access of digital format, of course, is must. We believe the paper format, of course, still will be in circulations and should be available if needed. But we see huge potential for digitalization, and the current experience, for example, with the certificates for COVID, show that we can do it. Of course, this was a smaller project concerning the format of data, but when you see the complexity behind, and movement of number of data and over 600 million certificates circulating across Europe, it's showing we can do it. Of course, if we are deciding to do it. Interoperability of data is a huge issue, and the format is different, and this is the major area of investment in the future. And finally, we are building up the infrastructure to support this system called myhealth.eu. And this is infrastructure. If you are not familiar with it, I think it's important for you to have a look on this development, because we have now 9 member states joining this, but up to next 2 years, we hope to have most of European member states, connected to this system for patients. Next slide, please. So primary use data. So we have we developed it under control of European health system called eHealth Network. This is the group of experts dominated by governments sitting together, very intensively working, especially during COVID time. If I tell you that they met during last year more than 200 times, you can only imagine, how busy it was to create the few European projects during COVID. Next slide, please. Reuse of data, which I think is the heart of the discussion today for research, innovation, policy making, regulatory decision. Next slide, please. So secondary use of data, we like to make sure that data are used, by different actors, stakeholders. But of course, to use them, we need to collect them and make sure they are used correctly. So this is how system is created to the kind of national nodes access. And it's important to say that EMA, like ECDC, is going to play important role in the system. And I think this is important when we discuss today also Darwin project. Next slide, please. So this infrastructure also is needed, because we strongly believe that in a number of studies we have done, it showed that the sharing of data is possible, but it should be the control nodes. We call this data permitting authorities. Those control nodes are developed in a few member states already. A few other member states already working on this. So the place when you can access data under permission and under kind of supervision. But we hope the system will be more collectively developed and somehow harmonized in the way it's working. So network of those nodes is important, because we also like to make common rules and principles for cooperation. Interoperability, data quality, this is other big issue. And finally, we like to make a strong legal base for the reuse of health data, because this is, I think, one of the problems many of us facing now in today's system. Next slide, please. So this is where we are with legal proposal. We are working and concluding the impact assessment. It was huge work. because we assess also the so-called Article 14 Cross-Border Healthcare Directive, which was setting kind of first stone for the development of digital solution across Europe. We also are looking for the different options we have to go ahead, and hopefully by end of first quarter of 2022, we'll be able to show you and present our final proposal, legal proposal, to the Council and Parliament. Next slide, please. And I think I would just say a few words because, you know, this maybe next slide, please. And it's important, you know, to also think about digitalizations in context of the EU pharmaceutical strategy. This important document was presented by European Commission last November, and November year before, sorry, last November is already in December. And this document, you know, help us to kind of shape the future of pharmaceutical system, and not only regulatory, but number of actions are following. And I would like to stress the cooperation between European Commission, HMA, and EMA and stakeholders is very critical. And I think as we are building up, I really feel, and we all feel this work together, and also on data, on the concept of use of data in regulatory system, in the benefit of all stakeholders, especially patients, but also health systems. I think it's the part of our thinking. So as we wish you very good day today and fruitful discussion, and I'm very happy to see such complete audience with so many important parties around this virtual table today. Over to you, Peter. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andre. It's my pleasure to introduce our last opening speech, Marco Greco, President of the European Patients Forum and member of the EMA Management Board. Over to you, Marco, please.
Thank you, Peter. On behalf of APF, I would like to thank EMA and HMA for asking me to share a few introductory words to open today's EU Big Data Stakeholder Forum 2021. Following the remarks from EMA Executive Director, from Professor Breusch and Dr. Riche. This opportunity, I believe, is another important representation of the strong collaboration between EMA, HMA, and the patient community, so the community that APF is representing. We do truly believe that only through further reinforcing this collaboration and continuing to include the patient's voice in the discussion, we will be able to address together their needs, their unmet needs, while harnessing innovation to ultimately deliver a better care for all patients. This is, I believe, particularly true for the topic at the center of our discussion today, so the role of big data in healthcare. We all generate data all the time, and so far we have maybe perhaps sometimes underestimated the importance of some of these data. This perception is rapidly changing. Health is for sure an area where Europe, the European Union, can undoubtedly benefit and leading a true data revolution, because proper use of data can improve health systems in a sustainable way, increase the quality, the safety, and the patient-centeredness of healthcare, it can decrease the cost and transform care into a more participatory process. That is something that the patient committee has been asking for decades now. Furthermore, and even more importantly for today, health data can support the work of regulatory bodies, facilitating the assessment of medicine. Nevertheless, the road to fully exploit the potential benefits of data in health is only partially built. It's still somehow fragmented and not yet fully developed with the patient's view at the center. Given this context, APF is for sure strongly engaged on this topic and is heavily working on it in several ways. Those of you that were present a few weeks ago at our Congress knows that we have focused specifically annual Congress on these subject, and we will be focusing great part of our activities over the next couple of years. During the Congress, one of the key area of focus was of course health data. We discussed with our community key topics, including access, control of the health data literacy, the role of the health data space, and of course, how to improve medicine innovation through better use of health data. This last topic was also the center of a dedicated session in which Peter has taken part representing EMA, and I like to think about it as a sort of bridging moment to today's event. A few takeaways from our Congress that I believe can be a good starting point for this morning and this afternoon. There is, for sure, that is the overall perception, a growing need to understand the effects of healthcare interventions in real-world clinical practice. Patients need transparent frameworks that clearly state data ownership, our access to this data, but also stakeholders' roles in defining the data they seek, for what purpose, and who can have access to this data. As with everything about health, patients should be at the table at every step of the way. While there is a great interest from the patient community in engaging more and more in the discussion about health data and how it can impact all levels of healthcare, we identified some key issues that remain to be addressed and debated. These include education, skills, and knowledge building for patients, but also for the other stakeholders. Second, ensure co-creation and patients' involvement, especially to address the more sensitive questions, security, access, privacy, and shape frameworks and policies that respond to their needs and worries. Building patient trust in health data is fundamental for moving on in order to ensure that all policies, frameworks, and initiatives will ultimately achieve the objectives and goals that we all hope. We need here to acknowledge as appropriate, for sure, at least in now, the approach of the agency and its willingness to keep an open dialogue with the patients and with all the stakeholders. This is essential for moving forward, and we salute it as basilar. I'm looking forward indeed to today's event to know more and to further discuss with you the plans and the recommendation of the Big Data Task Force. To conclude, I believe we can say we have momentum at policy, regulatory, and stakeholders level about patients' data, but much more remains to be done. The plans and recommendation of HMA, EMA, alongside with the work put forward by the European Commission with the European health data space, will be a fundamental instrument in bridging this gap and moving innovation forward. I'm sure that today's event will help to further advance this discussion, and I'm looking forward to the rich exchange that we will for sure have throughout this day. Thank you.
Marco, thanks very much, and very appropriate to finish our opening remarks with the voice of patients centre stage. Thanks to EMA, to Carl, to Andre, and to Marco for their opening remarks in our forum, stakeholder forum event today. Before we start our next session, I just want to share with you a little bit of housekeeping. So, as often with such meetings, firstly, remember that we're being broadcast live. Remember that there will be a recording placed on the EMA website. We have about 200 people in the webinar. By default, everybody is muted. And when we end each of the panels in session 2, we've allocated a time for a question and answer. What we would ask is, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking the icon in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. And when the chair then gives you the floor, we at EMA will enable and unmute you. So then you can speak, and please then take your hand down and make your intervention. We will try and balance the intervention from different stakeholder groups. Obviously, we are constrained by time, and not everybody that wants to speak will be able to, but we'll try and give balance in the interventions. You can also share your thoughts and potentially pose questions in the chat box, again in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. When you're sending messages, make sure you send to everyone so that everybody can see. And again, we will try and fill gaps and pick out questions from the chat box, again, trying to balance between stakeholder groups. On that note, and before we then move over to the next session, I think I should hand over to Paolo Alcini, who is our Slido king for the day. Paolo, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. So if everybody would like to connect to slido.com and enter this particular code, 7th of December, we have some questions that we would like to pose to you. The first question is aiming to understand your geographical distribution, so to understand from which country are you joining the forum today. We will allow around 30 seconds to reply. Okay, we see quite a sparse participation. We see people from EU and outside EU, even from US, and we have a lot of European participation. I see Canada as well. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Maybe we can go to the next question. And the question is, did you attend the first EU Big Data Stakeholder Forum in December 2020? Okay, we can see that we have around 70% of the participants that didn't attend the first forum. Very good to see additional participants. Maybe Peter, I can pass it back to you.
Thanks, Paolo. Yes, indeed, interesting to see that we've got a lot of people engaging in this forum for the first time, and welcome to all of you if it's your first time participating. I'm pleased to then close the first session and to hand over to Jesper Kjær, who's going to take us from here.
Thank you, Peter. So for the next session, which is really just the opening to our main two sessions, is to report on the implementation on the work so far from the Big Data Task Force on the 11 recommendations. And we'll hear that in two different areas. So Peter Arlett doing the overview of the 2021 deliverables and its plans for 2022, and then we'll move on to veterinary recommendations. But over to you again, Peter, for a overview of the deliverables.
Thanks, Jesper. And yes, I'm very pleased on behalf of the Big Data Steering Group, which I have the privilege to co-chair with Jesper, to give a brief presentation on what has been delivered in 2021 and what is in the work planning for 2022. If we can go to the next slide, please. As stated by Ema, but I make no apologies for repeating the vision from the Big Data Task Force, the task force that pre-lived the Big Data Steering Group, by delivering the vision of a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making, we can support the development of innovative medicines, deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly, and optimize the safe and effective use of medicines through measurement of a product's performance on the market. That's the vision that is guiding us. Now, this slide, which some of you will have seen before, just reminds us of the different steps that have brought us to where we are. So that vision and the 10 recommendations to unlock the potential of big data from the Big Data Task Force were adopted and made public in January 2020. So nearly 2 years ago, but it's been 2 years of very intense activity, which has been overlaid, of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic. The Big Data Steering Group was established in May 2020 with the mandate to take forward and advise on the implementation of those recommendations. And in September 2020, the first work plan of the Big Data Steering Group was published. 11 months later, August 2021, we published an updated work plan to 2023, and we'll focus on that a little bit in our meeting today. Can we go to the next slide? So just to reiterate the recommendations, and I won't give them I won't go into detail about them, but recommendation number 1 was to establish a European network for real-world data and data analysis called Darwin EU. The second recommendation was to work on data quality. The third recommendation to ensure that data are discoverable or findable, some would say. The fourth recommendation was about skills within the European regulatory network. The fifth recommendation to build robust processes to be able to leverage big data in medicines regulation. The sixth recommendation was about the ability to analyze data within regulatory processes. The seventh recommendation on strengthening expert advice to the committee decision-making. The eighth, to ensure ethical and secure data governance. The ninth, to collaborate internationally, including on data standards. The 10th, to engage actively with European stakeholders. And the 11th work stream is relating to big data in veterinary medicines regulation. Go to the next slide. Now, this is the published work plan, and you'll see we have the line here today on the 7th of December, today, and you'll see the traffic light in the top right-hand corner showing that we're on track. We have made substantial progress on all streams in the work program. Let's go to the next slide, please. Just a slide to elaborate a little on the approach we are taking to delivering this work plan. And perhaps the place to start would be the right-hand side of the slide, which shows that we are working in a stepwise approach and basing a lot of our work on use cases. So we think of a use case for real-world evidence in the pre-authorization phase, perhaps a different use case in the post-authorization phase. And then we could see that for artificial intelligence or pharmacogenomics, etc. We want to learn from the experience we have as regulators, but also learn from the experience of stakeholders. We want, in an iterative way, to demonstrate value with pilots. We want to align, where possible, with EU and international initiatives, and within the EU, the work on the European Health Data Space is probably the central one there. And we want to ensure that everything is future-proofed, agile, and we're able to evolve over time in this rapidly moving technical and scientific field. If you then move to the left-hand side of the slide, we see the work on big data as having a supply side. So how can we supply data and evidence into medicines regulation, but also a demand side. Are the committees, are the people taking decisions in medicines regulation and beyond ready and open to take big data into their decisions? And if we look at first the supply side, a lot of the work on data discoverability, data quality, network skills, obviously the Darwin EU network and raw data analysis from clinical trials, as well as processes, governance and data sharing, we see as clustering around supply. And then with the demand side, lots of work on use cases and business processes with the EMA scientific committees, with the national competent authorities, and then the ambition, particularly intensifying in 2022 and beyond, to look at use cases beyond medicines regulation, for example, health technology assessment bodies and payers. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide brings together some of the key achievements. And this is achievements not just of the work plan of the Big Data Steering Group, but also more broadly in the area of big data within the European Union. In the top left, you can see that we make reference to the Darwin EU network, and you'll be aware that we have launched a procurement exercise to select the coordination centre. We have established and had 3 plenary meetings of the Darwin EU Advisory Board. The European Commission has set up the joint action, so the member state collaboration towards a European health data space, which will be an important tool and forum to make recommendations in the building of that health data space. We have developed real-world evidence use cases with many of the committees, and we had a so-called Learnings Initiative workshop, so a deep dive on real-world evidence with stakeholders just last week. We've had recommendations from the Big Data Steering Group on ethics advice with data. We have, if we then go into the middle column, worked on metadata for real-world data, and we have completed a proof of concept of creating a metadata repository, which is essentially a forerunner of a catalogue for real-world data to enable discoverability. We are close to adopting a data standardization strategy. In fact, the data standardization strategy was adopted by the heads of medicines agencies meeting at the end of November. And there's also been collaborative work with international regulators, including the US Food and Drug Administration. We have been working on skills, and we have adopted within the European regulatory network curricula on data science, on pharmacoepidemiology, and on biostatistics. And we are well placed now to launch procurement for service providers to deliver that training in 2022. We've had discussions led by the Danish Medicines Agency on clusters of excellence, so how the national competent authorities can share good practice on analysing data and leveraging data for better decision making. We've had an AI workshop, and we've also had a pre-pilot on raw data analysis from clinical trials. If you then go to the right-hand side, maybe starting with the red box that says Multi-Stakeholder Big Data Forum. So this is our second multi-stakeholder forum. The first was December 2020, but we've also, as Carl Breusch outlined, held various technical meetings during the course of the year to do deep dives on specific topics, be they data standards, be they metadata, be they artificial intelligence, be it real-world evidence. In terms of guidance, and importantly, the NCEP, the European Network of Centres for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, has updated substantively its methods guide in 2021 with significant changes in multiple areas, much of it informed by the experience with the COVID-19 pandemic response. We've also moved forward substantially in establishing expert advice in the area of real-world evidence. And finally, a veterinary data strategy, which you'll hear about in the next presentation, has been progressed significantly. Let's go to the next slide. I've preempted this slightly, but just a quick whiz through some of the stakeholder engagement events in 2021. In April, we had the Artificial Intelligence workshop. Also in April, a workshop on metadata for regulatory purposes. In May, we had a data standardization workshop. In June, a workshop on veterinary in big data in veterinary medicines. Also in June, the first meeting of the Darwin EU Advisory Board, which has got wide stakeholder representation. In July, a first meeting of the advisory group on raw data analysis, focusing on clinical trials raw data. In October, we had a real-world meeting with industry, and we will be launching a survey on metadata for real-world data with the industry. And in November, so just last week, we had the Learnings Initiative workshop. So it's been a very intense stakeholder engagement year. Let's go to the next slide. So if we look to 2022, and this will be elaborated further in the individual sessions on the individual work streams that will come in our after our break, just a few things to look out for in 2022. We foresee in early 2022 the appointment of the Darwin EU Coordination Centre, and with that appointment, the formal start of the build phase of Darwin EU. We are anticipating the legislation on the European Health Data Space from the Commission, as outlined by Riche, and we understand, and EMA, and we believe also some of the national medicines agencies will be participating in pilots of the secondary use of healthcare data in parallel with the legislative process next year. We will also be collaborating intensively, and I would hope we can even hold some joint workshops with the Joint Action TEDAS in the course of 2022. The real-world evidence integration pilots will continue across the committees at the European Medicines Agencies. We will hold another big data forum next year. If we then go into the middle column, we will have the rollout and the launch of training on biostatistics, pharmacoepidemiology, and data science. We will further progress on the clusters of excellence, so the best practice, good practice, and capacity building between the national competent authorities. We foresee a draft guideline on artificial intelligence being started in 2022. a workshop on raw data in marketing authorization applications from clinical trials, and a formal pilot through the Committee on Human Medicinal Products on raw data analysis from clinical trials. International cooperation forum established on vet data, as well as a vet data hub. And then if you go to the top right, agreement on real-world metadata for regulatory purposes, enabling the launch of a first public catalogue on real-world data in the European Union. A European Union data quality framework, the first version, which would apply not just to big data, but to all data that might be submitted in medicines regulation. And recommendations to strengthen the data qualification process through the Scientific Advice Working Party, with a workshop on data quality and with additional workshops on data quality and data qualification. We foresee in the second quarter, probably in July, a workshop or summit with international regulatory partners on real-world evidence. And finally, we've just published the registries guidance, and we foresee a roadmap for further development of guidance on real-world evidence. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide, which is nearly the last, is some of the highlights in terms of stakeholder engagement in 2022. It's not fully comprehensive, and we do foresee adding additional workshops and consultations during the course of the year, but these are the ones that are already concretely planned at the moment. So we foresee consultation and dialogue with stakeholders on the methods, the processes, and the transparency aspects of Darwin EU. We foresee a workshop and survey to help us establish an EU data quality framework. We foresee the workshop with the Scientific Advice Working Party on data qualification. On the metadata and quality and catalogue of studies, we foresee at least survey and consultation and possibly workshops. We will conduct these real-world evidence pilots and studies, including in the context of piloting for the European Health Data Space. The pilot on raw data analysis with a workshop with stakeholders on the submission and analysis of raw data in marketing authorization applications. Workshops to further elaborate the registries guidance, and noting that the US Food and Drug Administration very recently published guidance in that area, obviously an opportunity for international collaboration in that area. A Q&A on data protection. Many of you will remember that we had stakeholder workshops in 2020 on data protection. That work will be further elaborated on the session that we will have after the break. And finally, this International Regulators Summit, as well as hopefully some kind of roadmap on how we can collaborate on real-world evidence going forward. So a very busy year foreseen in 2022 for stakeholder and international collaboration. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and on behalf of the Big Data Steering Group, we thought we would just look to the future to see how 2025 would look. And a few points. So we believe the Darwin EU network will be supporting better decision-making through the life cycle of products via its network of expertise, partnerships, and access to data. Real-world evidence will be established, its value will be established as a source of evidence, as a complement to clinical trials. Data will be discoverable, findable, and of known quality and representativeness, allowing the optimal choice of data source, enabling regulators to expertly assess study results. EMA and the EU network will have knowledge and expertise in data science, methods, and analytics to advise companies developing products and to expertly assess application dossiers. The Learnings Initiative, so learning from doing, will continue, and we will learn and evolve to rapidly be able to answer new regulatory needs, including response to future health crises. There'll be a suite of EU and international guidelines and standards available to help industry and regulators to develop and supervise medicines. We will continue to fully comply with data protection and have high standards of ethics in data sharing, and we will be collaborating with all our stakeholders. So on that note, colleagues, Jesper, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, thank you, Peter, for sharing such an elegant overview of all of this. And if the audience would be a little bit dizzy about this, I think it also goes for those involved in working with this. But never mind, it's really a productive approach that is leading the way forward, and obviously with some number of years still to go. The important piece around what we saw here today is what we'll discuss later. So I think we'll leave some questions for that until we open the relevant sessions. So do take a note or two if you have something you would like to come back to from these slides, but we'll cover them in the subsequent sessions. The 11th recommendation in the Big Data Task Force is really what now has its separate focus on veterinary recommendations. And for this, I'm really glad that we have Ilaria Del Seppia from the EMA, a data scientist in veterinary division, who coordinates the veterinary big data initiative. So Ilaria, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share today the advancements on the use of new digital technology in the vet medicines domain. If I can have the next slide, please. So with today's presentation, I would like really to bring you through the journey and how we started back in 2020, and then to highlight some key deliverables that we progressed and achieved in 2021. And I would like also to share the next steps and what's planned in 2022. So next slide, please. One more click. So everything started essentially in the second half of 2020, when the Big Data Steering Group recognized, in fact, the need to add to the 10 recommendation and 11 priorities that was specifically focused on looking into the application of new digital technology in the vet medicines regulation. And this is when essentially a coalition of 4 experts came together, 2 from the member states and 2 at the EMA, to look into the matters. And we, of course, suddenly realized that this was a rather unexplored territory. Next slide, please. So the first things that we did in the last quarter of 2020 was essentially to perform an analysis to understand where the new digital technology could support the vet medicines regulation. So the methodology adopted was to, of course, looking into the literature and try to identify the big data and real-world data which could support vet medicines policies. We also look into the regulatory framework and the data legal boundaries, which are rather different compared to the human domain. For instance, the application of the GDPR is very limited, whilst the commercial confidential information, proprietary and access to proprietary data is of a more focus for the vet sphere. Then we look into the analysis on the vet data, trying to characterize the nature of the data, the environment that we will need to operate in, and also the opportunities. We also try to identify some key business regulatory areas that the big data could be applied to. And we went a bit further in trying to understand what needs to happen and what needs to be established to allow the implementation of new digital technologies. So we went proposing a vision and for the implementation strategy. So all this analysis was essentially shared with the Big Data Steering Group in December 2020, and that was essentially how we ended and how we started the journey. In the beginning of 2021, we also felt important to share the findings with the Committee on Vet Medicinal Products. So we went to the CVMP and we shared the analysis, and we essentially shared preliminary ideas with the scientific stakeholders at the agency. And we also asked the CVMP to identify additional experts to contribute and to be part of the so-called vet big data team. So thankfully, in April 2021, another colleague joined the team. And this was really important, because the next deliverable and the most important probably milestone in 2021 was the organization of the first veterinary big data stakeholder forum. So essentially we felt ready that after setting up our preliminary ideas and sharing with our scientific experts, it was important now to listen to the external stakeholders, to understand where they are, what their ambitions are outside the regulatory arena, and also to get knowledge on the ongoing initiative and learning experience. Next slide, please. So the first VET Big Data Forum was essentially organized in 4 sessions, where the average turnout was relatively high, considering the very niche matters that we were touching upon, so 350 attendees. And if you didn't have the opportunity to follow the forum, I will really welcome you to visit the EMA website and to follow the recordings and the material that has been published. So just as an highlights of the main conclusion from the forum, in the next slide, please. So at the forum, essentially, we the main conclusion was, of course, at the moment, the primary focus in the VET domain resides, and the resources are really targeted at the implementation of the new VET regulation. Maybe you are not aware, but we are really in the turmoil of the implementation of this new regulation, which is coming into force on the 28th of January 2022. Despite most of the efforts are really focused on these, the regulators also recognize that big data is already happening, and the regulators need to be ready to absorb the digital innovation. And this can be achieved only via participation, cooperation, specialization, and transparency. Also, it was identified some aspects that needs to be addressed, such as building the data mindset, to establish international cooperation forum with multidisciplinary experts, which at the moment in the VET domain are lacking. We also need to determine more definitive aspects related to data, such as governance, funding, and resources. And also the Big Data Stakeholder Forum conclusion supported the idea of the development of a pan-European VET big data strategy that is meant to be developed by the VET regulatory network. Next slide, please. So why the European VET big data strategy is the right time now to develop these. So as we just seen from the presentation from Peter Arlett, the European Medicines Regulatory Network and also the Big Data Steering Group has taken leadership in the implementation of new digital technology with primary focus on human-specific area. Also, as I said, we are in the middle of a revolution in the VET regulatory domain with the implementation of the new legal framework. And this essentially is opening and is requiring the implementation of new digital system, which essentially will increase dramatically the amount of data that will be exchanged in Europe. So the VET regulation implementation is somehow serving as a catalyst to investigate the convergence of traditional system development with the advancement offered by emerging digital technologies. So this is the time to look not only at implementing the regulatory requirements that we have today, but how to really power and leverage these in a long-term vision. Next slide, please. So as a probably last deliverable in 2021, with the VET Big Data team, we consolidated the first draft proposal on the EU VET Big Data strategy that was shared with the Head of Medicines Agency in November 2021, with the primary objective of course, seeking attention on the matters, but also to build coalition of willings with the rest of the member states, and also, of course, encourage active contributions and seeking comments. Next slide, please. So the draft strategy is at the moment in the hands of the HMA. So we are not ready yet to share with all stakeholders, but just an highlight what are the drivers and the benefits. This is essentially for the vet network, as I said, to absorb and embrace the challenges and the opportunities that are provided by the digital transformation, but also to build upon the ambition of the vet medicines regulation goals, which are essentially targeted at increasing system interoperability in Europe, to reduce administrative burden and economic burden, but also to enhance consistency, transparency, and responsiveness in the decision making in the vet regulatory domain. So the purpose of the vet strategy is essentially to propose a way forward for identifying regulatory use cases and also prioritizing those use cases, to analyze existing data, but also identify and characterize additional data sources which are even outside the immediate remit of the regulatory domain, and so the secondary use of data, but also to build up and to define the critical infrastructure and the scientific methodology to ensure an innovation-friendly environment for the development of new vet treatment for the benefits of animal and human health. And so the document essentially is providing a vision and direction for the entire EU vet regulatory network to set up a data framework on how vet data should be managed to support key regulatory activities, and is proposing an implementation which is a phased implementation in a short, medium, and long term. Next slide, which is essentially my last part, which is an heads up on what's coming in or expect to be delivered in 2022. So, as I said, the EU vet big data strategy now is in the hands of the HMA. We already anticipate there will be a consultation and comments, and we hope for an adoption of this strategy in the course of 2022. We are also contributing to certain recommendation in the context of the Big Data Steering Group, and specifically on recommendation 4 on the training curricula. We are in fact progressing with essentially one of the conclusions that was made during the Big Data Stakeholder Forum, which is essentially to establish the data mindset. So we are looking into specific or vet-specific training that are required to be shared with the entire network. We also anticipate that as the vet regulation is going to kick off at the beginning of 2022 and more data are received at the agency, possible specific thematic workshop will be organized with the NCA and the stakeholders. And this is on top of what has been already shared by Peter on the overall work plan, which is essentially to establish international cooperation forum, to establish a vet data hub of multidisciplinary experts, but also we expect to organize a second stakeholder big data forum on vet in the second half of 2022. So I think this is, if I can have my last slide, I think this is showing the substantial progress. It was a very eclectic year in the vet domain, but we are also very much aware that this is only the beginning of this journey, which is really promising and ambitious. Can I have my last slide, where I would really like to thank the members of the big data team in the vet domain for their important and significant contribution to all these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilaria. Thank you for a very, very nice overview of really important achievements in the veterinary area for the past year. And also, I think there was a question here in the chat about a stakeholder engagement in 2022. I think you answered that also, that there will be plans for a workshop, but also NCA engagement as well. So I think there are a lot more to come in terms of interacting around the topic. Talking about interacting, I think it's probably time that we find our phones again. Paolo, I think we have a little question for people to respond to, all right?
Yes, thank you, Jesper. So if we go back to Slido, usual code, we would like to know from you what in your view should be the big data top priority for 2022. We will leave you 1 minute or two to reflect on that.
It looks like nothing really is unimportant. Just realizing there may be too few veterinarians in the audience here today. I think giving a different audience, that would be, here we come, goes upwards. Obviously, data quality and representativeness. Looking forward to discussions then. Obviously, a lot there to tackle and Darwin EU and so forth. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Ilaria. And I think, Peter, it's over to you to start the next session.
Indeed, thanks very much. We're now going to session 2, which is the start of a series of, if you like, mini panels where we'll go through each of the work streams and get input from different stakeholders. I remind you that at the end of each panel, we will have hopefully enough time for a few questions. Raise your hand in the webinar and then we'll try and select a balance of stakeholders, and hopefully we'll have enough time for plenty of interventions. The first of our mini panels is on Darwin EU, and I'm really pleased to introduce Marilena Vrana from the European Heart Network, who is a very active member of the Big Data Steering Group, to give us one slide that summarizes achievements, benefits, future highlights, and how to engage. And this format will be the way we introduce each of the different sessions during the course of the rest of today. Marilena, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. We'll start with Darwin, the updates for Darwin. The creation of an EU-wide distributed network of real-world evidence named Data Analytics and Real-World Interrogation Network, the Darwin EU, is the first deliverable of the Big Data Steering Group work plan. Through Darwin, the European Regulatory Medicines Network will pilot regulatory use cases across the life cycle of medicines, from disease epidemiology that support decisions on the development of products, safety studies for products on the market, allowing a rapid, robust evaluation of safety signals. To begin the assembly of Darwin, the EMA published a call for tender in June 2021 for a service provider to establish the coordination center. At the same time, the Darwin EU Advisory Board was established with 20 members, representatives from all stakeholder groups, including patients and healthcare professionals, and one observer from the European pharmaceutical industry. Its kickoff meeting took place on 28 June 2021, and we heard from Peter, there have been in total 3 meetings so far. By the end of this year, the selection process for a service provider will be completed. So on the next steps, the establishment phase of Darwin will officially start in early 2022 with the appointment of the coordination center. The service provider will set up the operational processes and start the conduct of studies to support scientific committees in their decision-making and to support the establishment of the European health data space. And at the end of next year, there will be a report of the first year of operation. By 2024, Darwin is expected to be fully operational and the regulatory network will have routine access to real-world evidence. The collaboration under Darwin will bring benefits across all stakeholders and in particular patients. High-quality real-world evidence will support development, authorization, and supervision of medicines to ensure better medicines for patients. It will connect a wide range of data sources across Europe and will boost Europe's data expertise for medicines regulatory decision-making by the EMA and national competent authorities. Beyond regulations, it will also support health technology assessment and payers' decisions. Acting as an early flagship pathfinder for the European health data space, Darwin will enable the exchange of healthcare data for use in healthcare delivery, policymaking and research across Europe, while fully complying with data protection requirements. Ultimately, Darwin will be facilitating access for patients to new and optimally used products. So how to engage with the ongoing activities? Part of the advisory board's mandate is to support the communication with stakeholders. So we can engage with representatives of the board and follow up updates on Darwin's webpage at the EMA's website. The webpage includes the list of board members, meeting dates, agendas, and in the near future, it will include information on stakeholder fora to be organized to inform and discuss. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our panelist input. Over to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Marilyn. And maybe leave your camera on, because as the presenter, I would see you as part of the panel, and you can help us perhaps answer some of the questions. Could I ask all the panelists to turn their cameras on, because then hopefully you will come to the up on the screen and people can then see you. It's more engaging. I'm very pleased to introduce Elizabeth Vroom from the World Duchenne Organization, Aldo Pietro Maggioni from the Italian National Association of Hospital Cardiologists, Roman Gonsari from the Health Data Hub, Nicholas Hedberg from the European Network for Health Technology Assessment, and Ulva Spooner from representing the pharmaceutical industry and the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. So welcome to all of you. Now, the way we're going to organise this, and it's the same format we'll have for each of our panels, is that each of the panel members will speak and give their reflections on benefits and impacts, on challenges and on opportunities for collaboration. And we have a rapporteur who will be trying to distill out key points and typing those key points into a document that will be on the screen. And if we can share that screen, that document, dear rapporteur, on the screen, that would be perfect now. And so to start off, I'll give one by one the floor to the panelists, and they will speak for just a couple of minutes, so that we have time for a question and answer at the end. Just a couple of minutes on their reflections on Darwin EU from a stakeholder perspective, benefits, impacts, challenges, collaboration. So first, I'd be very grateful to give the floor to Elizabeth Vroom. Over to you. Thank you.
So thank you for having the opportunity to speak today and to give the opinion of patients in this aspect of data sharing and the reuse of data. It's clear patients can and should benefit from the secondary use of health data, and Darwin can play an important role in this. For patients living with a rare disease, it's even more important to have access to health data from different sources in order to be able to use them for the purpose of real-world evidence, to improve care, but also, especially in this case, for regulatory purposes, but also for drug safety, HTA, and more. Patients want their data to be accessible by themselves, by researchers, and by anyone working to improve patient lives. The terms of access should be carefully discussed. For the reuse of data, Darwin can play an important role. It needs to move boldly towards more data sources, because real-world evidence is generated in everyday lives of patients. Currently, there is a risk of focusing too much on data from electronic medical records produced and collected by physicians. Other types of data, such as patient-reported outcomes, should be included. And to create broad support, it's needed to raise general awareness among patients and citizens about the benefits, possibilities, and terms for secondary use of health data. Information about the secondary use of data should be transparent at all times. We, as patients, advocate for patients being in control of their data. And in fact, GDPR paved the way for this. To do this well, patients may need training how to handle this, but also professionals need training for them to understand more about the position and role of patients in relation to collection and control of data and the use of personal data lockers. Accessibility means sharing data or enabling data visiting, Verification, as mentioned before, making data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable is key. Some patient organizations have been at the forefront of this, but more work is needed, also to make health data fair at source. The rare disease community is advanced in this respect, and initiatives such as the virtual platform of the European Joint Project for Rare Diseases could be a leading example for other initiatives on the reuse of health data. Last but not least, we have no time to lose. Thank you.
Elizabeth, very clear intervention. I'm very grateful to you, and also for keeping within a succinct time frame. So, Elizabeth, thank you very much for very clear messages. Let's move over to healthcare professionals now. And Aldo Pietro Maggioni, you have the floor, please, sir.
Many thanks for this opportunity. Starting with benefits, I think that Darwin can produce very reliable data, overcoming some limits of the randomized clinical trial and also of the observational studies conducted by specialty groups. In this way, it will be possible to describe in a reliable way the epidemiological context in which drugs or devices should be implemented, and with the same relevance, the possibility to see safety in the safety aspects in the real world, in the sense that, as we know, we should increase generalizability of the results of the trial. With respect to the challenges, interoperability is surely a big challenge. And another challenge is that often big data do not include sufficient clinical variables. And in this way, it is quite difficult, for example, to describe the population according to the severity of the disease. I think that the areas for collaboration from the side of the scientific association is to provide reliable use cases in which it is possible to provide harmonized variables and definitions and also quality indicators, and to include patient-reported outcomes that are really very relevant, as also my colleague mentioned before. And I think that is my suggestion. Thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Aldo, thank you. And just to pick up on one point you made, which was patient-reported outcomes, we've had a suggestion from the Darwin EU Advisory Board to do a piece of work in 2022 on understanding the different types of patient-reported outcome and data collected directly from patients, and to put that into the context of the big data work, including Darwin EU. So I think that's something that I would highlight and put a star by, that we need to consider for our next update of the work plan. So thanks very much indeed, Aldo. Let's move now on to a data permit authority representative. So Roman Consari, over to you, sir.
So, hi, thanks for the opportunity to take part into this discussion. So I'll just repeat a few of the key points that have been raised by the previous participants. So the Health Data Hub in France is an organization that is a public organization that relies on a strong historical claims database, which was not designed for clinical use initially, and which groups all the data from social security and reimbursed drugs and medical acts that are performed in hospitals. So it's a very strong database, but it's also a hard database to use to answer medical and scientific questions. And this raises questions that are quite general in other European countries and that have been also raised by Darwin EU, which is the fact that some databases are interesting, but they're not easily accessible. So this structure that has been built in France was intended to facilitate the access to this data and also to combine this data with other sources of clinical data, put it together, and favor the link between those data sets. And all this thinking about data comes at a key moment, which happens now and is going to happen in the next few years, and we need to be active in this a global change in the relationship with data. For instance, in France, lots of hospitals are now building local clinical databases, and in order to avoid bad choices related to future interoperability or bad choices related to safety, there is a real need for guidelines and either national or European guidelines to standardize this creation of multiple sources of data that are being that are appearing all over the country. And also behind this, there is a whole reflection that is needed on the valorization of the people who collect this data. There are lots of institutions and countries where the role of doctors when they collect data is not has not enough academical or even economical value. There's lots of time spent without enough funding. So besides the creation of this database that I mentioned of the Health Data Hub, which is a national database, we also work a lot to give value to the work of doctors and patients who take part into data collection. And for me, this is one of the keys to go towards sharing data. Because one of the main limitations to share data is the fact that people invest lots of time and lots of energy without enough feedback. And it also connects to the question of the economical models that are behind all those data sets that are created. So all this goes together. But I think the key moment now is to go towards interoperability, go towards safe databases with guidelines, and also work on the value given to the work of health professionals and patients who take part into data collection.
Roman, thanks very much indeed. And really interesting, actually, your point about valuing those that collect the data, the patients and the healthcare professionals, because we come back time and time again to the question of data quality. And it was very interesting in the Slido before this session started to see that data quality comes out as the number one priority that stakeholders are giving. So that's underlined by your intervention. Thanks very much indeed. Let's move on now to a health technology assessment perspective. Nicholas Hedberg, representing the European Network for Health Technology Assessment. Interested to hear your views, sir.
Yes, and also from my side, thank you for inviting me. And we've heard a lot of very wise and good things already today. From the HTA side, I think it's easy to say that one of the benefits is that we see that this comprehensive system and full thinking is carries a lot of good things with it. And of course, especially glad to see when people write support decisions beyond regulatory on their slides as well. And those decisions might be both HTA and payer decisions. So that's very important for us. We see a big common interest, but coming into the challenges then, we also must be aware of the different missions and tasks of HTA bodies and regulatory bodies. And one of the challenges might be to make sure that we gather both efficacy data and effectiveness data. And those are sometimes generated from completely different data sources and on different patient level as well. So the system needs to take those two aspects in consideration. The HT needs might also be to be able to have data on actual clinical standard of care, for example, because we sometimes or often need to compare with that. Natural history of the disease is something we are very interested in, and I'm sure that is aligned with the regulatory needs, but to give a few details. We also heard the very important part of patient trust, and of course that is very, very important. And our needs are still considered to be secondary use, but if we can maneuver wisely, I'm sure that integrity can be combined with the recognition that HTA's bodies' access to data might improve patients' access to products. It is not a control system, it is an access making system that we are looking for. And the areas for collaboration, I would like to encourage or emphasize the good collaboration already going on, for example, between UNECTA and EMA, but we need to keep collaborating on standardization, quality, and data validation. There is more to do on joint scientific consultations and to include evidence generation in those. There might be room for new registry pilots. We've had a few, but there might be room for more. joint trainings, and we would also like to see a broader use of the HTA tool request for data registry quality.
Nicholas, thanks very much indeed. I'm always struck by how much regulation and HTA has in common in terms of evidentiary needs, and I think there's an awful lot of opportunity for collaboration. Your point about joint training is a low-hanging fruit, I would say. So thanks very much indeed. Let's now move on to the industry perspective, and I'm very pleased to introduce Ulva Spooner, please.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, on behalf of industry, thank you to the EMA and the HMA for the opportunity to contribute to the Stakeholder Forum. We welcome and recognise the achievements of the Big Data Steering Group and indeed the wider network efforts to increase capacity to generate and use real-world evidence. As regards the benefits of Darwin EU, industry certainly recognises the important health and societal benefits of enabling access to broader sets and types of EU data and increasing capacity to generate evidence to support both regulatory and healthcare decision-making. It resonates with industry's own experience, whereby data-driven R&D through discovery, development, outcomes is data-dependent. And as data policy and legislative initiatives evolve, industry would welcome exploration of how industry might, into the future, leverage on Darwin EU infrastructure to generate evidence to inform product development and monitoring. A further benefit of Darwin EU is the opportunity that the discussion around it provides to work towards a shared understanding across stakeholders regarding important considerations in generating fit-for-purpose real-world evidence. Thinking then of challenges, to deliver these benefits, there needs to be broad multi-stakeholder confidence in the evidence generated, and transparency will be a key enabler. As with any platform, there may be scenarios where the findings from Darwin EU differ from or are inconsistent with existing evidence and other RWE findings. Transparency of the Darwin EU analytical ecosystem will be critical in that regard, facilitating opportunities for replication, and linked to this is the need for confidence in the provenance of the data and representativeness of data sources and data partners. Beyond the analytical ecosystem, there's also a need for transparency on the process for Darwin EU receiving and triaging research questions, communicating and discussing findings. A high level of transparency for the impacted sponsor will be important, with predefined processes for managing any pilot programs, in addition to robust procedures offering an opportunity to examine and respond to findings and to present evidence. Thinking then of collaboration, industry has been an active contributor to EU health data infrastructure development through IMI projects and has skills and expertise to contribute to the establishment of Darwin EU procedural infrastructure, and would welcome the opportunity to refine the mechanisms for doing this and to clarify the potential role of industry in any EMA or RWE discussion groups that might be established, for example, on Darwin EU methodologies, as well as the role of industry in interacting with the Data Coordination Centre. So in summary, we very much support the network's commitment towards data-driven medicines regulation, and our vision equally supports European federated data networks that contribute to optimal research, development and healthcare delivery. We do recognise that this is very much a multi-stakeholder conversation, closely linked to important data policy and legislative initiatives, including the European Health Data Space, and we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thanks, Ulva, very clear. And I was taken by your point about when results diverge. So perhaps a similar but not quite the same question posed to different databases or networks of databases. This was a session within our Learnings Initiative on real-world evidence workshop last week. And I think the conclusion there was that diversity actually can be seen as a very positive thing, and divergence of results, if it can be explained, can often inform the decision-making. So interesting to see that you're focusing there in one of your points also. Now, colleagues, I think in terms of the interventions from our panel, we've heard everyone. I would just like to show the slide. So firstly, thanks to our rapporteur for capturing some of the key thoughts as they were being made. It's not such an easy thing to do. Can we show the slide that summarises the feedback from the survey? So I'm not going to read through the whole slide, but a few things that that came out which complement the interventions from our panel. If we look at benefits, accelerating the linkage of data, Darwin could lead to better quality data and higher discoverability, may help us with relative effectiveness assessment. I'm still in benefits, increase access to innovative medicines. I suppose that's the bottom line. Access and safe and effective use of innovative medicines. If we then go to the challenges and gaps, variable data sets across different countries. There's obviously a need to bring in diverse input from different stakeholders for collaboration. The network has to be sustainable. Given the diversity of data, can we use a common data model? And then in terms of collaboration, focus on the European health data space, clarity of roles and responsibility, share experience, so the learnings initiative concept, make sure that or optimize the access to data for different stakeholders. So can we leverage Darwin beyond just medicines regulation, transparency as highlighted by Ulva, and then data governance being a key enabler. So that's I hope gives you a bit of a flavor, just to say that we will be circulating a summary of all those survey results so that you can see what the different stakeholders said, and that will be done as a follow-up to this workshop today. We've got some time. I have to say we're remarkably on time. So let's see if anybody's feeling brave enough to put their hand up, because I think we've got about 7 minutes according to my clock. There's some questions in the chat. Thanks. Let's have a look. So Isabel from Ethernet. Excellent that EMA will be looking into the issue of patient-reported outcomes next year. I think I've kind of made a commitment, haven't I? Thank you, Isabel, for reinforcing that. In the context of Darwin, we could have more information on the. Could we have more on the scope and the process of this paper? So, Isabel, I think that's probably for me. I opened this topic. The answer is that we will put it into the work plan for our next update of the work plan. We will almost certainly have a sort of brainstorming with a small number of patient representatives. I think Marilena Vrana, as one patient representative on the Big Data Steering Group, will probably be central to coordinating that. Sorry, Marilena, to drop you in there. Because it's a big topic and different people mean different things when it comes to patient-reported outcomes. Some people think about it in terms of apps on their mobile phones or their watches. Some people think about it in terms of survey results. Some people think about it in terms of collecting data, others social media. So we need to be clear what we're talking about. And then the question is, how useful and what is its place in evidence in the big data spectrum? Marilena, do you want to give a view on the patient-reported outcomes, or maybe we could also ask Elizabeth? Actually, maybe Elizabeth, you could start, because I think World Duchenne Organization has done quite a lot of work in this area.
Yes, thank you so much. My camera is back as well. Thank you. So
we can see you. Nice to see you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, sorry, there were some technical issues, but here I am. So yes, the patient-reported outcomes, we've done work in that, but also I think the definition of patient-reported outcomes is that these are outcomes where without interpretation of clinicians or others, so it's really straight from the source, and I think that that is an overarching definition. It's not that much the tools, but it is that it is not gone through already kind of an interpretation layer of clinicians or other researchers, whatever. Yeah. So I think, as I said, look at real world evidence, then you can't only go back to what is happening in the hospital. Then you really have to go back to the real life, and that is captured much better often in patient-reported outcomes. And we also know, like for the HTA, we have discussed this before, HTA is also very interested and more interested in like quality of life data and so on. And that's all patient-reported outcomes. So I think it's good to have a good definition there. I fully agree, but it should not be about tools. It should be about the idea that it comes straight from the patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask if, Marilena, you want to add anything to that?
I agree with Elizabeth. The patient-reported outcomes are a valuable source to assess the quality of life and what's the patient experience using a certain product. And these are not captured within hospital data or within electronic health records. So it will be interesting also to see how to potentially overcome the challenge that patient-reported outcomes, they're not always digitalized and they're not within the hospital data sources. So it will be interesting to see where they are placed and how to connect them, how to better use them, and how to interpret those data.
Thanks very much indeed. We have an interesting question in the chat from Ying Vang Silvanto relating to lessons learned from COVID-19 and the interface with the big data work. Now, we could have a whole session on this, so maybe it's just some quick fire answers. I might ask Nicholas Hedberg from an HTA perspective, maybe Roman from the French Data Hub, maybe to just give a quick fire answer. Reflections on COVID-19 and big data. Start with Nicholas.
Yeah, COVID made a lot of or created a lot of challenges also for HTA. Of course, I would say that the adopted regulatory pathway with rolling reviews and so was more obviously important than the big data harvest and the big data input. But of course, it made it obvious that we also needed to be more agile and work with other timelines when it came to COVID treatments. And UNECTA Joint Action 3 adopted our last year quite a lot to that. And
Roman, do you want to give a few reflections?
Yeah, very, very quickly. So what came out during the COVID-19 crisis in France was that there was a obvious need to couple the claims data that I mentioned earlier, the historical social security data and medical data. And this is it's quite a slow process normally. So we had to develop quick pathways to perform those studies, and it paved the way for a further improvement of those access to those processes to link the data. So it was, I mean, the global situation was very unfortunate, but it managed to point out the limitations and have improvement perspective for the near future.
Thanks very much. Just in our last 120 seconds, Gabriel Westman, hand up, please, over to you.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'll just speak without my camera, I think. We're hearing about all these from the regulatory side, from the data collection side, from the data standards side. What I'm missing as a very central piece of this discussion is to build in patient level transparency and control of data use at the very beginning, because experiences from Swedish National Project in making just electronic health records available online. I think there are very valuable experiences there that patient involvement and direct control, direct influence is very important. Trying somehow to visualize some sort of EU centralized hub where you can see, this is my data, this is where it's used, this is my consent, this is how I withdraw consent. And if we just provide those mechanisms, I'm sure our citizens will be happy to provide. But if we leave them out of the feeling of control, I think we will raise quite some resistance on the ground level of those that are actually affected and being registered in these systems. Thank you.
Gabrielle, really interesting point. And maybe during the course of our sessions today, we might come back to this issue on patient control, transparency. I think data governance might be a good one of our panels to elaborate it a little bit more, because I think that the patient transparency and the patient control of their data are central features there, and they've been recurring themes when I've heard panels at patient meetings, but also I think it's been widely discussed within the European Commission's preparation for the European health data space. So thanks for raising that. Now, we are exactly on time. So I think on that note, I would then close this mini panel with thanks to all the panelists. It's difficult to only speak for 2 minutes, and everybody stuck to their time. So huge thanks to you. Very insightful comments, good questions. And I hand over to Jesper, who will chair the session on data quality and representative, which was the top scoring session in the Slido, Jesper. So don't feel any pressure, all on your shoulders.
No, but this also means that we have a lot of interest in this. So we're really looking forward to discussion. But let's start out with by the help from Cesar Hernandez Garcia to take us through the the kind of the work so far and where we are.
Thank you, Jesper, and good morning to everyone. Indeed, it was a top-rated recommendation today, so a lot of interest in data quality and representativeness. The objective was to deliver guidelines and a strengthened process for data qualification through the scientific advice and to promote across the member states the uptake of electronic health records, registries, genomic data, and secure data availability. In order to do so, it is important to the engagement of all the stakeholders and leveraging in the work of all of that. During 2021, we have some achievements. We launched a project to deliver the first version of the EU data quality framework for data use for regulatory purposes. We plan to initiate the industry focus group on qualification process through the scientific advice working party, and indeed the collaboration established with TDAS towards an European health data space. The main benefits would be to establish norms for quality, data quality, including real-world data, and to provide clarity for data collectors and data managers on the quality that they have to maintain, to support the assessment of the data sources and the study results, and to increase the impact on individual data sources through the qualification for the regulatory decision-making mainly. And the future highlights for 2022 would be the data quality workshop in the Q1 2022, the first version of the EU data quality framework for data use for regulatory purposes, which is expected in Q2 2022. The recommendations to strengthen data qualification informed by a review of the current process and a workshop probably on Q3 2022. And the future proof data quality work through the collaboration with TDAS in anticipation of the European health data space. And we highly recommend all the stakeholders to stay tuned and to engage in the ongoing activities by participating in the dedicated data quality workshop, as already mentioned, planned for the first part of 2022, to participate in the consultation on data quality framework and in the qualification workshop by the end of second half of the 2022. And you can follow all these announcements on the Big Data webpage. Again, and over to you, Jesper, and
well, thank you.
To hear what the panelists want to comment on this
Exactly.
highly rated recommendation today.
Absolutely. Here we go. So let's start out with a patient. So Javier Pal for the International Diabetes Federation.
Brilliant. So my name is Javier Paul. I'm from the UK and I'm here representing the International Diabetes Federation. Thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you very much to IDF Europe for putting me forward for this. So I've lived with diabetes for close to 30 years. I know I don't particularly look that old, but I'm getting there. Diabetes years, I am that old. So I've worked and lived on 3 continents, and I run my own business today. So I've managed to achieve a lot with living with diabetes in my life, and I work in technology, so handle big data on a day-to-day basis and invest in companies that handle big data in healthcare specifically. So I really wanted to talk about data quality and representativeness for one really important reason. And when I'm in a consultation and I don't recognize the information being shared with me, or I don't think it's useful, then I completely and utterly disconnect with that clinician, and I disconnect from the process of the care that's being given to me. And so for me, data representativeness and completeness really speaks to the understanding that the system has of my challenges and the way in which it will be responded to. So from my perspective, if we don't work towards making sure that data is high quality and represents me, we risk turning off patients, but we also risk clinicians feeling very disenfranchised from their own perspective, that they don't feel like they can actually support the person in front of them well. And I've seen this happen. So I wanted to give you just kind of 3 very quick stories to give you an example of where data completeness and representation and representativeness has either worked well for me or badly. So when I was a much younger man, when I was just gone to university, I moved to a new hospital, and they made me sign a contract which said I'll get an insulin pump, so something that will really change my life, so long as I commit to a reduction in HbA1c. My target was to not have hypos when I drink, though. Alcohol lowers your blood sugar. I was at university for the first time. I was drinking with my friends for the first time. So, I wanted to be able to do that and not die the next day. Was the big thing that was in my mind at the time. But the focus of the system was to collect the outcome that works towards cost effectiveness, which was HbA1c. And so my engagement with that center, actually, it very much disincentivized me to engage with that center, because I thought it was actually quite disrespectful to, 1, make me sign a contract, but 2, to be measuring the wrong thing, to be measuring the thing that I don't want to work on. But by reducing hypos, I would actually improve my HbA1c as well, which is what we know today. So that's a good story on knowing the person in front of you, collecting what's important to the user. When you turn this narrative on its head, you see a very good example in the diabetes community of people taking the data they have available to them and creating their own solutions. So when manufacturers opened their systems to allow us to access our blood sugars through sensors, the community came together and said industry is moving too slowly. There's a great community out there called the Open APS and the Loop communities who have taken that data and created systems that allow people to be able to manage their blood sugars automatically. So it connects to your insulin pump, connects to your sensor, uses data in order to manage your blood sugars. These are unregulated systems, which I know that the regulators here will probably be tightening up in their chairs a little bit from hearing that people are doing it. I've done it safely for 5 years, and I got better blood sugars by doing it, and it improved my life. It gave me a peace of mind that I've never had with a technology system before. Move forward to my next story that forces the narrative for regulated systems to come forward. Regulated systems are now there. I'm now using one called CAM-APS, and I've had the best blood sugars I've had in 30 years of diabetes. I'm more healthy. The mental burden on me is far lower, and it's actually complete representation of me on a day-to-day basis with a piece of technology that fits into my life. And so you're able to pick better solutions as a result of having more complete data. That's only made possible by manufacturers making their data accessible, and it was only made possible by regulators taking a risk in saying we want to find a way to make these technologies more accessible to people. And so you've got 3 good examples of that today: CAM-APS in the UK, Diaboloop in France, and Tidepool in the US being the 3 main big places that have done this and done this successfully. So I'd look to those 3 solutions as being good examples. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Javier. Really, really good examples of how to ensure data quality and representativeness by considering the patient at the source of this, right? So thank you for those examples. I'd like to hand it over to our next panelist, so Christian Giselebrecht from the European Hematology Association.
Thank you very much for this meeting. Well, that's a great pleasure to speak with you and to listen to what has been achieved, the collection of data. And as a clinician involved in many academic studies in the past, I am very happy to see that we can extend several directions the definition of disease. And that's an opportunity to find and discuss new data. I think that one of the things we should do is to make a focus more on rare disease. We know pretty well the great standard, the great disease. And when I speak about rare disease, we have to be concerned that now more and more we define a disease by subgroup, and registration on drug are made now on subgroup in a specific disease. And that's really not so easy to see where we are going at the present time when you want to put all your data in the same basket to make statistical analysis. Know that all these data are evolving very quickly. They are not very well structured, they are fragmented,
and they get some name by different experts. So the control of the quality of data is not that easy, and very often there is no possible automatic collection. So what we have to do now is to be conscious of that and to go back with the expert, clinician or biologist to elaborate, reconcile a common language. And this common language, dictionary maybe, can be help also the discussion with the patient. Now, if you want to involve investigator academic group, one thing that you have to be concerned is to be very simple and not to add too many bureaucracy in the procedure. As the second point, which was mentioned just before, that you need some rewards when they put a lot of time in putting data together for the computer. That's it.
Well, thank you, Christian. And some really important points here about kind of the speed of data and the complexity and some of the rare diseases and how we should really focus on the quality of that, but also realizing it may actually be difficult to achieve that with some of that unstructured data. But I think hopefully data science is the new black. They'll learn us how to deal with that on a professional level. I'd like to hand it over to our next panelist from TEDS, so Enrique Penal Delgado.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us in this conversation. In terms of the benefits impacts, well, I think this initiative is making closer to real the promise of the mobilization of massive real-world data, so that real patients and real populations are acknowledged, that real life contexts where patients are treated, are exposed to, or populations are exposed to, are part of the conversation. Whether the mobilization of data and the results are closer to the time where decision makers make the decisions, and then any research question from, repurposing to pragmatic trials are possible. So my congratulations for that. This is a good use case, huge use case for this promise of the reuse of real world data. In the way forward, there are many challenges though, and I would like to highlight some. When it comes to real life populations and patients, unfortunately, we are taking good knowledge of those that are contacting the services, and fortunately very biased towards hospital care. So we are missing a lot of information in those patients that are treated in primary care settings, particularly those where have access barriers into the access, or where systems are very fragmented, and then data sources are fragmented. So this is a big thing to take into consideration. So maybe a good solution would be, in collaboration with TEDS, think of how to include those registered, not those contacting the systems, and include all the data sources. Non-health determinants, for example, socioeconomic data, are very important in trying to understand how populations get sick. In terms of real life contexts, well, real life context is patients and citizens moving around. So we need to track down individuals. And for that purpose, we do need to impose layers of interoperability in terms of data linkage of the individuals. So starting from the data linkage of individuals and then using pseudonyms. Anonyms does not help any longer to track down individuals, know more about the real context where they live. In terms of timeliness, in terms of getting things closer, rapid cycle analysis are needed. And then there are two elements, technological, basically. One is any development of a research infrastructure that aims to mobilize this kind of data requires taking the entity individual as the main entity to design the whole architecture, and then superimpose a technical layer that allows the upgrade of data sources as soon as data are refreshed in the origins. And last but not least, about any kind of research, getting accurate, reliable data and data mobilization requires layers of interoperability, not just in terms of discoverability, but also in terms of the data contained within the data sources. So very much my reflections for today. Over to you, Jesper. Thank you very much.
Some really important ones here, so thank you a lot for those, because I think you're touching upon some of the key challenges with representativeness that a lot of the data sources we're looking at. We're considering EHR as being the data source. Reality is there's so many other data sources that are super important to truly understand the citizens and the patients in the healthcare system, right? So thank you a lot for that, Enrique. A CRO perspective from the European CRO Federation, Alan Yeomans, please, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Jesper, for inviting Newcroft to the meeting. As CROs, we are immersed in the daily operations of clinical trials. That's what we do. And that sort of defines our perspective on big data. So from a CRO point of view, some of the major impacts and benefits of big data on clinical research are the discovery of patient populations for a given clinical trial, the possibility to fine-tune the inclusion and exclusion criteria to maximize recruitment for the trial. Another impact is the use of virtual control arms. That decreases the number of patients required for inclusion in the clinical trial, which in its turn will accelerate clinical research, while at the same time ensuring that all the patients that are actually in the trial have access to potentially beneficial treatment, and that none are included in control arms. And a further impact is the increase in use of data points and derived variables that rely on large amounts of input data, such as genomic data and the data from wearables. So what do we see as some of the challenges and gaps? Probably the major challenge is the need for data quality definitions that ensure that data from heterogeneous sources can be integrated and compared without affecting the data integrity. And I know that's something that you're concentrating on. Reproducibility is another challenge. If the sources being mined for data are subjected to the same data query at a later date, will the results be the same? Will that impinge on the data integrity, or does it even matter? And a third challenge is with regards to archiving. What are the regulatory requirements going to be concerning archiving of the big data set if we're using it in the clinical trial? We do see some areas for collaboration as well. In general, the larger the trial, the greater the number of different big data sources that you'll be using in the different parts of the trial. But larger clinical trials are often global trials, running in 2 or more regions that will be covered by different regulatory authorities, such as the EMA, the FDA, the PMDA, and others. An international regulatory view of the use of big data is desirable for these trials. Another area of collaboration, it's stated in the HMA-EMA Joint Big Data Task Force Phase 2 report that representative of the entire European patient population will be critical, that there's data that's representative. In these days of rapid movement around the world for work, for tourism, immigration, I think a global perspective is desirable. Whatever represents the European patient population today may not be representative tomorrow. And that's all from us.
Thank you so much. I think there's some great perspectives here describing the lessons learned from the randomized clinical trials and the standardization, the normalization, the globalization around that. Now, the good elements of that we need to think into how to ensure that we also as regulators embrace that in real world evidence. So not necessarily saying we need to reproduce everything, but that's part of the discussion we need to have, right? Because it controls data quality and representativeness, depending on your inclusion-exclusion criteria. An academic perspective from NCEP, Gianluca Trifiro, please, over to you.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being invited to this extremely interesting panel. As an NCEP representative, I can say that data quality is a very important issue that has been addressed systematically in all the NCEP methodological guidance. I think it's very important to develop guidelines and in general to strengthen the process of data qualification. And in terms of impact, this may increase reliability, transparency, and confidence about the use of real-world data for regulatory decision-making. It may also help in harmonizing the assessment of real-world data quality across different countries, settings, and therapeutic areas. It's very important, in particular, the alignment with the national member state practices with respect to that. And as an ultimate goal, as a data provider, I think having some data quality indicators may help in identifying gaps with respect to individual data sources and ultimately in improving the data quality itself of the data sources. Of course, there are a lot of challenges to be faced, and I think, as mentioned from the previous panelist, developing guidelines for data quality assessment with respect to such a huge heterogeneity of real-world data is really difficult. We range from secondary use of electronic healthcare to primary data collection. We have registries, and I think we are moving from individual data sources use towards these very large distributed database networks. So we really need to take all of these into account. And another area of great interest and also really challenging to address is the patient-derived data. So the patient-reported outcomes collected through these digital tools. App will be embedded by all this data, but I think it's very important to define some objective assessment of the data quality derived through this tool. With respect to collaboration, I think, first of all, it's very important to define a regulatory framework for data quality assessment of real-world data with respect to regulatory purposes. It's important to define who is going to evaluate what and how, and at which point in time. This is also a very important point. So for this, it's very important to liaise with other regulators that have been developing similar guidelines, and also with coordinators of these large distributed database networks. I think it's very important also collaboration with academia in terms of training of the data provider, but also researchers with respect to the data quality issues, how to address this at all different phases. And also, I mean, as chair of the NCEP Working Group 3 on the inventory of data source, I think it will be very important to implement in the NCEP resource databases also information concerning data quality of resource database that are going to be registered, because this may help also in evaluation a priori of the data quality, the quality of data from different data sources. And I think this is it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gianluca. Definitely a lot of work ahead of us to come to regulatory agreement and guidelines, no doubt. But I'm actually quite confident with the fact that real-world evidence isn't really a new thing, right? It's been around as observational studies for a number of years. So I'm really glad to hear the voice here from NCEP and also participating in helping to shape and define what are the good terms around data quality and representativeness based on the many years of experience in the field. I think I'd like to, as a last panelist, to hand it over to Kelly Sue to represent Medicines for Europe. Kelly, over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm providing some perspectives on behalf of the pharma industry and also as a member of Medicines for Europe. So as panelists have already alluded, real-world evidence can be an important tool to help us in designing medicines that better address the needs of patients and healthcare professionals. Ensuring that data are representative and of high quality is key to the development of medicines that can deliver tangible benefits to our patients. When harnessing real-world data for evidence generation, it is critical to follow the General Data Protection Regulation of the EU. Real-world data can also guide us in repurposing, reformulating, or combining established treatments, what we define under the concept of value-added medicines. These are medicines based on known molecules that address healthcare needs and deliver relevant improvement for patients, healthcare professionals, and or payers. So below are some reflections in terms of data quality and representativeness. And some are already discussed previously by our panelists, but I will also talk about some of the context in terms of patient characteristics, underlying comorbidities, usage pattern, adherence, healthcare resource utilization, so on and so forth. So first of all, let's look at the impact and benefits. So in terms of impacts, generating a lot of real-world evidence on our products, and because of this discussion, the data standards, for example, the regulatory authorities can trust and accept real-world grade and regulatory grade data as a source of evidence for big data is really very important. Second impact is that data standards can ensure the comparability across sponsors in order to reduce uncertainties. And next, comprehensiveness and the high standards of data will be really important to understand patients. And also other aspects such as product dosage, formulation, and longitudinality of the data can also be examined. So next, in terms of challenges and gaps, there are quite a number of challenges. For example, the certification of the data capture systems. The data standards for regulatory submission process, we'll talk later, and incomplete, for example, incomplete information in terms of days of supply, dosage information, and formulation information, such kind of missing data need to be examined. And also standards that require updating of the data over time, because we need to also look at patient journey and then what happens to patient over time. So the longitudinality of such data will be quite important, but also challenging. So in terms of some gaps, for example, the data quality for regulatory submission, in other words, the regulatory grade type of data, representatives of data to capture diverse EU countries, data collection mechanisms, also importantly, as I already alluded, the time horizon, and also finally, the methods for different data types. We talked about patient-reported outcomes, electronic medical records, claims, but what about biobanks, texts, images, sensors, and other digital type of data? And finally, it's very important in terms of collaborations, and there are several areas for collaboration. For example, in this year, there were already several workshops that I have already participated in and presented at. For example, the big data RWD catalog and tools for data to be visible and discoverable. And secondly, the validation of algorithms, particularly for artificial intelligence purposes. And next one is the regulatory standards of data through guidelines and so on, and also the best practices. And finally, very importantly, the reliability and reproducibility of the results after harnessing variety of data types. So in summary, it's worth noting that some of these aspects I just mentioned tend to overlap and some have already been discussed, but the availability of the quality of data to be fed into the analytics and algorithms through standardization process is highly critical, especially for the purpose of understanding our patients' treatment patterns and developing value-added medicines. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Kelly. Thank you a lot. I think just to try to just take one of the questions here and just summarize in a bit with the other remarks we had from the online survey. There's a question here that is regarding data quality and representativeness. Which KPI did you put into place? And I guess the concept of official data provider which validates the data is not relevant in your activity. I think I could easily send this over to TEDS and others to respond to, because I think that's exactly what we want to get to, right? To have that official data provider and build that infrastructure in Europe. Any remarks to that, Enrique?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, actually, this is part of the and this is part of the governance side of the TEDS in action, actually. So in the end, part of the governance elements that will be taken, and I think there is another panel later on in this workshop today. In the end, are the discussions that we are having within TEDS about governance are focusing on the different elements that should be governed evenly across the European member states, and to make sure that the actors that interact with the European health data space are safe in any of the activities. This is about what are the mechanisms for consent in the citizens, for example, in data altruism, whether the institutions are sufficiently qualified to be providers of data, high quality data, to the European health data space. etc., etc. So there are elements in the governance that tends to assure any actor that the kind of the kind of services, the kind of tools, the kind of data that is exposed to the use or the reuse in the European health data space is accurate enough, reliable enough to produce the results they are expected to produce.
Oh, thank you, Enrique. And let's continue on that in the governance piece as well, because the whole trust and reliability and lineage of data obviously is super important. So you can really trust where the data originates from and control it from a GDPR and citizen perspective in general. Should we bring up the slides with the other remarks we had from the online survey, just to close this one off, just to see whether anything here that kind of stands out compared to what you've been discussing here. I think there's definitely the NCA perspective, and also I think we come back to the learning, the assessment activities, the incentive to invest in data management and processing. We discussed that a little bit in terms of probably even also the previous session, intensify or monitorizing, valorizing the work. The qualified vendors and registries, again, coming to the guidelines, I think that is some of the impacts and benefits this will generate with the work. Better acceptance of real world evidence, I think we also touched upon. There's a bit of the challenges with promote uptake of electronic health records, registries, genomic data, secure data availability that we brought up. Again, the patient reported outcomes came up, and potentially also, as we heard from your Javier, the patient at the core of the data generator. Here, I think we need to think into it. Maybe that really wasn't highlighted here, but something to consider. And then obviously for collaboration going forward, our perspective on this obviously is a lot around the European health data space and the NCAs to actually implement and use this as well. There are a number of national registries out there that are already today being used by the NCAs, so it's not an uncommon thing. I think we can definitely learn a lot from each other in the work we continue on this journey forward. I fully appreciate some of the comments that were given here. Let's be careful not to build one big network, but realize you get many different networks in reality of different types of data, of different therapeutic areas, different geographies. Maybe that's a way to look at heterogeneity, to keep it confounded in a certain area, and then really indulge in it in the areas where you need that out of real world evidence, where the RCTs can't really give you that, but the real world can. So thank you for your input for this. I know we could have spent the entire day for this. Sorry to cut you a little bit short on this. I'm pretty confident we'll get back to this many times more. So I think this probably gets us to the first break of today. And I think we've deserved that, haven't we? So
yes, I think we're going to reconvene at 11:30 Central European Time sharp. So that's 15 minutes to grab a coffee. Thanks, colleagues. Colleagues, welcome back. Hope you managed to find some refreshment. We're now entering our next panel, which is on data discoverability. And I'm very pleased to introduce Eleonora Agricola, who works for the Italian Medicines Agency and is also a member of the Big Data Steering Group. Over to you, Eleonora.
Thanks, Peter. It's a pleasure to introduce the recommendation number 3, that is in regards of data discoverability, which aim at identifying the key metadata for regulatory decision-making on the choice of data source, strengthening the current and separate resources database to signpost to the most appropriate data, and promoting the use of the FAIR principles. In fulfilling this recommendation, the Big Data Steering Group is working towards developing a data source catalog containing relevant metadata to describe them. The first list of real-world metadata for regulatory purpose has been created. It was informed by consultation with stakeholders. Dedicated workshop, surveys, presentation have been delivered and organized. The list includes definition, but also the first list of criteria for inclusion of database in the real-world metadata catalog. And finally, it includes processes. Another achievement is the proof of concept of real-world metadata catalog. Now I'm introducing the benefits linked to the described achievements. They are enhanced transparency with regards to observational studies in the regulatory context and increased quality of this. Moreover, enhance discoverability of studies and data sources, and finally, support to judge the evidentiary value of observational studies and real-world data sources when used in the regulatory context. It's important to highlight that the process around filling in this catalog and the data captured in it needs to be done in close connection with Darwin EU initiative and other network processes. In particular, this work will link to the TEDAS work program and will support the identification of relevant data for studies and the interpretation of results submitted for regular decision making, including studies through the Darwin network. Future work plan for this recommendation are publication of the agreed real-world metadata for regulatory purpose, together with its good practice guide, public launch of the real-world metadata catalog, and start populating the agreed real-world metadata, launch of enhanced catalog for observational studies, and finally, future-proof current activities with other initiatives, including TEDAS. Finally, if you wish to engage with ongoing activities, please participate in the stakeholder consultation, workshop, and webinar. As I mentioned before, a survey on metadata observational study for industry is ongoing. Finally, please follow any announcement on EMA website. Thanks, and Peter, back to you. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Eleonora, for that summary of the achievements, the benefits, and the future activities in the area of data discoverability. My pleasure now to open up to the panel. Again, we're going to follow the same approach, a 2 to 3 minute summary of impact, benefits, challenges, and collaboration opportunities representing different stakeholder views. And we're going to start with the patient view, Julian Eiler, who represents the Dravet Syndrome European Federation. Over to you, Julian.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this workshop. From the impact point of view, from a patient point of view, I guess the topic we're discussing is going to provide additional benefit for patients. As Elizabeth already commented before, the need of capturing PROMs, patient-reported outcomes, is on top of the table for regulatory discussions and also for clinical development. One important thing to consider as well is how data from patients can contribute to value. In the value chain of making a new drug, at the end, the drug is having value. The citizen has to pay, usually for rare diseases, high prices for drugs, but the data comes from the patient. I guess we have to work in trustability and value generation mechanisms to make sure the initial value created for the patient is tracked and considered during the development process. Privacy. We are talking about super sensible data, data not just from the patient, but in some cases also from the family. For example, the genetic information is not just information from the patient, it's information from the patient, from family as well. And also when we are dealing with this data, we are dealing with socioeconomics data as well. And this data is very sensible, and creating centralized mechanisms like, this initiative or other initiatives where centralization is core, raise privacy issues, because we are creating a central point of failure. Areas for collaboration, I guess we need more common data spaces between all of the patient organizations. This is something we have to, the areas for collaboration, probably we need more collaboration of more opportunities for patient organizations, because the patient organizations can play an important role to be advisors for patients in order to make recommendations for data sharing, data protection, and data availability, and also to educate patients about the need of creating high quality data with the support of the physicians. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Julian. And just to confirm that we heard you loud and clear. So thank you very much indeed. Our next panelist is Ioana Agace, who is representing healthcare professionals, particularly European Academy for Allergy and Clinical Immunology. Over to you, Ioana.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for the kind invitation to speak here today and present a brief overview on behalf of healthcare professionals. So we know that the value in data resources is not necessarily in the data themselves, but in the discovery and knowledge that is built around them. Unfortunately, we face many challenges and gaps. One of the main points of friction we know between data scientists and analysts in their workflow is to locate the data they need, make sense of it, and evaluate whether it's trustworthy to use. And this remains a challenge because of the missing the metadata about the available data sources, and even more important, lack of adequate functionality needed to search and locate the data. You know, traditionally metadata is stored and queried inside the system that generates. And the siloing of metadata causes problems. Each system has its own partial view of the end-to-end data pipeline and data storage organization. On top of it, there are embargoes, access controls, permissions, licenses associated with data due to a variety of issues like confidentiality, use permissions, commercial interests, so on and so forth. That means that it's very hard for all interested parties to perform fast and accurate analysis of the entire data ecosystem due to data provenance and compliance related use cases. So I would summarize the challenges into four categories. First of all, how to apply a consistent data sharing risk assessment process, and how to do the accountability to keep the metadata up to date to improve the relevance of the search results, how to tag authoritative data, and then how to test the granularity of the data set definition. There are many areas of collaboration, and luckily we have seen in recent years a growth of open source projects that are improving the developer experience, both for data providers and for data consumers, to do one thing really well, to make data discoverable. And for these, teams that are working together should make discoverability a first-class function of the environment. Make it easy to locate available data, detect the quality, understand the data structure, and how to get access to it. And I think that for this, we need to change the provider's behavior to intentionally share the metadata and to help discoverability by implementing good tools that infer partial metadata information from silos of application databases. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Ioana, I think that was a really interesting point you finished on. You didn't use the words, but I understood you meant let's have discoverability by design, if you like. So when we're building systems, when we
absolutely this should start with.
I think that's a nice concept. So, and the other thing that struck me was you talking about collaboration was something that linked to something Emma Cook said in the opening remarks about let's leverage what different stakeholders do and let's benefit from the best that different stakeholders can offer. And I think that's a very nice way of looking at it in terms of discoverability as well. Let's move on to our next panelist, Susanna Perez-Gutten with RTI, who's the co-chair of the European Network of Centres for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, ENCEP. So I guess that's an academia service provider hat. Susanna, over to you.
Thank you very much. As it has been already mentioned several times, the research from the researchers from the EMA-coordinated European Network of Centres for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, ENCEP, have worked for decades in research supporting both safety and effectiveness, regulatory decision-making, using what is now called big data or real-world data. For all of us, increased data discoverability has a clear positive impact. One is what has been mentioned already, how we can do more efficient and higher quality studies, but also the availability of metadata on data sources and studies will also increase the transparency, the discoverability, and reproducibility of all the studies we conduct. So for us, the positive impact is absolutely clear. And furthermore, developments in this area will result in the rebuilding of tools that we have, and not only us, but also others, many others currently use, namely the NCEP Resource Catalog and the NCEP Study Registry, which, as you know, serves also as the EU PASS register. The challenge historically has been always to create data source and study metadata catalogs that are sustainable and adhere to FAIR principles. 18 research centers from NCEP and collaborators are part of the consortium implementing the one-year funded metadata pilot that Dr. Agricola presented before and some others have referred to. And the key word of the project has been collaboration. In collaboration with the agency team, with experts from many European and international RWE research networks, and the input of stakeholders during a public workshop earlier this year in April, we defined the mentioned list of metadata to describe data sources and studies, piloted the process of metadata collection in 15 data sources in Europe, developed a FAIR proof of concept catalog, and we're currently advancing a guidance describing challenges and recommendations to move to the next level, a production level metadata catalogs in the future. And again, we all feel after this experience that collaboration will also be the key word for the future. And because this collaboration across research networks and stakeholders within Europe and across the world needs to continue to take this work to the next level of developing and maintaining sustainable and fair data source and study metadata catalogs. Thank you very much.
Susanna, thanks very much indeed. Something that struck me from what you presented was firstly the foundational work of the European Network of Centres for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, and I think that needs to be recognised. We already have a resources database in pharmacoepidemiology which, if we use newspeak, would be real-world evidence. And we already have what started as the NCEP database of observational studies, now called the EU PASS register. And my understanding is that the plans for catalogues of real-world data and for observational studies for the future will build on that foundation. So thanks very much for that. The other thing that struck me was the word sustainability. If we have catalogues, they're not very useful if they're not up to date. So we need to create business processes that are sustainable over time, so that when we go to the catalogues and the metadata on a particular data source, it's still relevant and up to date. So thank you for those reflections. Let's now move to academia. Dennis Lacombe, European Organisation for Research and Treatment of Cancer. Interested to hear your perspective. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Peter, for the introduction, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this important event. So in terms of impact and benefit, I must admit that as a researcher, any effort to structure the data, and especially metadata, will certainly improve accessibility and discoverability of the data. So this initiative, of course, is more than welcome. What I think, though, is important would be to ensure that we communicate well where we can actually bring this impact and benefit. And for this, I would like to build on the important paper that the EMA has published a few weeks ago. And Peter, you are the first author. I would like to quote one sentence when speaking about real-world data. You say their place in safety monitoring and disease epidemiology are well established, while their evidentiary value for additional use cases, notably for demonstrating efficacy, requires further evaluation. And I think that's a very important sentence, because this also demonstrates that if we want to use real-world data, big data, to demonstrate causality between a medical intervention and a certain endpoint, we need to do still a lot of research. So I think it would be important to define really what we can bring today in terms of benefit to the community, what we intend to bring tomorrow and after tomorrow, and what are the gaps actually to do all that. And for instance, impact and benefit for diagnostic, for treatment or monitoring can be extremely different. And I will come back to that in a few seconds when we speak about the area of collaboration. In terms of challenges and gap, I think, of course, with the metadata, we are structuring a lot the frameworks in which data sets, but at the end of the day, of course, the devil is in the details, and we need to get to the data and often to the source of data. And what is important, I believe the big challenge is, of course, that data are living animals, and it will be very important to ensure data maintenance, especially with what is related to their quality and also to their functionality for all types of research. And in that respect, and I have seen a few comments in the chat, at the end of the day, we should be able to get back to the individual data. And I've seen, of course, these comments about standardization and coding standards will be, of course, extremely important in complement to, of course, metadata. Otherwise, here we would have a gap. And in terms of area of collaboration, today, I don't think we have, of course, all the methodologies to exploit big data. So we need to do, if I can say so, research on research methodologies. I think that will be really important, especially, again, if we want to try to use real-world data for potential causality and making a treatment decision. This brings many challenges, again, more than for diagnostic or monitoring. And I think what will be paramount when we will have this a little bit clarified is actually how we use alongside the continuum of development from drug development into access, how and where we can use optimally the real-world data sources and the related methodology for the relevant questions. Thank you.
So Dennis, thank you very much. I have to say you've touched on a point which I think is central and is not particularly prominent in the slide decks that we're going to show during the different workshops, and that's evidentiary value. We believe very strongly that more research, primary research, is required to look at evidentiary value, so the place in decision making of real-world evidence compared to other data sources and other methodologies. And the evidentiary value is use case specific, so it will be different on disease epidemiology. It'll be different on drug utilization compared to primary demonstration of efficacy, as you highlighted. So thank you for highlighting that point, because I would probably put a star by that, dear rapporteur, as something that we need to think carefully about in the Big Data Steering Group next year. So thank you very much indeed. Let's go to our last intervention before the discussion, and that's Sigrid Baer from FPO, representing pharmaceutical industry. Sigrid, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to share industry's perspective on behalf of FPO. Starting with the benefits, a detailed, well-designed catalog of real-world data sources that also includes the less known sources and that allows for the comparability of database characteristics will improve the identification and selection of the most appropriate data sources and thus enable a more efficient study planning. The metadata catalog will also allow for a better dialogue with data providers, and through its connection with studies, it will help to integrate learnings from previous studies with the same source, improving the overall research quality. It is important that the catalog is embedded in a broader international context. That means that it is interoperable with other catalogs to facilitate its use beyond the European scope. A challenge is certainly to establish a sustainable process, and we've heard that before, for maintaining high quality metadata for a broad range of data sources, which will involve creating a mutual understanding of definitions for data entry, as well as finding the right balance between necessary depth of information and overwhelming amount of data. It remains unclear if the catalog will also be able to support the assessment of fitness for purpose, for example, by providing references to validation efforts, demonstrating the quality of a particular domain. There is also uncertainty about the acceptance of data sources that are not included in the catalog or with divergent interpretations of the value of the source. We welcome the opportunity for engaging in discussions to understand the scope of data sources as well as which criteria should be included in the catalog. And we want to collaborate with the different stakeholders, including regulators, researchers, patients, and data providers, to develop good practice. And we are committed to contribute with our skills and with our expertise to enable data discoverability. Thank you.
Sigrid, thanks very much. Very clear. I was struck by two things you said: learnings, using the catalogue to help us learn from each other, but also embedding our work in the international context. There's a very nice link actually to the comment in the chat from Robert Stegwell, who is representing the European Standards Organization, SEN, who talks about their work on FAIR principles. And clearly a standard by definition is international and hopefully therefore leverageable beyond the borders of Europe. So thank you very much. I think it was a really interesting set of perspectives. We have got, I believe, 7 or 8 minutes for questions. I was struck by a question in the chat from Josie Drabwell. Are we comparing apples and pears? I think that's a really interesting question. I wonder if Susanna, because you are, as well as being the co-chair of NCEP, you're also working in the consortium that is developing a proposal on metadata for real-world data. How can we ensure that metadata is applicable across different types of data? In other words, apples and pears. Susanna?
Thank you very much, Peter. Indeed, that has been a concern to make sure that the definitions of metadata are as clear as possible. And I think it's important to keep in mind some concepts that have been mentioned by some of the other panelists. I was particularly struck in this area. Iona Agash mentioned discoverability by design, and Denise Lacombe talked about the origin of the data. And I think this is essential to make sure to characterize what the data are. And that is why a key concept in the project is to start with a prompt. That is what originates a data that will end up, a metadata that will end up being in a data bank, in a data source. And I think the appropriate characterization of that prompt will be a critical factor to in that direction. Just wanted to remind everybody that there's a lot of information about the project in the public domain, both in the workshop page of the April 12th workshop at EMA and in the EU PASS register.
Thanks, Susanna, and thank you for the references to the public information, because it's foundational to our work on metadata and will underpin building a sustainable catalogue, which is the one of the key deliverables from this piece of work on fairification of real-world data. I'm not seeing any hands up, and I'm not seeing any new comments in the chat. Maybe just as if you're feeling brave, Robert Stegway, do you want to just give us a very brief summary of what SEN is doing on fairification, if you're willing to take the microphone? That's always a brave question as a chair on a webinar, because of course somebody might put a chat and then go off and make a cup of coffee. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, there you are. I can hear you now, sir. Sorry to spring it on you without warning.
No problem.
Go on, tell us what you're up to, briefly, please, sir.
Yes, we've been engaged with the Fair for Health project to study the characteristics of fair data in the space of healthcare, and the project has now come to SEN with a proposal to provide a way of certification of data sources that they are indeed fair. So findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And we would very much welcome the input from the real-world evidence collaboration to see if we can extend the scope not just to research, but also to other uses of real-world evidence.
So, Robert, I'm going to make a rash commitment, and I'm going to say yes, we can, and yes, we will. When we get to the international stream later, we're going to talk about the data standardization strategy and have a discussion about that. But given that you're doing a key piece of work on a standard which is directly relevant to the discoverability work, I would say that the Big Data Steering Group will find a way of providing some input if you have a key event or a consultation. So you can trust us. Listen, colleagues, let's finish a couple of minutes early, because if you always go absolutely to time, there's only one way you can go, and that's to be late. So let's move immediately on. I hand back over to Jesper. I think we're doing skills, Jesper.
I think we are. So let's have a look at that. We'll bring up the slide for that. Brilliant. And to present that, just need to find my own slides here. Trying to type and multitask really isn't my strong side. But Jörg Senseling from BfArM in Germany will introduce us to the topic. Over to you, Jörg.
Yeah, thanks, Jesper. It's my pleasure to present the Big Data Steering Group recommendation on development of network skills in big data, which includes development of a training curriculum and strategy based on a skills analysis across the network, and aims at collaboration with external experts, including, of course, academia, and has also the objective to target recruitment of specialists like data scientists, omics specialists, biostatisticians, epidemiologists, and also experts in analytics and artificial intelligence. On the achievement side, we have 3 curricula adopted and a training signpost. And already in 2020, we had adopted the real-world data curriculum, the biostatistics curriculum. We had a training signpost developed that is a collection of already available tools that is not tailored to the specific needs of the network. We had in 2021 results of a survey within the network, and the purpose of this was to get feedback on the priority, identify the skill gaps, and validate the scope of the curricula proposed. And finally, in 2021, we had also the data science curriculum adopted. For the benefits, we hope to increase the level of expertise on pharmacoepidemiological methods and biostatistics, and this also pertains to data science, of course. We aim for an increased contributions from the regulators to the definition of the research questions, to study protocols and interpretation of the study results. And we hope for giving informed advice on strengths and weaknesses of certain types of data sources. Looking into the future, next activities will be launching procurement for external training providers for the 3 adopted big data training curricula. We aim in 2022 for additional consultation of the Big Data Steering Group for additional training needs to be identified, and we have, for instance, pharmacogenomics in mind. In 2022 and 2023, we aim for rolling out of the trainings. This will involve pharmacoepidemiology, biostats, and data science. And the trainings will be available in the system once developed. And finally, we aim for establishing a EU network digital academy that integrates all the trainings. How you can engage with the ongoing activities. Of course, it's of value to follow the EMA announcement, as parts of the trainings will be available once finished. please consider the EMA call for training providers. And of course, for participants, provide feedback following attendance of courses. And also feedback for additional training needs is appreciated. And from the Big Data Steering Group perspective, I support all these activities. And back to you, Jesper.
Well, thank you so much, Jörg. I always consider the skills being the true foundation of anything or what we do. Right? It really isn't anything without the appropriate knowledge, with the appropriate people and possessing that. So really interesting in hearing from our panel on the skills track. And I think we'll start out with David Harry, a patient organization representative from the AIDS Treatment Group and European Patients Academy on Therapeutic Innovation. David, over to you, please.
Thank you, Jesper. As we have seen, there's a lot on the plate of the skills priority recommendations. I would like to add a few things more to think about. The first one is a question: is big data fishing always the best solution? Proactive data collection from patients or volunteers might be equally or often more effective. So the network skills should need to provide us with an understanding of the limitations of big data use. Understanding statistics by a wider stakeholders group should be a topic under the skills recommendations. And big data network skills should include trust building as a goal. And I think the COVID crisis could teach us some lessons here. Finally, skills ranked very low on the survey and quality ranked high. We should emphasize that both are really connected. If you want quality, you need skills. And finally, a comment about the quality and e-health records that seem to be one of the sources and important pillars. The biggest concern in HIV cohort studies, where I'm quite familiar with, is actually the quality of hospital data, and we should bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Really good points here for us to consider. Basically, just the general question that you need to be educated well enough to know what kind of questions would you like to ask big data and what should be the quality process around it. So it's rather fundamental, but great that you reminded about us about that. Daniel Prieto Alhambra, representing academia here from University of Oxford, and also Eden as a participant in that. Daniel, over to you, please.
Thank you, Jesper. So I guess the first thing I'll say is about impacts and benefits. I think what would be really beneficial is that curricula and skills are trained or prepared, focusing on the tasks needed for the kind of studies that we want to do, and not so much on people's background, whether they've done a bachelor's in mathematics or in epidemiology or in medicine. I think that is something quite unique to this field, and what we need is to train people on, study design, data discovery, data curation, data analysis, and interpretation, rather than train them on statistics or mathematics or epidemiology. I think a unique challenge that could be tackled is also training people, of course, on the speciality of the task they will be delivering, but also some people who can understand all the different data sources available in Europe and how we are going to do this together in the whole of Europe, right? Because there is a lot of expertise in each individual country on the local data, but it's going to be quite interesting to see how people learn the strengths and the limitations of claims and registries and data from the north and the south and the east and the west of Europe. In terms of key challenges or gaps, I think one key challenge is training experts in health data sciences that although being specialized in a task, as I said earlier, also know what the different pieces in the puzzle do. And I think it's we need to train specialists, but also GPs, right? We need people who know what type of analysis is needed and most efficient for a specific research question, rather than using always machine learning all the time or using always pharmacogenomics. And I think, of course, we need that, and it's quite challenging to train that kind of people. Another challenge that actually came up to me listening to the conversation today is methods for effectiveness. I think we are all very versed in safety, but there's a lot of interest I heard today on prompts, and prompts are in principle mostly interesting for comparative effectiveness or effectiveness research rather than safety. And I think the methodological considerations around that are quite tricky, and we need to think of how we're going to train that, because there's less experience in that than in safety, I think, in our field. Finally, areas for collaboration with academia, specifically, I think methods research to understand the pros and cons of different approaches to analysis, and especially when we are doing this kind of multinational studies, how to preserve what we called last week the wanted heterogeneity of results around Europe when such heterogeneity exists, but how to disentangle that from the unwanted heterogeneity that comes from bias, lack of power, and so on. And then finally, I think as an academic, I should say that we need to have some sort of understanding of how we can seduce engineers, informaticians, mathematicians, programmers very early on in their career, probably even when they're doing a bachelor's and they're already being called by Google and Amazon to work for them. I think we need to have a plan for how we make them realize that pursuing a career in health data sciences is going to have a massive impact, and how it also has a cool factor, and how the research will be very important to the community. I think that is an area where we should try and collaborate, all the important stakeholders in Europe with academia. Thank you.
That's a very good point at the end here, that we need to be a little bit mindful about that. The new talent that comes out, you need to make this field attractive to them as well, right? I think there's a really strong narrative. Sometimes salary may vary depending on where you are, but the narrative, I think, is rather strong. So hopefully that's something that can expand our skill base, right? With more talents coming in, processing the skills that maybe some of us have a little harder to acquire later on. Thank you, Daniel. Next, representing healthcare professionals and representing the European Union of General Practitioners and WONCA Europe, the World Organization of Family Doctors and European Forum for Primary Care, Patrick Ovrath, over to you, please.
Hi, everybody. On behalf of UMO, WONCA Europe, and FPC, thanks to have invited me in this program. The European care data collected for Darwin come from hospitals, surveys, various organizations, insurance funds, drug industry, register, electronic device, and some more. These data are of undeniable utility, including the resulting real-world evidence, which can be used by everyone. For example, support estimate of medicine possibility shortage. But I would like to present the specificity of the data collected by the GP, family doctor, as well as the need for this. The collection of data by general practitioner is not part of their culture. It will therefore be necessary to consider an initial and continuous training program in this direction. Medical records management software used by GP are very numerous and different in concept. The data cost will be of great value if collectively exploitable. But for this, it will therefore be necessary to harmonize the structuring of the various medical record management software. It will be necessary to choose a coherent and similar coding of acts, and why not ICP-C2 proposed by WONCA. It will be necessary to have automated transcoding tables to adapt transparently to various other coding. It will be necessary to secure this data as well as a transmission to join the real-world data for their collection in Darwin. If I take one example about what we can do with this data, and my example will be antimicrobial resistance. What can the data currently collected give us? Over of certain antibiotics varying from one European country to another, but only the detailed analysis of the reality of doctor's prescription towards a patient, taking in account the confirmed diagnostic on our or suspected diagnostic, the antibiotic use, its dose, its duration. Only this detailed analysis will make it possible to understand this risk of antimicrobial resistance and then to act as a consequence with recommendation, initial and continuous training. In my sample of data, you can see that we have quantitative data and also qualitative data. And quantitative data can be very, very useful because it is one to see, another is to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Definitely something where we'll come back to that in discussions in a bit. There's some new skills here also for what you speak about supporting the way we work, right? That I hear here, that reusability, automation, all that really supports us in our work. Something far outside of what we may necessarily be seeing today in our work. To bring that into the regulatory frame here again. So next in the representing regulatory network, Bruno Delafont from France, on the National Agency for Safety of Medicines and Health Products. Over to you, Bruno.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I am a statistician at the French agency ANSM. So personally, I can share some thoughts from an assessor perspective about the potential benefits and challenges of this objective of skills development. So first, what I can say is that I definitely see the value of the current and future achievements that Jörg shared with us on that slide. So hopefully, the first expected impact should be a general increase in knowledge within the assessors teams. This should become useful to many assessors, I think, particularly when they are faced with complex trial designs and also more specifically for topics such as the use of real-world evidence and maybe of unusual data sources in general. Also, if we share some common trainings, in addition to the guidelines that we already share, I believe this should also improve the consistency of our assessments across the different agencies in network. Whether this is for centralized marketing authorizations or for scientific advice. I think another benefit, as I previously understood it as well, is that the training curricula that are being developed, they have several audiences. So I think they are, of course, for data experts in general, such as statisticians, data scientists, epidemiologists, but also for other assessors that we interact with on a daily basis, such as clinicians. So I think this should not only improve our skills, but also the quality of our interactions between the different functions within an assessment team. And because if the basic, but also the more advanced concepts around data are better understood by everyone, I think this should make our collaborations much easier and more efficient. Another aspect of these trainings, I think, is the expected overlap that we see between the three curricula. So I think this is an opportunity to highlight the similarity of the different expertise, whether in biostatistics, data science, and real-world evidence, and how we can work more closely together in the future. So in terms of challenges, again, I guess one of the challenges maybe for the EU regulatory network, maybe sometimes to reach a common view on some of the topics. And because there are overlaps between curricula, I guess that also means that different functions need to agree to the same principles as well. but I do not really have any concerns myself. I'm sure that this should work well through increased collaborations across function as well as within function in the network. And I'd say that all of this looks like a good step forward overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno, and also thank you for the positive note of this actually looks promising going ahead. I think it's important from the conversation we have here too, and also from what Jörg started out presenting, that obviously we are well aware about the need of upskilling, qualifying the competences with these new tools. And I think we hear a lot of good inputs here today of not to isolate ourselves, but really reach out and also consider how we can learn from others and collaborate with others to do this, but also internally within the network. Right, getting to understand the overlaps between data science, biostatistics, epidemiology, and how they actually work together. It's probably quite fruitful for many of these to start to discuss different methods. At least in the data analytics center we have at the Danish Medicine Agency, we've definitely seen that between biostatisticians, the data science people, and epidemiologists, that they do inspire each other. They may not necessarily agree to the process nor the methodology, but they really get inspired, and I think they can actually move the field. But that's very, very focused in the corner of those kind of technical skills, I would argue. It's getting it into the processes we have. It's the reconsidering the way we work. It's to make data really truly embedded into the way we work in our committees that I think is going to be really interesting for us to advance on. I think there were a few questions here in the chat I would like to bring forward. Maybe some of you would like to have a go at this. It could be you, Bruno, it could be you, Jörg, as well. It was actually to the first slide. Can you elaborate on how your position data scientists regarding other specialists, which are listed on the top of the summary slide? I think, why did we put those on top? Anyone care to answer for that? Give a go at it. There's no wrong answer here. I think someone had to be first.
I think it's Danny here, sorry. So I think the terminology is getting a little bit confusing in the field altogether, right? For me, and probably for the people who prepared the slide, data scientist is a kind of umbrella term that covers anyone who works with data. I have, however, some colleagues in my own team even who perceive that as a very specific term, meaning that those are the people who curate data or map data or ETL data or something like that. So I think, depending on where we land with that definition, maybe that shouldn't be at the top, I guess.
No, but I think to me it's putting it on the top because it's so most clearly the thing that is new, right? Really embodies all of these elements that we may have taken for given or we've not really been utilizing, accumulating, using, preparing data ourselves. As we start to do that, obviously the gap becomes really, really visual. So that's why you call out, at least the way we work about it, data scientists as being what glues it all together. Yet I fully agree the term is has many different meanings and cover many different functions. So Marieke raised a question here about training activities, whether that's only available to people within the regulatory network or also outside the network. And I don't think we've given that any thought. I think there have been invitations the other way from other networks, so to speak, that reach out to do regulatory training. So kind of taking the information from us in a regulatory setting into the industry and into other settings. But whether this is an opportunity, I think we'll put it in there, something to consider. I don't think we necessarily can give a clear-cut answer to that as we're still preparing the curricula for some of these cases and who to deliver that. But very good point, Marieke. Thank you. And I think Robert also flags that without skills, no quality. That is absolutely true. I can only agree to that. Frauke raises a comment and a question here. In view of the resource training, etc., intensive requirements when collecting fair and standardized data, a lot of real world may be excluded from curated data sources. How could this be avoided? Or if unavoidable, how could this be detected and described and qualified? Anyone who would like to give a go at that from the panel? Absolutely silence, apparently. So let's agree maybe we have a knowledge gap here to really answer the question, and we need to come back to that. But I think it really goes by, we had it earlier about quality by design. And also as those skills are there, right? You probably start to avoid situations like that. At least I would be hopeful that will be what we're looking at. Yaviam asked, do you think of the lack of training in measuring effectiveness leads to a low risk approach when it comes to deciding on regulate or even authorize new treatments, devices for patients? That's a very good question. I think we still have a solid process today, but I wouldn't expect this really to be the case to deciding to regulate or even authorize new treatments. I think it's all about solid evidence that needs to be there. Kelly, can there be a rotational program to acquire efficacy, effectiveness, and safety skills, biostatistics, health economics, epidemiology, as well as a broader data science skills? Furthermore, due to the challenge of big data access, cross-sector collaborations may be critical. And I actually agree to that, Kelly. But it's also that the use of that data may be very different. And I think it comes back to the fact how we're going to use it for decision making. I think we should be transparent about that. And I think we should obviously look at whether training programs in general are equally available both to regulators and to the industry. I'm familiar with a number of university programs that cater for both parties. So I actually think there are existing programs that will teach you this holistically. And I think we'll start to see many more of those come about. I think there's a longer one here from Mireli. Would you dare to take the microphone and just talk us through that? Please go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to know if there is anything you could share regarding the new skilled staffing. We have discussed it in the discussion, but on the regulator's side.
So the new staffing on the regulator side.
Yes.
I think I should give an example at the Danish Medicine Agency. We are the way we are staffing with no skills around this is we have created these in a center where we place some of the same skills together so they can actually have some interactions around their own skill area. Then they operate as a matrix function into the rest of the medicines agency. That allows us to create a critical mass of expertise that also keeps expanding their knowledge and can reach out to gain even more knowledge within their field, and then start to collaborate with the house, as I normally call it, on the regulatory matters. What we often see with some of these skills is that, yes, they can do data science, they can do fantastic things with data, but if you don't really understand the regulatory process and evidence generation, may not necessarily be there in the way you go about with data science. It's just finding something that looks nice, honestly, in some cases. But really taking that in and collaborate with existing expertise, whether that's in a PRAC committee, a CHMP committee, or it's in our safety surveillance or medicine, medical devices, all of that really then gives that complexity of those skills and how they work together. At least that's how we've gone about it. It's part of the discussions we are having in the cluster of excellence. How would you structure your approach to enabling those skills and make them work best in your organization? I think there are probably also a number of pharmaceutical companies who've had to learn about that, getting into the clinical development processes and make data science work there too. So maybe something we should discuss and elaborate on later. That really allows us to share experience about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, most welcome. Sorry if I missed any questions in here. I think it's just getting to the end of this and not to step into Peter's time. I should be equally kind to him to allow him sufficient time. We'll get back to some of the questions later, hopefully. I think we in general covered most of what we also highlight here in terms of impact, challenges, and priorities. Obviously, as you can see here, a lot of this is really focused towards the regulator's ability to build the right knowledge, to build the right curriculum. I think I had some really important pieces here from you to open up, to look across, to learn from each other. And it's also called out here collaboration with academia on challenges and gaps. And really to take that step forward and be transparent around it. And as it was called out, you will see the consultation, the open tender process for the curriculum training initiatives to be carried out. I think that was the words from our discussions around skills, Peter. So I think it's probably back to you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for
Yes,
participating.
and thanks to the panel. So now we're going to move on to regulatory processes for data. And I'm very pleased to introduce Marjon Pasmoy from the Medicines Evaluation Board in the Netherlands, member of the Big Data Steering Group, who's going to give us a quick overview of what we've done, what we're planning in the area of regulatory processes. Over to you, Marjon.
Thank you, Peter. So it's my pleasure to introduce recommendation number 5 to you regarding regulatory processes for data. And it is critical for these regulatory processes for data to learn from application that has been previously done to the network. So if you go to achievements, there was a review done on real-world evidence in marketing authorization applications and extensions of indications. And that was also very recently published in Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics, and it's providing very interesting data. Currently, other investigation is going on that data to look also at the qualitative aspects of the real-world evidence that was submitted, and to characterize then the contribution to the benefit-risk evaluation. Last week, a learning initiative workshop was held to systematically learn from applications to the network, and there have been a pilot with the PRAC, and the processes has been amended to routinely support PRAC-based decisions, and there will be pilot started with the different committees of the COMP, PDCO, the CAT, and the Scientific Advice Working Party. And this is all with the benefits to better understand the use and characteristics of real-world evidence in applications submitted to the EMA by medicines developers, and therefore support also those individual product submission and guidelines by learnings from the current experiences. With the goal to have processes in place for the delivery of real-world evidence, and to establish and optimize them, and so that also is a better understanding of the type of data source that can be used, and thereby accelerating the availability of treatments for patients, and a better understanding of the role of real-world evidence across the full spectrum of regulatory use cases. So if you go to the future highlights, I mentioned already briefly the investigation on the qualitative aspects of the real-world evidence and their contribution to the benefit-risk. There is an extension of the use cases and also the definition of processes and the pilots for delivery of real-world evidence with the CHMP, the national competent authorities, the HTAs and payers. A big data steering group discussion is planned on pharmacogenomic use cases with the aim that by 2025, real-world evidence is enabled and also the value is established in the regulatory decision-making. So how can you engage with those ongoing activities? The results of the contribution of real-world evidence to the benefit-risk decision-making were presented to the EMA committees and the working parties, and a publication will follow. And the results of the proof of concepts, pilots, and lessons learned will be presented to internal and external stakeholders, and process aspects will be discussed, for instance, transparency for research questions and results from regulators. And with that, I would like to thank you and hand it back to Peter, and looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thanks, Marjon. And yeah, and can you hang around for the panel discussion and the questions and answers, because it's useful to have a regulator on that panel for questions about process. So now let's go to the panel. We start with Virginie Yver from Rare Diseases Europe, representing patients. Please, Virginie.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello, good morning.
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Marjon. So yes, I work at Rare Diseases Europe, and I thank you very much for the invitation to share a few thoughts with you. I'm involved as a representative with two of the EMA committee, the PRAC on pharmacovigilance and risk assessment, and the COMP, the Committee for Medicinal Products. And I saw that I have also two colleagues from the PRAC with me on this panel. So I was thinking to really myself focus on the pre-marketing setting, and more specifically on what concerns the development of medicine for rare disease for this contribution. So on the point on impact and benefits, the first thing that I would like to say is that from the point of view of patients, and especially of the rare disease patients, we very much welcome this initiative from the EMA on real-world evidence. And as was already said by my two colleagues, Elisabeth and Julian, real-world evidence is essential for the rare disease field. Indeed, we are facing more than other, I think, difficulties that are linked to the lack or the delay to diagnosis. And we also are facing difficulty when conducting clinical trials in small populations. So even today, one of the main challenges faced by the rare disease community is scarcity of data, actually. So the first and foremost interest of gathering real-world evidence is really to learn about the natural course of the diseases, especially as we are often in situations where there is no standard of care, no treatment available for the patients, and therefore no comparators. So having real-world evidence is really crucial for the benefit-risk assessment of medicine for rare diseases. And I took a quote from a paper that was recently published by EMA colleagues that said that in the field of orphan medicinal products, in a review of 125 dossiers, it was found that 12% of this application did not include evidence from clinical trials, but were based on other type, meaning real-world evidence data. So to continue with gaps and challenges, and maybe opportunities, actually, I think that there are two points which will benefit, in my opinion, from this initiative on real-world evidence, and 2 points which are really linked to the requirements of the OMP regulations. So the first one will concern the figures of prevalence. And this is one of the main criteria in the OMP regulations. And I think that we will need prevalence data for each rare disease to better support the work of the COMP, but also that this will help overall to better identify where the patients are, which is very important. And the second point will be related to another major criteria of the OMP regulation, which is the significant benefit over existing treatment. And especially in the case where the claim for significant benefit is on major contribution to patient care. So this relates a bit to the discussion that was already brought on the table with the PROMs this morning. And I think that overall we will need better data to substantiate this type of significant benefit on major contribution to patient care. We need more information on products used by the rare disease patients. We need more data on quality of life, and so on. And also to come back on the value of data across the chain of the development. All this data, whether it is prevalence, whether it is data on quality of life and overall on major contribution to patient care, those data will be not only useful for the regulatory decision making, but also for HTA and reimbursement decision later on. So just to finish on the area for collaborations, in the rare disease field, we have this European reference network that are in place, 24 ERNs that are clinical networks for every, let's say, rare disease field. So this is the place where rare disease patients are seen by the clinician. So that's where the clinical observations are made. That's where hopefully the data on patients are registered. So one thing that I would like to say is that those data must be collected in a way that is compliant with regulatory requirements. But here there is really a need of collaboration, of increased collaboration between the EMA and the ERN to make that possible. And last but not least, it was also mentioned several times this morning, patient organization and the patient community as a whole is a rather untapped untaped resources, which will probably also need support from EMA to be able to gather data in a more structured way. And this will present an enormous opportunity for collaboration. So we have already a few good examples in the community, but we need to leverage more these resources of the patient community. And I thank you very much.
Virginie, thank you very much. Very clear. And thank you for focusing on the pre-authorization, the medicines development part, because as you point out, some of our other panelists will focus particularly on the post-authorization and the safety part. ERNs, European Reference Networks for Rare Diseases, I totally agree with you that that's an under leveraged or collaboration opportunity. And maybe we can put a big star by that as something that we might think about in our work program or the next update of our work program, 2022, 2023, 2024. How can we leverage those networks in the area of data? Your point also about engaging and supporting patients in a structured way is something I think we can think about, and maybe we can set up a call for yourself with Marilina and others to maybe the patient representatives that have contributed to our workshop today, to have a think about a more structured dialogue with the patients. Maybe that would be an interesting next step. So with that, maybe we then move on to our next presenter, representing medicines regulator, Zelja Margan Koletic, works for the Croatian Medicines Agency, but is also a member of the PRAC. So over to you, please, for a regulatory perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So I had the opportunity to participate in the so-called pilot rapid data analytics project, where together with our assessors in the pharmacovigilance department, we took the opportunity of the EMA ability to conduct in-house studies on the electronic health record databases. So we used this analysis throughout the PSUR assessment and in the referral procedure, where we try to focus on specific questions such as in which indications drugs were used, in which population, age and gender-wise, but also we tried in a way to compare why a certain safety issue was seen in one member state while not in the other, given that this rapid data analysis could be performed in 3 member states, France, Germany, and UK. So we try to see whether through the data available in the electronic health record, we could really see what is causing the difference. Although I must say that given the data set that was quite limited, it was not really, we weren't really able to perform this task. Definitely the biggest challenge is to identify the question that could be analyzed, taking into account the characteristics of the database and the time needed for the analysis versus the time we have for the assessment. Ideally, the issue should be identified at the beginning of the assessment, but to do that, the assessor needs to be aware that there is a possibility to conduct such an analysis, and also together with the information about the databases, which information they contain and what can be analyzed. There is definitely a need to expand the data set to include, especially in hospital data, and also to include databases from different member states across Europe, because we are all aware that clinical practices vary among member states. They have different even health systems, but even the population, characteristic of the population differs, let's say, from north to south of Europe. To conclude, let's say on a positive note, we definitely saw a positive impact of this analysis, since in a way assessor had an extra time to focus on other safety issues while awaiting results from the analysis that EMA conducted. And the results of the analysis definitely guided our assessment in a way that some of the questions that we wanted to pose to the MHs, in the end, we didn't ask them because we got our answer. Also, on the other hand, the doubts that we had from the assessment part, given that we saw maybe some indication that something is going on from literature or non-clinical studies, we then, through the results of this type of analysis, our doubts were resolved, and we were quite sure that at least at that point in time, there is no need for further actions from, let's say, regulatory side. Since I'm coming, as you said, from Croatian agency, I would really advocate to include more databases, especially from the Southern and Eastern Europe, so that we can really, let's say, be confident and say that we are really giving an EU-wide applicable recommendation. Thank you.
Zeljana, really interesting observations. And I was writing down, you were talking about define the question, feasibility, timeliness, awareness of the data sources, and then your key point about a wider geographical distribution and hospital data to complement GP data. You're basically writing the business case for Darwin EU, I would say. So thank you for that. And the other thing I noted, and I hope the industry is listening, by regulators analyzing data, it means that in certain situations we may not need to put a question to the company or impose a study on the company. Listen carefully, industry. Our next presenter, Raymond Anderson, representing healthcare professionals. He's a practicing community pharmacist, a member of the Healthcare Professionals Working Party at the EMA, also a long-standing member of the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee, the PRAC. Raymond, over to you, please.
Thanks very much, Peter, and thanks for the opportunity of being able to bring a community pharmacy perspective and also a healthcare perspective from the PRAC to the discussion. Some of my points will be probably more general, but I do feel that they fit very much into some of the discussion which has gone previously. Looking at the benefits, certainly in terms of pharmacovigilance, you know, the whole real-world data and the real-world evidence does bring an extra dimension to the discussions and also to the regulatory decision-making process, as it brings extra data to the discussions, providing it's high-quality data, and we've had some discussions on that earlier on during the morning sessions. If the data is not of high quality, it can bring a difficulty in the sort of interpreting, and therefore we need to have and ensure that we have critical clinical interpretation of it to ensure that it is meeting the standards which we want to achieve. But also certainly the data which has been brought, and one of the certainly my experience in the PRAC is in the areas where it has been very helpful is where there's been very limited research and very limited post-safety studies, and you can get split decisions and split opinions as to how to interpret. So I really believe that in terms of a benefit, the real-world data and real-world evidence can bring something to that discussion as we try to extrapolate some of those smaller studies to general populations. But I think the gaps, for me, the gaps are equally important, and that is where we're actually generating the data. And we do hear that a lot of it comes from electronic care records and also from primary care. But from a pharmacy perspective, you know, we don't really look at adherence, non-adherence, what prescriptions which are prescribed and what have been generated and what are dispensed. And therefore, that brings us to the point of, you know, what data are we using? Are we using data which is being generated by just prescribing as a result of diagnosis, or are we actually looking at data which is about adherence or non-adherence, which has been maybe intentional non-adherence or non-intentional non-adherence? So we need to be looking at some of that to see what the data is that we're actually using, and also to ensure that the inputs and outputs we're measuring are exactly what we want. And I think some of these things can be affected by the different health systems we have. Certainly when it comes down to adherence, if you've got state funded health services or insurance funded health services, or in some cases it's private, and that can have an influence on adherence and on the amount and the decision making by a patient to take their medication. And some medicines are very let's say have poor compliance because patients have a misconception on them, and I just throw in statins as a classic one. So if the number of questions that we get about the use of statins and people not taking them. So again, are we using data which is about prescribing of medicines as opposed to the actual usage of it? And I think that brings me to just the collaboration and the real potential for collaboration between the network of community pharmacies that there are through the EU and also in the nation states, but also to use some of the information which we collate and use in our own pharmacies regarding medicines reviews, the advice and support which is given, also about medication which has been returned and never used, which can be in some cases quite huge. And that, I think, all adds to the information and knowledge which we can be using in our decision-making processes for pharmacovigilance. Thanks again.
Really interesting, Raymond, and particularly the perspective from a community pharmacist. Your point about adherence, so prescription versus dispensing, I guess the ultimate then is patient-reported outcome, because only actually the patient knows that they've actually taken the medicine. So linking back to one of our earlier discussions. The other thing that I think could be interesting, you focus, I think, on the role of the community pharmacist in terms of prescribed medicines, but of course there will be a key role, and I think the industry is very interested in how can we use real-world evidence for non-prescription medicines, both for generating the body of evidence on safety and use of medicines that would allow a switch from prescription to non-prescription, but also then to look at the experience with the non-prescription use. So really interesting area, and I think I agree with you. I think the community pharmacist, if we need to think carefully about how we can optimize and leverage that key healthcare professional role. Now, moving on, we have two different perspectives from industry. We have the Medicines for Europe perspective, so generic medicines, and then we have the small and medium-sized enterprises represented by EUCOPE, the European Confederation of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs. Let's start with the Medicines for Europe perspective. Kelly Zhu, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity for providing the pharma industry's perspective. In our view, a European Union's ecosystem that enables the development of medicines and value-added medicines should promote and facilitate the use of real-world evidence, both in regulatory and follow-on processes, leading to the approval and marketing of medicines. When harnessing real-world data for evidence generation, it is critical to follow the General Data Protection Regulation. This contributes to providing the clarity in the early stages of the development, but also to ensure that there is appropriate recognition of the added value and benefit that such medicines can deliver to the healthcare systems. So we have some reflections in terms of the regulatory processes, particularly in the context of drug approvals, repositioning, reformulation, combination, for example, drug-drug or drug-device or drug service. And also on the regulatory front, a number of us were very fortunate to attend the metadata catalog, AI for Medicines Regulation and data standardization workshops held by the HMA and EMA early on this year. So there were several relevant issues that were discussed during those workshops. So let's talk about the impact and benefits. Well, the key impact on patients are medicines for treating such patients and access to medicines and care for patients. And the benefits are, for example, approval of medicines and the value-added medicines, label expansions, accelerated regulatory approvals of medicines, standardization of regulatory pathways, and finally, comparative effectiveness. In terms of challenges and gaps, well, there are several challenges. First, the availability of high-quality regulatory grade data. For example, what would the adjudication process to obtain gold standards look like? What about data accessibility and software or tool choices, standardization of algorithms, and the use cases for shared learning? In terms of the gaps, there are several gaps as well. For example, the data catalog across a variety of countries and markets, data generation mechanisms, data quality. For example, what about the data capture systems qualities, reliability and reproducibility of the data sources. And finally, it's very important to think about longitudinality of the data. So what about the time horizon aspect? Now, in terms of collaborations, we think that there could be several priorities. First, what about guidelines and best practices, not only within the EU, but also internationally? the sample use case examples for learning and validation. What about software tools for validating real-world evidence and artificial intelligence algorithms? Well, more specifically, perhaps a checklist of the steps to harness big data or real-world data for regulatory purposes will be very helpful. And finally, variety of templates. For example, when we talked about skill sets, right? So what about templates for study protocols, statistical analysis plans, transparency reporting, ethics committee approvals, and other critical elements? So finally, overall, it is worth noting that once a well-designed regulatory framework is established, there may still be some complexities due to the wide variety of data sources and analytic methods. Therefore, there must be a balance between rigidity and flexibility, as well as updates when new opportunities and challenges arise. Thank you.
Clear requirements, but flexibility of implementation, I take from that. And also, I was interested in your list of potential tools, be they guidelines, templates, checklists, to establish, I'm using your word, a regulatory framework for real-world evidence. So thanks very much for that. And let's move on then to the small and medium-sized enterprises view. Brian Bradbury, over to you, please, sir.
Thank you, Peter. So on behalf of UCOPA, thank you for the opportunity to offer my comments. The review of the achievements, benefits, and future highlights presented by Marjon indicate important progress is being made, and the potential benefits are multifold, and we just heard many of those. The Flynn publication provides an important first account of the recent applications to the EMA that included real-world evidence, and what we see is clear evidence that the use of real-world evidence is increasing. We note that the paper's recommendation to validate with the EMA via scientific advice the adequacy of real-world evidence sources to support marketing authorization. We believe that such dialogue would go well beyond the adequacy of the real-world evidence source, looking more holistically at fit-for-purpose data, study design, and analysis methods, including discussions of the strengths and limitations and their implications for decision-making. We also see that real-world evidence was used to support mainly in the post-authorization setting, and while we believe this will change, it may be an important consideration for the proof of concepts and real-world evidence pilots to inform Darwin EU. In terms of the challenges, we agree that high-quality, fit-for-purpose real-world evidence can support regulatory decision-making, provided that an adequate system is in place to address the research questions of interest. Importantly, understanding whether the dataset can support the question at hand, i.e., is it fit for purpose? Does it have access to data from the relevant settings of care, inpatient, outpatient, longitudinality? Are the data capturing the medications, as we heard earlier, the relevant clinical outcomes and important confounders, all of which are going to be important for getting unbiased estimates? Is the system going to apply rigorous design and analytic methods, including things such as quantitative bias analysis? Will there be a framework for critically evaluating the limitations of the study and their impact on the validity and reliability of the results drawn? All of this with the goal of trying to create a continuous learning environment, referencing the discussion we just had about skills and the need to build a test and learn environment. In terms of areas for collaboration, we believe that establishing robust processes for the delivery of real-world evidence to support regulatory decision-making will be bolstered through transparency, testing and validation, and multi-stakeholder input, such as today's conversation. The opportunities to discuss with regulators the results of the proof of concepts and pilots that are informing the EU regulatory network process would be welcomed. Ideally, this would include transparency regarding the research questions, the results that were generated, and provide opportunities for replication, discussion of the strengths and limitations, etc. In terms of regarding in future highlights, which includes investigating the qualitative aspects of real-world evidence submitted to the EMA and their contributions to the benefit-risk evaluation, we applaud this critical next step and would urge wherever possible for this to be discussed with multi-stakeholder focus groups. And we recommend that such dialogue would be held more regularly through multi-stakeholder focus groups, including experts from the EMA, industry, and academia, Such settings have already proven very successful on other topics, as presented at the last EMA R&D platform meeting. Thank you very much.
Brian, thanks very much indeed. Can we put very interesting, and what did I take? I took a lot from that, but discuss the learnings from pilots with stakeholders. It's obvious, but if we don't underline it, we might not do it. So I put a big star by discuss learnings from pilots with stakeholders. Also, multi-stakeholder focus groups. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. So maybe not big workshops, but maybe bringing together different representatives of stakeholders to discuss some of the details on what we're learning from doing. Thanks very much, Brian. Let's just bring up the slide, please, of the survey results. Quite rich survey of results of the survey on this topic of network processes. A clear call for guidance, clarity on regulatory processes, work on pilots will be important. We need a direct channel for discussions between industry and regulators, very much building on what Brian just said. In terms of challenges and gaps, we need to make sure that we've got a plan for resourcing. We should share the data used, protocols, statistical analysis plan. We need to communicate in a timely way between regulators as well as the committee's national competent authorities and industry. There's a discussion as to whether a central expert big data group could support the work. Effectiveness research is an opportunity for collaboration. Identify trends in the future, new data technologies. So let's make sure we're future-proof by horizon scanning, I guess. The legal framework it could be strengthened to facilitate the use of real-world evidence. And there's a role for collaboration with other EU agencies beyond medicines regulation. And then finally, in terms of further collaboration points, the regulatory network already has access. Let's leverage the access to the data held by the regulators. Let's have guidelines and best practices. Let's engage with stakeholders on the plans for big data, and let's have pilot programs. That's what I take from the feedback. We've got time for well, no time actually. Let's just take one or two questions. Otherwise, but only if somebody puts their hand up. I'm not going to go through the questions in the chat because of the limited time. So if anybody's got a burning question, put your hand up now, or as they say at weddings, forever hold your peace. I'm not seeing any hands, in which case, gone. Jesper, over to you for our last session before lunch. Thank you.
Yes. So let's get right into it. And this one is around regulatory capability to analyze data. And I'm really glad to hand this over to Anja Schiel from the Norwegian Medicine Agency to give us a walkthrough of the points in the work and the priorities.
Thanks, Jesper. And I know we are the last session between everybody and the lunch. So, but then again, we are the most exciting one. There have been several questions already on the regulatory capability to analyze data. And in several of the other previous sessions, people were asking whether we are ready for the new challenge. And I can assure you we're working on it. The achievements for the moment are that we are drafting a discussion paper on the clusters of excellence, which is an idea of bringing together the learnings from all the already existing national approaches to data analytics. And we all know that Europe is not working at the same pace. So some of our colleagues have a lot of experience and others less experience. And this drafting paper is trying to make the learnings available to everybody. Then, in addition, there have been some pre-pilots for raw data analysis. Again, lessons learned, and they also resulted in the setup of an advisory group on raw data. This group has been particularly established with the prospective idea of running more of these raw data pilot studies, but also then transform this into something that can be regularly used. So in 2022, there is a plan to have a proof of concept clinical trial on raw data. And at the moment, the people are working on the design of this trial and intend to start it in 2022. And then there's a very exciting project which is called the Advanced Analytics Pilot to leverage information in documents submitted to regulators, which is a strange name for what I would call the simple search and you will finally find, because that's what the idea is behind it. And it's a very exciting project. And we at Scientific Advice have been so happy to have already a first introduction of this. And there's work ongoing on a successful first demo, and we are all having very high expectations on that particular part of the project. The benefits, well, obviously, the work on the clusters of excellence will provide some basic good practice to the European regulatory network in terms of understanding data access, legal aspects, capabilities, infrastructure, method development, and artificial intelligence. And again, this is very closely linked to also the new methodology working party that is in progress of being set up to match these kind of learnings and allow discussions between the experts. There's a proof of concept on market access authorizations raw data, also a pilot. And for those that were asking whether or not we kind of try to understand what the value of all this data analysis are, yes, because here the regulatory benefits are really assessed in terms of is there added value when we do additional analysis on raw data? Is this really weighing up against the need for more resources, the expertise that is needed? So this will assist the network to understand and take informed decisions on the place of analysis of raw data for future regulatory submissions, meaning that we will understand at some point what the impact is on the decision framework within we are working and whether or not it makes a difference to actually have this additional information. And then we have this advanced analytics pilot, which will hopefully enable faster identification of key procedures with similar characteristics, which is really very important. Nobody has a full overview over all procedures ongoing at EMA or CHMP, but we need this information, and it will enable easier and more accurate identification of patterns across procedures. And that is really very essential because for us, sometimes consistency is difficult if you are not really aware of each and every procedure that has certain characteristics, not the products or the indication, but characteristics like the use of real-world data, for example. And that will be most definitely a gain for the system. The highlights that are upcoming are the publication of this discussion paper on clusters of excellence, which is going to be very soon, from what I understand. There will be a proof of concept on the raw data pilot kickoff in Q2 of 2022. There will be a scope for raw data for non-clinical, which is planned for Q3 22. A network's review on interim lessons learned from raw data analysis of the market access authorization pilot is upcoming. And the scope business case for raw data for manufacturing and quality, which provides specific aspects of raw data handling, is coming in 2022. We are planning a draft artificial intelligence guidance in late 2022. And there is going to be an advanced analytics pilot, preliminary findings, feedback planned in Q2 of 22, and the final report will come in Q4 22, most likely. How can you engage with the ongoing activities? Well, for sure, look out for the discussion paper on clusters of excellence. It's a paper that will hopefully also trigger further interactions, and the NCAs can potentially share more lessons and recommendations to increase the EU regulatory network capabilities and capacities discussed there. And then we might also need a little bit of a reality check on what those that have not been included think about it. You should also watch out for the workshop on the submission and analysis of raw data in market access authorizations, a very important step in our analysis of the value of these additional analysis, which is coming in late 22. We will have an update on the raw data pilot. which is consistently going to be presented to different stakeholders internally and externally. We are planning the artificial intelligence workshop originally in 2023 early, but then we have realized that maybe we need to bring it a bit forward because this issue is coming up rapidly to at our regulatory world, and we might not yet have that much time. And then obviously there's an update on advanced analytical pilot, which will be presented to the committees and the EMA working parties in early 2022. As said, we had already a peek preview at Scientific Advice. We are super enthusiastic. I guess the other committees will follow in our enthusiasm. And that would be it from my side. So I hand back to Jesper. Thank you.
Thank you, Anja. And let's just take a deep breath because that was actually quite a lot on that slide. Thank you for so nicely laying that out in terms of the ongoing activities. And you can see, which I think goes to what was said earlier, that a lot of this is incremental building, as I think you can take away from some of those activities listed here. So just that was said. I think I'd like to hand over to our panelists to give some perspective to this track on the regulatory capability to analyze. And let's start out with the patient perspective from the European Patients Forum. Michel Calapo, please.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, and thanks for inviting EPF to provide a few quick inputs on this recommendation. So we'll start with a key point. It's of course critically important to study increased capability to do big data analysis and reanalysis in a very robust way, so that regulators can validate analysis put forward by industry, and that's the assumption of those. I think this is a very key point of this recommendation, in particular because we discussed a lot about trust and confidence from the patient's point of view, and therefore studying and increasing regulatory capability can indeed provide additional reassurance to patients that the evidence underpinning the overall medicine approval is indeed robust and the standards are kept at the highest levels possible. The same goes in terms of benefits coming from the application of artificial intelligence in this field. I think it's a lot about future-proofing the process, future-proofing the work of regulators, and therefore building, into what are the potential benefits of applying AI algorithms in this work and doing it in a continuous manner. It's a fairly new, in a way, area, so we very much welcome the activities that will be, they're already planned for 2022 and eventually 2023, end of 2022, in particular the guidelines. In terms of challenges and gaps, in a way, of course, we're dealing with some particularly sensitive issues. Patient level data are particularly sensitive, and the discussion about it, as it was mentioned several times today, needs, of course, patient representative involvement on particular questions such as storage, security, privacy. So it's essential for us clearly to integrate this view as much as possible in the work of the advisory group links to this specific area of work recommendation. Again, we talked about transparency and trust. So the more we increase the transparency, clear explanation of all these solid and robust processes and methods building on the different research and analysis that were mentioned, I think this is very important for patients, healthcare professionals, citizens as a whole, to build more and more reassurance and trust and confidence. And I think one important point in terms of challenges, gaps, is capacity building in a way for patients and of course all the other stakeholders involved. It can be an area that is quite technical, new, with a lot of constant development, and basically innovation is going on at a very rapid pace. So it is important to keep doing this capacity building, knowledge, skill development, because then ultimately we can also support the work of regulators in the best way possible. Closing in terms of collaboration, I think collaboration is actually probably one of the key words of this very recommendation. With the cluster of excellence, we clearly support the exchange of best practices to share indeed what are across Europe and harmonize in a way knowledge. I would also like to reinforce a couple of points that were raised by other patient representatives before, such as further discussion on the results of all this recommendation and researchers on the also in this particular field of regulatory capability. And again, building on what was already stressed this morning in several occasions, build even more a structured way to collaborate with patient and patient organization, both in terms of informing and in terms of collecting sensible inputs in this field. This applies, of course, again, for all the topics touched by this recommendation, and in particular for artificial intelligence. And we really look forward to the collaboration opportunities that will be offered in 2022 and beyond on the guidance and, again, the workshop.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I really appreciate the support here for collaboration, the support to go and use new methods, but obviously have that engagement. So we actually do make sure that we do it trustworthy and correct with the patient perspective. Really, really thankful for your input on this. The healthcare professional for our next input from the Italian National Association of Hospital Cardiologists, Aldo Prieto Magioni. Please, over to you, Aldo.
Thanks, Jasper, for giving me the opportunity to be here. With respect to the benefits and the impact, I think that the availability of common guidelines and protocols of analysis provided by the work of clusters of excellence could be very, very important, specifically for how to use artificial intelligence and the clarification regarding the legal aspect and the needed infrastructure for analyzing the data. With respect to the challenges and gaps, first, I think that a clear challenge is the privacy rule and the GDPR, and second, the heterogeneity of the real world data around Europe. So there are very different variables and definitions that need to be in some way homogenized. And another challenge is regards the patient-reported outcomes. I think that patient-reported outcomes are really important and probably essential for regulatory purposes, but there is still a long way to go in the sense that it is necessary to define them, which kind of instruments to use and validate the instruments. And finally, regarding the challenges, it is important also to know how to give the access to health data to citizens. That is not clear also with respect to the privacy rules. With respect to the areas of collaboration, healthcare professionals can help in the harmonization of variables inside the real world data, and to help in the identification on the instrument for reporting quality of life and other patient-reported outcomes, and also to help in the validation processes of this instrument. Finally, I think that Darwin EU can have an important role in this process of standardization and production of common protocol analysis that can be very useful for the regulatory authorities for analyzing the data. Many thanks.
Thank you, Aldo, and thank you for the support of what the NCA work and the clusters of excellence can actually drive here. We will actually be handing over to someone I know who is driving some new work on the use of artificial intelligence. So, representative of the EU Regulatory Network from Paul-Ehrlich Institute in Germany. So, over to you, Liam Charles.
G'day, quick check. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Fantastic. So, hi, and thanks for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion. I'd just like to say that what I say here is my opinion and not an official stance of the Paul-Ehrlich Institute. So, as Giselebrecht just mentioned, I'm currently involved in the Cluster of Excellence, and I think that it has the potential to be a very useful tool with a large positive impact on the regulatory capability to analyze data. We have noticed that there is a large discrepancy among the different participants in the cluster regarding their ability to analyze data, both in terms of infrastructure and personnel. And one of the desires of the cluster is to level the playing field by sharing resources and expertise. However, I think the biggest challenge will be to keep the collaborations and interactions ongoing. We all have our own duties and our own priorities in the institutes we work in. I mean, the cluster would have to yield concrete benefits for participants if it is to stay alive in any meaningful way. I think the pilot studies will be very helpful to many institutions that are considering whether they can or should analyze raw data or how they could streamline their regulatory decision making. Whether or not we should analyze raw data is an open question here at the Paul-Ehrlich Institute, and the results of the pilot study could tip the scales one way or the other. Now, the biggest issue we would have with the results of a study is how generalizable they are. Each institute must work within different frameworks and with different policies, and the results of the studies may not translate well to different institutes. Perhaps the best way to address this would be to attempt similar studies in other institutes and share the lessons learned to find out what is generalizable and what is specific to each institute. Finally, it is my belief that AI is going to become widely used in all aspects of the medical sector, such as in the manufacture and development of medical products and companion diagnostics, within implementation of medical devices, and in the streamlining of an NCA's internal processes. Guidelines will be useful to raise the level of competence in the assessment and the use of AI across all NCAs, and provide consistent interaction between parties, such as between sponsors and the regulators. However, AI is rapidly developing, and guidelines that are relevant today may become outdated tomorrow. So one possible solution would be for the institutes to continually monitor their encounters with AI and how it is used, and that would perhaps allow the guidelines to be kept up to date. And that's it from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Liam. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we need to find an instrument to make the cluster of excellence sustainable. I'm rather confident that will come about as we start to look at how we make best use of each other, and also for it goes with the skills, it goes with the process, it goes with the way of thinking new ways of working with data, where I think we can definitely benefit. And it's not like a digital transformation like the one we're undertaking here will ever get to a steady state. They'll just not, right? Because there will be new advances, new technologies, new processes. So really just the beginning. Really like to bring our last panelist into the loop here, representing the industry through FPIA. So Ramon Hernandez, please, over to you.
And thank you to allow us to contribute to these discussions today. So I think that from the FPIA pharmaceutical industry point of view, we can summarize in 4 bullet points the contribution to this discussion. So I think the first is that we as an industry, we are heavily investing in analyzing data and advancing in artificial intelligence, machine learning in the development of the healthcare solutions, including those associated with the development of medicines. If we agree that the clinical drug development has remained mainly relatively unchanged for the last 30 years, we really think that the benefits of all these approaches must produce highly effective drugs with clinical outcomes that greatly exceed our current standard of therapies. We therefore fully support the EMA and HMA plan to advance in all these capabilities in reviewing and validating data analysis, including, of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms as part of the work plan. As all of us, we know the pillar 6 for the network capability to analyze big data, and which is also more important and has been mentioned at the beginning of this panel, to release a draft guidance on artificial intelligence in medicine in 2022-23. The industry always is keen to collaborate with EMA on understanding basically the scope of this artificial intelligence machine learning work guidance versus the current in medical devices, and of course its relation for the EU Artificial Intelligence Act. This is very important because based on this content, I think the collaboration and the common understanding on what these capabilities on analyzing data should look like, it's going to be easier. And this is very important as a main challenge because it's good to be very good to know to get better knowledge, for instance, on the content of this guidance, not yet clear, but likely, for instance, to include artificial intelligence on machine learning algorithms using R&D for medicines, which are not necessarily commercialized, and hence they are not subject to any regulation yet. And this is, of course, for us as developers of medicines, a really key topic. So basically, and to summarize, based on a better understanding of the scope of the guidelines in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and in our current industry capabilities to develop such a set, we think that there is a wonderful opportunity to collaborate based on our common understanding and our previous, as has been also mentioned before, all these collaborative and pilot approaches.
Well, thank you, Roman. Thank you so much. And I think what you touch upon here, we had the workshop in the spring, and I think it was highlighted earlier that there will be continued work around AI into next year. So the opportunity to collaborate is definitely coming for us to do that. I think what we're also experiencing here, going back to Anya's overview and what was said around the cluster of excellence, we have a reality in terms of our capability to analyze data that is as wide as no experience to using AI, right? So it's everything in between that we are trying to look at to see exactly how do we go about learning each other about the value in that, and the change management in doing that, in the organizational embedment of that, in the legal aspects around that. I think having the patient voice in here, just making sure that we actually have 100% not only GDPR compliant, but also ethical compliant in the way we go about this. And this is where I really see a true value in the AI Act that came from the European Commission, that you will see we will take into the way we look at the medicines development and what does that mean in that context, because it's somewhat well defined on the medical device side. It's probably also a little bit on the inspection side, where some principles have been shared from the inspectors working group. On the analytical side and the drug development, we will have that engagement. I'm really looking forward to that. But the width here is really, really wide, because there's a question here that really goes with, I think, is a legal obligation to share input data. I think we talked to the fact that we're doing pilots on this. This is again about creating the value of how does that give us value in our current process. We need to establish that. I think we got some really good ideas about it, and we are starting to look at how to measure and articulate those values. But it still means we need to find the right method through our pilots that are coming. And that goes across many of the different types of analysis. And I think it's probably also fair to mention that it's all national competent authorities. The capability to analyze data is also being requested by your own Ministry of Health or your own government to support decision making in your member state. So I think it almost goes without saying that all NCAs would need to have a level of capability, presumably, for sharing that with some other institutions or governmental agencies. There are many different methods if we look across Europe for this. So there are many different ways of collaborating and expanding on this. Really exciting to see how we can evolve on that the years to come. Then I think is the question from industry side, is it fair to assume that for our AI ML algorithms used in medicine development, that the quality and relevance of training, validation, testing data sets should be in line with the EU data quality framework the steering group is developing? Yes, that should all fit together. Again, coming back to some of the AI regulation and the guidelines around that will contextualize into the medicines development. And I think in the workshop we had during the spring, there are also important lessons to be learned by industry, right? And also the international collaboration as we get to that towards the end, something to highlight here. Kelly asking, how can we ensure that AI is explainable for regulatory purposes, not just for improving accuracy and automation, a black box? That's a really good question, Kelly. I think let's discuss that in the workshops that are coming, because I think there are multiple answers to that, not necessarily a single one. I've seen a few examples by Liam and colleagues, but have kind of visualized that very nicely. So I think there are methods to do that. We need to elaborate on those, because I truly believe in the fact it shouldn't be a black box. It should be explainable, right? Should we bring up the slide just before we break for lunch? So just to highlight whether we kind of hit the nail in terms of what we discussed here, I think we had quite a discussion around AI in general, where I think some of the challenges we are looking into are definitely also related to recruitment and retention of qualified statisticians and data experts. Without those skills, we can't really have the capability to analyze data. So upskilling really matters, standardization of data to make it easier for us to work. Again, being mindful about that, the level of challenges we have at many, I mean, there are many different levels from basic to AI, and all of that needs to be dealt with. And I think we're incrementally actually succeeding on that. And then obviously with the market authorization assessments to demonstrate the value on that, and then continue the discussions around the AI machine learning plans, leading into an EMA guidance, a position paper around it, collaborating with standard consortiums, data providers. That's what we hear a lot when we talk about analyzing data for machine learning, artificial intelligence. It's rather crucial that you can minimize the workload associated with harmonizing data. And then what I think is really, really important in the priorities for collaboration, document success and failures of use cases. I think if you're not bold enough, you're never failing. And you really need to be so bold that you fail once in a while and you learn from that. So hopefully we'll start to share some of those failures. They do happen once in a while. There's an initiative we need to pull back on at an NCA. I think that's a cluster of excellence learning as well, right there for you. So I think on that note, on transparency and on learning from failures, probably just leave people to a good lunch. And Peter, then we meet again 2:30, right?
Yep, 2:30 prompt. Have a good lunch, everyone. Looking forward to continuing the discussion this afternoon. We have 3 more sessions, delivery of expert advice, data governance and international. And we have colleagues from FDA, from PMDA in Japan and Health Canada joining us for that international discussion. So join us again at 2:30 Central European time. Thank you. Colleagues, it's 14:30 in Amsterdam, it's 8:30 in the morning in Washington, D.C., it's 22:30 at night in Tokyo, Japan, and I think we probably should start our final session of the day. We have 3 panels, one on expert advice, one on data governance, and one on international collaboration, followed by some closing remarks, and we'll all be wrapped up by 4:30. So really looking forward to it. I'm really pleased to introduce Ala Ers, who is senior member of the CHMP, the Committee on Human Medicinal Products, and represents the committee in the Big Data Steering Group. He's from the State Agency for Medicines in Estonia, and he's going to present to us about the delivery of expert advice. Over to you, Ala.
Thank you, Peter. Fortunately, the time is just an hour different here. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear, sir. So it's 15:30 in Estonia.
Thank you. It sometimes matters when the CHMP finishes in evenings, but not today. So a slide to introduce the progress and future on the recommendation to modernize the delivery of expert advice and establish the methodologies working party. It may be a shorter item than the previous ones, but it is very much related to skills and regulatory capabilities discussed pre-lunch. So if we look at the achievements so far, EMEA Management Board has agreed on the creation of a methodologies working party this year, and several guidances have either been revised or developed. So from July, we have a revised guide on methods from European Network of Centers for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, And from October, we have a new CHMP Committee for Human Medicinal Products guideline on registry-based studies, which is based on quite an extensive consultation process involving actually many workshops and 2 rounds of public consultation. So hopefully it is of value. And just a week ago, we had a big data learning initiative workshop where we discussed the experience so far and what can be learned from that. The next steps. First of all, of course, if the recommendation is to establish a methodologies working party, then the methodologies working party needs to be established, and it is expected that the calls for membership will be sent out early next year. And to lay further foundations on capability to deliver advice, there's a call, Horizon Europe Cluster 1 call for funding, which opened on 6th of October and will close in April next year, which is dedicated to new methods for the effective use of real-world data in regulatory decision making. I think it also included synthetic data. And the principal aim of this call is to address the data needs or needs for data and method standardization in giving advice as outlined in Joint Big Data Task Force Phase 2 report. The areas that the call addresses are evidentiary standards, standard data quality frameworks, methodological standards for regulatory acceptability of real-world data and evidence, and also a bit more concrete items like enhancing the large randomized trials with data from real-world sources. The benefits of this work done and being done is strengthening of expert advice on big data and methodologies, developing guidance across data and methods. There has been a general lack or need for guidance, and I think both EMEA related bodies and other regulators have addressed that recently with several guidance documents, but certainly they are not yet comprehensively covering the field. And this lays foundation for conducting and assessing high quality studies that generate evidence for regulatory decision making. The ongoing activities that are mentioned here certainly involve future public consultations. Any guidance we are developing involves extensive public consultation. So for these documents to be useful, helpful involvement of different parties is the utmost importance. And certainly the working party, when established, will reach out for its work and for establishing its routines to stakeholders, and help is wanted there too. I think it was a bit less busy slide than the previous ones, but for regulatory routines or establishing those, I think it's still a very important recommendation, and hopefully we can deliver on this. Thank you, Peter. Back to you.
Thanks, Ala. And, you know, they say the best things are worth waiting for. I have to say, I'm very much looking forward to having a formal methodologies working party, a working party that brings together different specialities. Do you remember the comment from Danny Prieta earlier about let's focus on the different steps and tasks rather than specialities? And historically, we've been organised around specialities like biostats, etc. And this methodologies working party will bring it all together in the interests of evidence generation and methodologies for evidence generation. So I have to say I'm very excited and looking forward to 2022. Let's go to our panel discussion now. We have a variety of speakers. We're going to give different perspectives on expert advice. And we're going to start with a patient view from Kieran Breen. Over to you, Kieran. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter, and thank you for inviting me here today. So I'll give a quick overview of this area from the patient perspective. And I think you said earlier that what we need to keep in the back of our minds is when we're talking about patient data, we're actually talking about patient-owned data. So it's not data from the patient, it is the patient data themselves, and they need to be at the center of everything we do with the data that we get from them and how then it is used. But this requires then appropriate understanding both from the regulatory perspective and also from the patient perspective of why it's being collected and what is going to happen to it. So there needs to be this mutual understanding of what is actually, how is the data going to benefit both the patients now, but also the patients in the future. And my particular area of, I suppose, expertise is in the use of registry data. And it's been mentioned that the guidelines for the use of registries came out earlier this year. I think that patients were really at the heart of that it was it was really understood that registries were in a lot of cases set up by patients or patient organizations, and they need to really understand what it's going to be used for. I think one of the key challenges in this area is, it was brought up in the area of PROMs, and it's what we would call co-production. In other words, that the data is collected from patients, but it's actually being used by experts in the field. So both need to really understand each other. So it's not just data from patients and they decide how to use it. They will have input, but also the experts should have input into the design of whether it's the way the real world data is collected or whether it's patient registries. And there is this mutual understanding, this mutual respect between the two of them. One challenge, one area that I have come across is the actual maintenance of real world data and sources of data. So sometimes, and earlier was the IMI was mentioned, and I've come across that there's a three-year grant or a 5-year grant to set up this database, and then the money goes. So we need to have some mechanism by which these data sources are maintained. And also another area which I think is very important is that patients understand what is happening to their data. And I don't just mean that it is being used for regulatory purposes, but actually some sort of feedback to say this is what it was used for and this is how it benefited either you or people with conditions like yourselves in the future. And one thing that I have come across is when patients actually are asked in the area of problems, so patients are asked to report specific outcomes. This shouldn't be a one-way system, but there should be some way in which they are told what exactly this means. Yes, this was good. No, we need to know more about this, so we need to know more about that. So again, there is this dialogue between the different parties that is key. And then the other challenge, I think, is because we're using various sources of data, and again, this has been mentioned in specific areas, that we need to have some sort of potential for interoperability between the various sources of data. And I'm also a member of the CAT, and we're looking at this in one particular disease area, looking at the various types of databases that are available and see how we can actually get these working together. And again, something that we need to consider is if a patient group is setting up a database or some sort of registry, that we can be there as an organization, as the regulatory agency, to actually be there to be able to give advice from what others have done as to sort of the do's and don'ts, for want of a better description, of the data that's being collected. And finally, then the area of collaboration. There are an amazing number of individual data sources, real-world data, patient registries out there. And what we need to be able to do is bring them together. And in a lot of cases, people are almost afraid of the unknown. You know, what will happen to my data? What will happen to my database if I give it to somebody else, if I let somebody else have it? And in fact, you know, this is, you know, almost a mindset that needs to be broken down. What I've found in the past is that this can be achieved through what I would refer to as a trusted third party. So rather than one person asking for data from another person or one registry from another, that you get somebody, you know, who has nothing, I guess, to gain from it, but gets the trust of all the parties and then can get the data together. And I have seen this happening with a patient organization getting various, you know, industrial and indeed registry-based data together, and this then led actually to the qualification of a combined database. So I think these are just some of the things I think that we need to consider when we're delivering expert advice, both from the regulator and the expert to the patient organizations and vice versa.
Kieran, thanks very much. Very clear interventions. Maintenance of databases is something that is very close to my heart. Having seen many projects over the last 15 years in the European Union on real-world evidence, for example, which were project-based, and the legacy beyond the end of the project is then limited because there's not a sustainability plan. Again, it's a bit of a business case for pieces of work like Darwin EU, which has a clear long-term funding foreseen. Another thing that I thought was interesting was your point about feedback to patients on the use of data and why data are being collected. I often hear that said, but I don't often hear people come up with good suggestions about how to do it in a feasible, proportionate, non-administrative burden kind of way. And maybe that's something that we can have a think about within the scope of our responsibilities at the Big Data Steering Group. And the other thing I thought was quite nice, and it certainly has been the intention of people like Xavier Kurtz and Peter Moll, who've worked and chaired the work in the regulatory authorities on registries, is how can we support patient organizations or healthcare professional groups when they set up a patient to disease registry. Let's get it right from the start at the build phase, if you like, rather than trying to sort it out once it's already established. So really helpful points, and thanks very much for making them. Let's move straight on then to Anita Simmons, European Respiratory Society. Anita, you must have had a very busy 2 years. What can you tell us about expert advice? Over to you.
Yes, I have. Thank you, Peter. Working between the respiratory wards and intensive care unit. I'm also the health professional representative on the COVID task force at EMA. And so I'm going to make some points that are related to COVID, but hope they have wider relevance. On the impact, I think a particularly important area, and harking back to the previous comments on artificial intelligence, a very good example is AI used with the EU Vigilance database to identify early signs of adverse effects such as TTP, myocarditis, allergic effects. But with public databases like this, I think we're all aware of potential biases, who enters the data, how representative is it, and the role of the human in the loop, the AI loop. The human, whether it's a health professional, a patient, an expert, to try and address those biases. Moving on to the challenges, and this is one that has been raised extensively. It's really the problem of synthesizing disparate data to come to healthcare decisions. And one of the biggest problems for healthcare professionals is, for example, when a therapeutic or a vaccine gains conditional marketing authorization, there's an efficacy of the vaccine, for example, but the immediate question that comes to you is, so then what is the efficacy? How does this work in individuals who are immunocompromised, who have heart and lung problems in those who are pregnant, lactating, and how do we gather the data, the EMA gather the data, some information available from the manufacturer-based trials, some from real-world data as the vaccine is rolled out, so the efficiency studies, and then from the patient-related databases, from the ERNs. Our societies have their own registries too. How do we synthesize that data and weight it appropriately to give good advice? One particularly impressive development, I think, has been the joint working between ECDC and EMA. And I'll cite recently surveillance data that's come from ECDC on pediatric COVID that can then be used as a backdrop for understanding risk benefit for pediatric vaccination, for example, and really valuable. Coming to the collaboration, I think I can say on behalf of health professionals, we're really encouraged by the big data curriculum and see this working two-way to work best, support EMA best. We need to understand what you're doing and we need education to do that, but perhaps we can contribute to it too. And I'm impressed too by the work on templates, as was discussed earlier, standardized protocols, ethics procedures, and as you just spoke about, the modeling methodology groups, simulation groups. My last point is one that I don't think has been raised, which is really the link between data and communication of that data to wider healthcare teams, patients, consumers, the wider public. I think a really good example of what you did working together with health professionals is the data contextualization diagram for the risk of the adenovirus-based vaccines and the risk of COVID at various prevalence levels to help public understanding of those risks. And I think maybe more work on that data visualization would help. It might go some way to, in some areas, addressing vaccine hesitancy, but you would have to test that. But in a general basis, it would help appreciate data better and for it to be better understood. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anita, and thank you for bringing the COVID perspective. We haven't focused any specific part of our agenda today on COVID, but seeing big data through that lens, as I think Ema in her opening remarks emphasised, we've seen the best and the worst, but certainly we've seen the great potential of big data, particularly real-world data, to be supporting disease epidemiology, repurposing of medicines, and looking at the safety and effectiveness of therapies on the market. Your point, I know, about training was very interesting, and it was made in one of the previous sessions about that it's not just regulators that need training. I think we should discuss within the Big Data Steering Group, and I hope the colleagues that are taking notes will emphasise this. How can we leverage the training being made available for the regulatory network to a wider audience? Because it's clearly going to be a win-win, I think, if we can leverage that. And then your point about the contextualization, data can be beautiful, data can be informative if they can be visualized. And I think we've got so much to learn in terms of visualizing data to help people take decisions. So an area I think we need to watch and maybe invest in the future. So thanks very much, Anita. And it's not over yet. I think we've still got COVID for many months to come. So good luck with the EMA expert group and the task force working on the COVID response. So let's now move on to a view from academia. Marieke de Bruin, it's been a while. How are you? What have you got to tell us about expert advice, Marieke?
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm doing fine, being a former expert myself. First, before I go into details on expert advice, I'd like to say that, well, as an academic studying the functioning of the regulatory system, I can clearly see the added value of big data when properly embedded in the system in the future. And well, a great thanks to the Big Data Steering Group and all the hard work that's being performed there right now. So we were asked to reflect on these three things in relation to the delivery of expert advice. So I'll start with the impacts and benefits. And well, I support the activities around modernizing delivery of expert advice and setting up this dedicated methodologies working party that can, to my opinion, clearly facilitate the usability of the available big data for the regulatory decision making. And having such a dedicated working party can become a clear beacon to sail to when advice is needed. I, however, also see some challenges, two of which I would like to mention here. First is quite, well, has to do with some practicalities. So I know that at EMA, there are very talented organizational people being able to plan all kinds of things, but yet another working party. Will that work in daily regulatory practice? So yeah, maybe another thing around what are the pros and cons of having a separate working party with its own processes around it versus having expertise within the different committees. Maybe you can learn from organizational structures and NCAs. Earlier, Jesper mentioned the DKMA matrix structure. I don't know, maybe just give it another thought, because it should not become another bureaucratic hurdle in the system, to my opinion. Then the second challenge I'd like to mention is thinking about, this dedicated working party. Will there be enough people to fill this committee or this working group? You're looking for, I presume, senior level experts. And this is still a fast-growing field, and you're actually not only looking for senior people in one area, but the people that can understand the bigger picture of both data and health and the regulatory world. And well, that can be a challenge to find it. For example, I'm collaborating myself with another research group in data science. I heard that they have difficulties in keeping up with the number of new students and recruiting new assistant professors to be able to teach everyone. So it's just, there's potentially a shortage of, people who can fill these positions. And then particularly because those that are able to navigate or understand all three different worlds is still a niche area. Then areas for collaboration. Well, the suggestion of having this working party with all the different expertises, I think it's in principle, if it can be filled, if it can be organized, is a great idea. But what could be interesting to look at is whether we can become an interdisciplinary committee. So not just people with different expertises from their own expertise in a multidisciplinary way look at a similar problem, but really let them try to work together to tackle the regulatory problems that are ahead of us. And that also relates to Daniel Preto-Alhambra's comment before, just not rationalizing from their own expertises, but looking forward to the next steps and tasks rather from the individual disciplines. Thank you.
So thanks very much, Marika. You posed that as a number of questions. And what I would say, I just want to respond to one of them about the logistics of having a methodologies working party versus inputting expertise within the committees. I think they're not mutually exclusive. And I think for the committees that are using big data, ideally committee members would have, or some committee members would have sufficient expertise to be supporting the decision making in those committees. What the great benefit of the methodologies working party is that it will replace, and that's the key word, replace existing disparate working parties. So currently within the system, we have a biostats working party, we have a modelling and simulation working party, we have an extrapolation working party, we have a pharmacokinetics working party. I could go on. And it's bringing all of that expertise into one, if you like, mothership of a working party, so that we can tackle, just as you said, actually, working together to solve problems rather than speciality by speciality. So I think fundamentally we're on the same page. And it's very interesting to hear you, if you like, give slightly the counter argument. Let's then move on to our last panel intervention from the pharmaceutical industry. Pierre Solange Roux, over to you, please.
Well, thanks, Peter, and thanks to give me the opportunity to give the perspective of the pharmaceutical industry. From this perspective, we support all collaborative efforts and initiatives that could help optimize drug development, including the use of real-world data, real-world evidence. In addition, we are convinced that sharing learnings and education and training of all involved is key to bring all the stakeholders on the same page. Thanks to the Innovative Medicines Initiative, IMI, industry is now used to collaborate with stakeholders, whether competitors, academia, regulators, policymakers, or patient representatives in multi-skilled and experienced consortia to help progress research and development. ICH or ICMRA have also shown the value to bring experts together at the global level. There would be the need to look at all the possible options and leverage existing platforms such as the Get Real Institute, the Accelerate platform, or ISPOR. We do welcome the establishment of the Methodology Working Party, as this new working party will encompass biostatistic, modeling and simulation, extrapolation, pharmacokinetic, RWD, RWE, epidemiology, and advanced analytics expertise, as you said, Peter. It will allow optimizing synergies between all the experts with a common focus on evidence generation for the benefit of patients. Interacting with this working party will be a chance for sponsors to maximize this interaction on drug development, as well as on the appropriate use and acceptance of RWE, RWD for regulatory purpose, and in particular in the pre-licensing phase. Moving forward, this will also help to increase a common understanding of RWE strengths and limitation, and will be the opportunity for regulators to share their recommendations as they emerge through guidelines or Q&A document, an opportunity for industry and other stakeholders to comment on, but also to collaborate further. This will strengthen expert advice on big data and methodologies and complement already existing guidance, as mentioned earlier by Alar. The today's session nicely complements discussion we had previously in meetings organized by EMA, the one on process optimization, at the workshop on learnings initiative for optimal use of big data for regulatory purpose, and the 7th industry stakeholder platform on research and development support, which was discussed, how to renovate the scientific advice framework so that it can provide value all along the medicine's life cycle. This discussion, which industry is keen to participate in and to share its experience, either as sole company or as part of the consortium, should help create a foundation for generating and assessing high-quality RWE for decision-making. We heard EMA is keen to set up a focus group and organize in 2022 a workshop on the optimization of the qualification procedure, which was established more than 10 years ago. This is something we do welcome, since with experience gained, processes can always benefit from optimization to cope with the evolution in science. The qualification procedure is an increasingly important regulatory path for tools, methods, or registries to support the development and evaluation of innovative treatments. Potential qualification of other source data, such as a health electronic record, which was raised recently, would certainly warrant further discussion. We would appreciate to understand how sponsors will be able to interact with this newly created methodology working party, and whether more agile, flexible, and informal interaction could be added as part of the existing regulatory advice framework, somewhat benefiting from some of the processes set up by the regulators because of the pandemic. To conclude, there is more than ever the need for joint, informed, and timely discussion to support the evolution of a well-functioning system to align with the pharmaceutical strategy objectives of accelerating development and regulatory approval to benefit patients' timely access to innovation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Solange. I'm taking a huge importance in the part of the Big Data Steering Group work plan relating to a review of the scientific advice qualification process. I'm also hearing some lovely key words like leveraging existing platforms, consult, collaborate, share experience, learn together. And I think these are our guiding principles, and I think we all share in them. So thanks very much, Solange, for that perspective. We're slightly over time. I don't see or didn't see any questions in the chat, and I didn't see any hands up. I just wonder, though, I'm going to be really cheeky. Anja Schiel, you have a leadership role on the setting up the methodologies working party. Having heard that feedback from stakeholders, just headlines, please, Anja, because we're over time. Anything you would like to observe, Anja?
Sure. I mean, you just had the buzzwords, right? Collaboration, overarching, and collaborative and cross-domain, whatever you want to bring forward. And that's exactly what the methodology working party will be. It's a joint venture. And it replaces the old working parties that had difficulties communicating in the right way with each other. Now we pretty much encourage the people to be in the same room and in the same discussion, and by this facilitate this cross area discussion to make sure that this working party is going to be fit to answer and support the questions the system will get on these kind of topics that are no longer specific to statistics or specific to modeling and simulation. That's what the idea is behind the methodology working party.
Anja, so I think we will do this in 2022. It's a big deliverable that we have to deliver. Just for the sake of transparency, the survey results, we need to ensure fit-for-purpose studies and analyses. We need to increase the quality of deliverables through expert advice. We need to make sure expert advice benefits the development of and access to treatments across Europe. We need to work on the selection of experts, have high levels of transparency. Let's see if we can involve international experts, so the best of the world, if you like, more systematic engagement of academia and patient advocates. And then let's engage the national competent authorities, and international expert forums. So I think that's a little bit of a summary of the survey results. Yes, but forgive me, I've overrun by 5 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Don't worry, we'll catch up. We got Anja already center stage, so why don't you just go ahead with introducing the governance topic to us.
Thanks, Jesper. And this one is, again, a topic, we already touched on it in many of the previous sessions slightly. The secure and ethical governance framework that we need. The achievements at the moment are that EMA has drafted a Q&A on data protection and secondary use of healthcare data. It's not yet fully finalized, but it's on the future highlights on the right if you take a peek view. There has been a public workshop with stakeholders on data governance and data protection that was held at the end of 2020. And there are lots of learnings coming from that. And we all know how difficult it is to reuse data, and how well-intended legislation on GDPR is causing enormous problems when you have a equally well justified need of use of information. There is an aspect that is probably sometimes slightly underestimated. And we only had an exploratory discussion at the Big Data Steering Group until now, which is the data ethics. And we know that this is a hot topic, and many people have strong opinions. And we also had already from Joseph Rabvel this comment in the chat about the trust and information is of utmost importance to patients. And I think that there's one partner, the TEDAS, we heard several times already today, and I'm not quite sure how familiar people are with the TEDAS initiative, but it's what, to my opinion, it's a think tank, 25 European countries under the leadership of the Finnish Innovation Fund. And they have all the buzzwords that I can come up with, which is dialogue with national health authorities on their view on the use of real world data and big data. And I think we should probably also understand that not everybody needs to be at the end at the same level of expertise, because I think that for some it's unrealistic to achieve the same degree of expertise. But we need to understand how we can work together and help each other rather than everybody trying to be experts in everything. They also have the words like transparency, trust, citizen empowerment, and the common good of data. They work towards large solutions for trustworthy secondary data use, which is important. They want to discuss the technical interoperabilities of the secondary use of health data. And last but not least, a very important point, probably for many, they want to understand the citizens' attitudes towards sharing their health data, because maybe we sometimes miss the point that not every piece of data is coming from a patient. Sometimes they're just coming from ordinary people that really don't expect to find their name and their data in some kind of database. And that is a more general approach to it. And TEDAS is a very important discussion partner in this. So the benefits is obviously we need some consistency in applications of EU data protection laws in the context of the secondary use in health data. That means we need to understand each other's regional and national rules versus the central ones. And we have to operate within an ethical framework for big data research. And for that, we need to take into account the ongoing initiatives and expert advice that is already existing. And the ethics of reuse of data or use of data in general is a really interesting topic for those that not necessarily discuss with people that come from the ethics corner. These are very intriguing discussions and very interesting, and they can come with thoughts that I never would have come up myself, but very interesting to discuss with them. So the future highlights. As soon as the EDBP guideline on scientific research is finalized, then the Q&A on secondary data use will be published. Also, the European Health Data Space legal proposal discussion on implications for medicines regulation will take place in 2022. We will try to strengthen the ethics expertise, and I think that's probably one of these areas where we have a bit of a gap. Not everybody has regular ethics discussions at their agencies. These are often not more for the ethics committees, and they are not necessarily always connected to all the national competent authorities. In Q3 of 22, there is going to be the launch of the data protection training through the European Training Network Center. In Q4, the workshop with TEDAS on data governance. And in Q1 23, the Big Data Steering Group mandate will be reviewed and the benefits of it will be assessed. If you want to follow and continue being active, then participate in data protection initiatives that are upcoming. You can engage in the multi-stakeholder forums, which are broad and often also include many of the aspects we have been discussing here. And obviously, you can always follow the latest developments of the EMA Big Data via the webpage, which you have a link to here in the bottom. And I made time, I hope. Thanks, Jesper.
Brilliant. Thank you, Anja. Thank you so much for laying this out. I think we'll just jump right to it and have a consumer perspective from the European Consumer Organization. Elena Valinina, over to you.
Thank you so much. So I will start probably from defending the GDPR first. It's very often, and reviews of the GDPR also prove that there is lack of harmonization, certainly when it comes to uses of secondary health data specifically for research, and there is a huge misalignment at the national level. But at the same time, the GDPR, it's not an issue itself. The problem is much deeper. So the problem comes from the fact that the competences of the EU and member states differ tremendously in healthcare, and it automatically affects research as well. So without putting these two into one pot, we can't really say that it's only the GDPR which has to come up to the harmonization. But the EU has a lot of competences when it comes to cross-border health and cross-border health research, hopefully. And I hope that in the upcoming European Health Data Space proposal and the review of cross-border healthcare directive, we will see certain improvements for the cross-border level. But again, it's very difficult to separate it from the fact that still it's up to the member states to organize their health research the way they want. It is problematic, but it is what it is. Certainly, I do see all kind of initiatives like this, and including our discussion as a contribution to this major problem of trying to find the common ground when it comes to cross-border understanding of how do we use data both for secondary and primary purposes too. Then it comes to the gaps and challenges. I would like to highlight that we are still missing quite a number of standards and also implementation of the standards. So as we know, there are recommended standards by the Commission on certain areas such as health record and so on and so forth. But if we look at the data uses as a whole, we're still missing data quality standards. We are still missing the way we look at health data standardization, and also sometimes forgetting about interoperability, because once again, different level initiatives apply their own standard, but without thinking how they are going to be compatible with somebody else. Another challenge I would like to highlight is the way research is done is not, it's really, really traditional still, and it's not, the ethical rules are not written in taking into account the big data. So for instance, informed consent is a traditional tool for ethics research committees to evaluate certain projects and so on and so forth. But if we speak about data of some kind of retrospective analysis of millions of individuals, the informed consent does not make any sense anymore. And we need to adjust the way we see ethics specifically to big data initiatives. And there is a lot of work to be done in there, because once again, the traditional safeguards and tools, minimal risk, informed consent, will mean something different in the context of big data, and also in the context of anonymized data, because very often the role of ethics committees, specifically in research, are limited to the projects which are focused on personal data or things like that. But when we speak about huge amounts of data which are mixed as well, both anonymized and pseudo-anonymized, or even just anonymized, because it can also be de-anonymized, we need to come up with new rules, new guidelines for the ethics experts on how to approach big data in that context. And the areas of collaboration are really, really broad. I think it's important to really speak with the national level, because very often certain initiatives might be too detached from what is going on at the national level in different countries. And in order to, and again, it comes to the fact that we're all having, each country has different understanding of healthcare systems, of different rules of secondary, primary, and so on and so forth, research uses, and just speaking and aligning ourselves constantly with different countries probably is the key to success. So as with other stakeholders and we are really happy to see that EMA works with the European Data Protection Board, with the European Data Protection Supervisor, with the Commission. It's very, very important that we are all working out of our silos and working towards the common goal. And that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I mean, there are a number of really important points that you touched upon here. I think I'll defer some of that for a piece of discussion later. Just quickly hand it over to a data permit authority from FinData. So Johanna Seppanen, please, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I come from FinData, which is the Social Health Data Permit Authority here in Finland. You might have heard that we have a legal basis. We have a law on or an act on secondary use of health and social data here in Finland that took effect in 2019. I mean, it gives FinData the authority to give permits to practically all the data that is collected in everyday social healthcare operating units, both in public and private sector. So all the data that is collected in healthcare centers and hospitals and social services and so on in Finland. So we serve as an one-stop shop for the health data in Finland. We both give the permits and after permitting the data, we collect it and link it and pseudonymize it or anonymize it for you. About impacts and benefits of FinData or of secondary use, as I understand it, I think the whole society can benefit from that. In Finland, we understand with the secondary use, we understand it more widely than just research. For example, teaching, knowledge-based management, and development and innovations are included as purposes for secondary use in the new act. And then hospitals can use the data for planning, for knowledge-based management, for better pathways, patients, and so on. So both the hospitals and patients can benefit. Companies, startups are using data a lot. Of course, researchers, the medical industry, and so on. So and by centralizing it for one single node, for one contact point or one-stop shop, that eliminates overlapping administrative burden. So instead of collecting data from multiple controllers, the researcher just contacts us, and we then do the bureaucracy for them. One of our main tasks is to improve or level up the data security and data safety. So we are not, because we can control the data, we are not giving it out to unsecure or unsafe IT systems. They have to meet certain safety and security standards before the data can be used for secondary purposes. So that has been a big step, and we are still working on that in Finland. One benefit is the improvement of data quality and the conceptual work and metadata work that we are doing. So that leads us to the challenges. One of the challenges, even in Finland, is the availability of the data and lack of interoperability. So we are talking about linking apples and oranges, which is not possible. So we are taking a leading role in conceptual work, data quality work, and metadata work to be able to
to make the data more interoperable, and we are aiming to do some kind of data catalog that would then describe all the social health data that is available in Finland, but that's still a long way to go. But yeah, one of the challenges, if I may still go on, at least in Finland, is the price and cost issue. At least in Finland, we haven't reached a common understanding as a society what should be the price and who should pay that when we are talking about the health data of Finnish people. And should the price be same for everyone, and issues like that. They are under a discussion, but I think there is still need for more. So there are lots of different points of view to that issue. I'm not going to. It would be nice to discuss that with you for a couple of hours, but I'm not going.
I think we would do a separate day on that.
Yeah.
Definitely. Right.
Okay.
So, any collaboration opportunities you see?
Between countries or between data controllers or
just in general for the purpose of governance and how to advance on that topic?
We just made an agreement of collaboration with the French Health Data Hub. That was one milestone in Tehdas work. We are taking part in FinData. We could harmonize data between countries. We could compare. We could do a lot of work on metadata and data description issues to make the data more interoperable. And it would be wonderful to see not only Finnish data catalog, but the European data catalog on health data, so that potential consumers could then just open the catalog and well, look what there is to be used for their purposes.
It looks like we are considering a future where some collaborations will bring that forward, right? I really appreciate that. And
Yeah.
I think also like to applaud the collaboration from FinData into both TEDS and bilateral with the French Data Hub. And I think as we start to see the future of this cross-European work really expand, that's where the experience from the existing data permit authorities, those have been around for decades, those have been around more recently, I think we'll start to see that actually step outside of their own national work, which I think has actually been the predominant task for many of them over a number of years. They've only focused on national support around the healthcare data. Now they need to have the international focus. So really looking forward to the work from TEDS, FinData, and also European Health Data Space Pilot 2, as that probably emerges in next year. Maybe just for the interest of time, we should continue here with TEDS just to give a brief overview of how you see the governance, data governance from your perspective.
Thank you, Jesper. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Michel.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. So my name is Michel Silvestri, and I work in the Swedish eHealth Agency. But today here at this event, I represent the TEDS program. And I think Anja gave a good introduction when it comes to TEDS. It's a joint action within the European Union. We are 25 countries represented, not only EU actually. And in this case, I represent specifically Work Package 5 with the title Sharing Data for Health, where we look at specifically the governance mechanisms and governance models when it comes to secondary use of health data. Actually, I would like to start with the challenges, gaps and challenges. And the first thing I would like to mention is optimal timing and alignment. And what do I mean with that? Well, it's about governance in relation to other recommendations of the BDSG proposal. I noticed that, we've heard, I think Anja mentioned the term overarching, and in a way, governance should be overarching, perhaps. But at the same time, it's recommendation number 8 in this case. I think that has no effect on the interpretation of the value of it, but anyway. And you could also look at this in a little bit like the question about the chicken and the egg. Is it so that governance and developing and establishing governance is dependent on legislation? Or could it actually be a little bit the other way around, and perhaps a mixture of it, so to say? When it comes to cross-border sharing of data, of course, you have to look at national legislation and governance in relation to the same things on EU level as well. So with that, I can go to impact and benefits. And this kind of cross-fertilization between EU projects, in this case BDSG and with the EMA and HMA, and of course me representing TERAS, this kind of collaboration, these possibilities between EU projects is valuable, certainly. And with EMA and HMA, that intrinsically offers an impact to the work. Some important benefits are presented in the proposal when it comes to governance and the BDSG work plan. For instance, enable consistent application of EU data protection law when it comes to secondary use of health data. I think Jelena touched upon this just a couple of minutes ago. And this is a challenge. Coming back to challenges where the member states, in this case, for instance, interpret GDPR slightly differently. And there is a need for harmonization when it comes to collaborating and exchanging health data cross-border, of course. So this is something that we also are striving for in the TERAS project. We also have in the proposal, so to say, of BDSG and EMA, what we see as an opening up of Darwin to the EU nodes. And that would, of course, have great positive impact. EMA has a wealth of health data, and it would be of great value to have that data accessible, of course. A final thing when it comes to benefits, this is the question and answers resource on data protection that you are working on. And certainly this can help solve the ambiguities and uncertainties that many researchers testify to. So to conclude, I go to the areas for collaboration, and of course we see it as positive with TERAS, and in this case perhaps specifically work package 5 mentioned, the BDSG work plan. And we are of course looking forward to a continuous dialogue and collaboration on these important matters. For instance, we share the efforts to achieve a secure and ethical governance framework when it comes to ethics, of course, and also data security, and with the ultimate goal to achieve trust in the public opinion, trust with our patients, citizens, and everyone within the ecosystem, so to say. And the trust, of course, has been mentioned several times during this event today. And just to conclude, I want to mention that within the TERAS program and Work Package 5, we have several milestone and deliverable documents that could be of interest and value to BDSG and EMA and also other stakeholders at this event, of course. And we see it as both interesting and important to share our findings with you when it comes to governance in this case. So with that, I conclude this part of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I just wanted to let the audience know that TEDAS actually has a seat in the Big Data Steering Group as well. So we've actually taken the opportunity a number of times to be informed and mutually learn from the initiatives and the requirements and the developments. And I think some of the points brought forward here will definitely, we see some maturations around the governance, where governance, I agree, isn't only about legal. It's also about trust, it's about a secure handling of data. It's a sustainable process where data quality is actually being maintained and trust is being kept to the data and it's being kept secure. So very much to the points I heard Johanna's talk about, how do we make this actually something that can rest in its own right in terms of what it costs and the value it generates. I think we need to think about that. Quality data doesn't come for free. But I think to stay on the note around trust, I think we got one panelist left I would just like to bring to the podium here. So Anastasia and Nikruk, really love to hear from you as a employee at the My Data Trust to talk about data protection. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much. So maybe just to clarify a few words about what My Data Trust, I think we are acting as data protection officers and data protection specialists for a number of different organizations, whether those are private or public and different ones. And so the question, but it's exclusively in life science sector. So of course, the question of secondary use of data, secondary research, data sharing is coming up very frequently in all these different organizations. And indeed, it's an area of huge uncertainty to the extent that it becomes a barrier to actually further research and data sharing. So coming to the impacts and potential benefits of the data governance, I see that as such, the multi-stakeholder forum and dialogue on the international level is very beneficial as such, because I don't think in this space, in the space of data protection, there are many of such multi-stakeholder international forums. I know there are dialogues going on the national level, but not necessarily on the international level. Also, having this topic emphasize the fact that thinking about research with health data and secondary research of health data is very important, because one of the problems that GDPR is a generic or legislation is that, and specifically with what was mentioned before, that the healthcare is managed on the level of the member states, then each time this topic comes up, basically it feels like it's not important. And I think we understand that basically our capacity, for instance, now to handle pandemics we are living in is largely dependent on our capacity to actually handle health data and transform it into the information which is useful for us to basically fight what we are living through. So the other benefit is definitely an opportunity for harmonization. So basically there is definitely a need to maximize, to create a framework that will maximize and enable the secondary use of data, including in the scope of big data methodologies, in a way that will respect the data protection rules in place. Definitely is a benefit. So in terms of the challenges and gaps, so the guideline which is expected to come and question and answer about the secondary use of data is a very important element, but actually specifically in the framework of the big data problematic, it's not the only topic as such. It's intimately related to other topics, such as the topic of transfers. And it cannot be just tackled separately. It's just intimately embedded with it. The topic of transparency and the alternative instruments of transparency. So it was just mentioned by previous speakers. We only basically know individual provision of information and gathering of consent. GDPR provides other possibilities, but we just don't have tools to use them. So their transparency needs to be worked on. Anonymization, a lot of mysteries around it, how far we can use anonymization, how far we can harmonize what we understand by harmonization to use it appropriately. Basically to tackle all these different issues taken together in the space of healthcare and secondary use of data to harmonize it as much as we can. And in terms of the challenges and gap to continue in it, we have actually a lot of guidances and we have a lot of different governance We have about 3 codes of conduct to be, which are on the way to be developed in this area, which from one angle or another all tackle secondary use of data. In my view, they stay too high level. They again explain what, they don't say how. And the actual trouble and the disharmonization comes from the tools. We don't have enough tools, they're disharmonized. People understand what they have to do, well, at least those who are kind of looking on this question, but they don't know how, they sincerely don't know how. And so in terms of the areas of collaboration, I believe the area of collaboration can be a development of appropriate tools and a toolkit that will serve as harmonization medium. For instance, in the area of health data and specifically big data, people speak about standardization of data, standard data elements, etc. Why we cannot have standard information elements to harmonize our transparency and the approach to the transparency. So we will be less struggling with, can we really use the data afterwards and how people are being informed when we don't have them in the direct active link anymore? If we could harmonize what type of information do they receive up front. So also harmonization of just simple tools such as data sharing agreements, how to approach a consortium collaboration when you need to share data in this space. Tools of transfers, and the list is long, but I think the areas of collaboration would be in the development of very specific technical and practical tools that will just underpin all this effort, and coming back again to challenges, but at the same time, the area of collaboration. And I'm extremely happy to see two basically persons working for data protection authorities. EMA is very well known for very efficient multi-stakeholder forums, but until now, there was not many forums that could bring a direct into the direct line of dialogue the data protection authorities. And I think the multi-stakeholder forum or discussion we are speaking here about cannot happen without the data protection authorities, either from some countries or even better, EDPB directly. So that's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. And I think it was really a comprehensive view on the different aspects around governance. And I can only tell you that what we had in the slides prior to this has been resonated throughout. I think what we're seeing on a suggestion for the future, and that's where TEDS and other initiatives will come in, is how do we strive towards harmonization through knowledge sharing, through standardization in our approach to this. And maybe I may be a little bit of a devil's advocate with the mentioning of the tools here. Maybe it shouldn't always be a legal discussion. Maybe it's something else that we need to look at, what technology can do for, what infrastructure can do for us, and how we can approach that with the right use of the data, still behaving ethically and compliant. But sometimes it just really isn't a discussion between lawyers. Sometimes it's something else we need to look at for the greater benefits, right? So anyhow, probably leave it there. And Peter, not necessarily giving you any time back, but I'll nevertheless hand it over to you for the last piece.
Thanks very much indeed. I have to say, I found Anastasia's intervention, along with all of the interventions, really, really interesting, because the idea of let's get practical, let's have a data protection toolkit. Yeah. The idea of bringing data protection authorities to a multi-stakeholder platform so that the data protection authorities are not working in an echo chamber. I know that's a slightly provocative remark, but I think sometimes we need to bring different stakeholders together to have a more balanced view so that we can fully comply with legislation, but also enable public health research for the benefits of public health. Yeah. So colleagues, let's move on to our final panel of the day. Sorry, colleagues, that we're only 11 minutes late. I think we could be forgiven for that after a long and very rich day. I'm really pleased to introduce Peter B, as I call him, Peter Bachmann, who is a very senior colleague from BfArM, the German Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices, and he's going to give us a little bit of an overview of some of the international work under the auspices of the Big Data Steering Group. Peter B, over to you.
Okay, many thanks, Peter A. And this was a story behind. And many thanks for the kind introduction. So my task is to guide you a little through the international environment. And I think what we have as achievement you can have in 2 clusters. And the one cluster is based on an extensive stakeholder consultation with regard to a data standardization strategy. And this was then created, and the first version adopted by the Big Data Steering Group and by the European Network Data Board. And the plan is to publish this in January 2020. So why it's important? Because it's the first time that the European regulatory network, and that's the benefits, we have agreed what we will use as standards, what is our strategy to use the data standards, where are we going on in this direction. And having said this, what are the future highlights in this area? It's clear we have started a discussion only for the human side. So we have left out the complete veterinary side, and I think the veterinary side will be then added to the data standardization strategy in 2022. So next year, then we have a complete picture. If you're speaking about data standard, it means we cannot do this in isolation in the European Union. So it means we have to reach out to our partners around the world and clearly to say, yes, what's your ideas, what's your possibility, what we are working on. And I think that's the second cluster in what we have achieved in 2021. So there was a big working together to real-world evidence, collaboration on a roadmap, together with EMEA, FDA, and Health Canada in the so-called Big Data Cluster. This continues all the other collaborations that we have with our partners. There was a specific consultation between the European Union, PMDA, and FDA with regard to the Darwin EU design. And there was, of course, a lot of collaborative workshops with regard to COVID-19, with regard to observational studies. And this went through the ICMA, where currently EMEA is chairing, but this was a working group chaired by EMEA and as a co-chair by Health Canada. So, and what are the benefits out of this working with our partners? I think they're quite obvious. We cannot work in isolation. If we need a new standard, we have to develop together. So we really need to go for convergence. So why convergence? Everybody's speaking about harmonization, but harmonization means everybody is doing the same thing, but we are sometimes hindered by legislation we should not forget. So the idea is to converge, but not clearly go for harmonization because we have too many borders around this. So aiming for a harmonized system. We will continue this next year. So we will have a planning in the pipeline with a real-world evidence workshop with our international regulators colleague. And then we also reach out to our partners in a more harmonized way. So there will be discussion on ICH pharmacoepidemiology safety study guideline, where we can really enshrine all the things. So how possible to engage for you? Yes, we always reach out for stakeholder input. And I said, we will have a revision in 2022 for the data standardization strategy. So your input is also welcome then, and we reach out for you. There will be information on international regulatory initiatives, which will be placed on one website, so the big data website, and everything about COVID-19 with the COVID-19 observational collaboration will be then published during the ICMA website. And with this, I would like to hand over to Peter A.
Thank you, Peter B. Very clear and lots going on. So I would like to welcome our international colleagues who are going to join us for this discussion on international collaboration on big data, including real-world data and real-world evidence. And our first panelist is John Concato. John, you were participating in a workshop only a week ago on real-world evidence with the European regulators. Can I just say, as a promise, we won't ask you to participate in another workshop before Christmas. We'll wait until after Christmas for the next one. John, over to you for some observations.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I'll cover the material with sort of a topic-based approach. And in the process, I'll cover impact, challenges, and collaboration. Just to point out, virtually everyone hopefully is aware, but FDA in the last 3 months has published guidance related to real-world data and real-world evidence on EHR claims data, registries data, as well as data standards. And another guidance is going to be published this week. But I'll focus on the data standards for drug and biologic project submissions containing real-world data as most relevant to today's discussion. The guidance reminds sponsors of applicable FDA standards and requirements for submitting study data. It describes how real-world data align and sometimes don't align with these requirements. And in an appendix, the guidance offers considerations for preparing study data when obtained from real-world data sources for submission using the current data standards unless and until they change. So in terms of impact, I would say that the data standards guidance as well as the related real-world evidence guidance hopefully are well received by stakeholders. The comment periods are open, et cetera. I'll move on to the EMA FDA Health Canada cluster. And again, this is sort of a combination of impact if we look backwards and collaboration if we look forwards. The experience has been very positive. In general, as we know, as regulatory agencies, we confidentially share information about our respective programs and ongoing efforts in the real-world data, real-world evidence space. And as a specific example, we shared copies of our guidances on registries. The EMA provided its document in preparation with FDA, and then FDA shared its document in preparation with EMA. And we look forward to doing similar collaboration going forward. And as has been mentioned more broadly, we are discussing a collaboration roadmap this past year, and we'll start discussing real-world evidence use cases under our confidentiality agreements next year. The next topic will be Sentinel, or I should start by Darwin EU. And this, again, I think most importantly would be in the collaboration category. My colleagues at FDA were certainly very happy to share their knowledge and experience in providing Darwin EU with lessons learned from Sentinel. As a quick overview, Sentinel started in 2009, I guess, as mini Sentinel, was fully operational in 2016. And its current 5-year plan focuses on improving real-world data for safety and informing FDA's understanding of how to generate high-quality real-world evidence. Sentinel is organized around external data partners with some similarities and differences to Darwin EU, and also with 3 internal Sentinel centers: an operations center, an innovation center, and a community building and outreach center. Certainly in the category of challenges, I would say COVID observational studies are complex, and I really don't have much more to add to what's been said. I can mention that FDA has been collaborating with the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA and other entities in the US to accelerate better understanding of COVID-19. But we all know, right, real-world data accumulates as the pandemic persists, unfortunately. And generating real-world evidence is certainly helpful, but at the same time, the myriad of challenges in diagnosing, treating, and reporting on this new disease create methodologic problems even for interventional studies, aka clinical trials, let alone for non-interventional, aka observational studies. So we all appreciate that our understanding of COVID is evolving over time, and we certainly can leverage real-world data to inform clinical and regulatory decisions, but it cannot be overemphasized that scientific rigor must be maintained and isn't always done. The next topic would be pharmacoepidemiologic studies, also in the topic of potential collaboration. These studies that use real-world data to assess safety. And here, I'll just point out that FDA's 2013 guidance on the same topic of pharmacoepidemiologic studies for safety was really an important part of us developing our recent guidance on electronic health records and claims data. As we know, although differences are involved when assessing effectiveness rather than safety, many of the issues regarding fit-for-use data and appropriate study design are quite similar in terms of relying on fundamental principles of epidemiology, statistics, and other disciplines. So in the interest of trying to recoup some time, I'll just say the last topic would be a workshop that Peter B. mentioned in 2020, and FDA looks forward to participating in that workshop. But again, I'll pass the microphone to others to try to keep on time. And I do have to apologize. The day is early here on this side of the Atlantic, and I will try to stay on as long as I can. Thank you very much.
So, John, thanks very much indeed. And actually, I just take the opportunity to acknowledge the support, advice, counselling even, that European regulators have taken from FDA, also from our Japanese colleagues, also from our Canadian colleagues, in terms of building networks. And we sought and teleconferenced on multiple occasions in our planning for and design stage of Darwin EU. So big thank you on that, really, really sincerely. Let's move straight on then to Melissa Campman from Health Canada. Melissa, back again for another discussion with the Europeans. Reflections from you, please.
So thank you very much for having me here today. I think that John captured some of the points that I would reiterate as well with respect to a lot of these collaborations. I think that at the end of the day, the biggest benefit that we get, obviously, is a move towards more alignment, harmonization. It's something that is sought by all of our stakeholders as well. And all of these initiatives and groups have been so beneficial that way. And for example, as John mentioned, the sharing of guidance documents between the regulators, the brainstorming as to what we want to put on a roadmap going forward through the cluster meeting. And I think that as an example, although there are difficulties and limitations in conducting some of the COVID-19 observational studies, the ICMR collaborations have really shown how we can come together quickly in the face of a global pandemic to work on specific topic areas and agree on them. And I think that that has been extremely beneficial, not only amongst the regulators, but also the different research teams. So for example, Sentinel. Within Canada, we have our Drug Safety and Effectiveness Network, which is our 4 academic research teams that we use for queries on drug safety and effectiveness. And we have, for example, our CNODE team that works quite closely with the US Sentinel Initiative, with other European academics. And this has really shown how we can come together, share protocols, share experiences, and also kind of address some of the issues that have come up with COVID-19 and even just across jurisdictions in general. So it has been mentioned in the past, we have different regulatory frameworks. However, we share our experiences, we talk about these differences, we have discussions about things such as, case studies where we can learn from each other, even within the differences of our system. With respect to data, we are looking at how we can leverage data more globally. Again, there are challenges, different jurisdictions, different practices of medicine, but we are looking how we can leverage across either common data models or other mechanisms to have a more global approach to things such as COVID-19. And we're also seeing in some instances where, for example, perhaps our data access may differ between the jurisdictions, but sometimes it can be complementary. So there's a lot of advantages in working together on all of these projects. We have very much enjoyed participating in the big data cluster meetings. We're learning a lot. We are looking forward to that regulator summit in the new year, as well as continuing to share information in these spaces. And I think it's been really a lot of progress that's been demonstrated over the past year. Thank you.
Melissa, thanks very much indeed. And actually, you raised the issue of data globally, and I think it was within our clusters that and within the COVID-19 collaboration, where we tried to identify where using data from different jurisdictions, so Europeans looking at North American data or Japanese data, might be beneficial. And we were talking about rare diseases, we were talking about small populations, we were talking about rare outcomes, and we were also talking about areas where we might not want to look at other data. So, for example, data that is specific to how a healthcare system works might not be so relevant. So there's so much we can learn for our dialogue and collaboration, and thanks for bringing those issues today. Now, Yoshiaki Uyama, I was just looking at my clock and seeing that it's 5 to midnight in Tokyo time. I guess that means we're worth it, and I'm enormously grateful for you participating in this workshop so late in the evening. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Peter. I'm Yoshiaki Uyama from PMDA Japan. So I'm very happy to participate in this forum. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to comment a few points for promoting real-world data and real-world evidence utilization for regulatory decision-making. The utilization of the real-world data and real-world evidence are very important issue for efficient and better regulatory decision making. So PMDA has published several guidelines, such as data quality and the general principle on real-world database study. PMDA also operates MIDNET, Medical Information Database Network in Japan. This is reliable databases, and we currently use routinely these databases for our regulatory decision making. So in your personal experiences, many challenges are identified in this area. First major challenge is data quality. So many processes are involved in data transfer or data collection from original data source to a particular databases. Such process may also vary among different databases. To avoid long interpretation of the result and the regulatory decision. So assuring data quality is a prerequisite for utilizing real-world data on drug evaluation. But no international standard are currently available. Second is a methodological appropriateness. So study design, analytical approach, and outcome definition should be acceptable by regulatory agencies. So more discussion is needed about which method are most appropriate to which situations. But no general principle applicable internationally are currently available. So ICH M14 guideline may cover a part of it, but more guideline will be necessary. Standard is the format of a study protocol and report describing the result of a study. Such common format facilitates global sharing of real-world evidence, but no standardized format are currently available internationally. So in current health public situation like COVID-19, no single agency can work alone to find a correct answer and to gather the necessary evidence for regulatory decision making. Just for collaboration, so all those points should be discussed at a global basis. So discussion about Darwin project with EMA colleagues are very useful experiences for us in learning about foreign databases in European unions. So from my perspective, establishment of the international standard will be important for increasing acceptability of real-world evidence by different multiple regulatory agencies, and for promoting regulatory decision-making based on real-world evidence internationally. So like this forum, international sharing of regulatory experience in utilizing real-world data and real-world evidence will be a basis for common understanding of characteristics of real-world data, including limitations, and be important for facilitating international harmonization. So such international activity working to the same direction may address uncertainty in utilizing real-world data and real-world evidence, and contribute to gaining more confidence and trust from patients about real-world data utilization for regulatory decision-making. So I look forward to working together in utilizing real-world data and real-world evidence for better regulatory decision-making. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks very much, Yoshi. And it's interesting, you set out a few soft proposals, if you like, of areas where we could have a little bit of ambition for, let's use the word convergence, because people find that a comfortable word. So international standards on data quality. Now, of course, the word standard implies that it's a formal agreement, but let's say we have at least a common lexicon and a common understanding of what we mean by data quality in the area of real-world data and big data. You also talked about a common format for protocols and results. And I've heard many other, particularly stakeholders, including the industry, state that as a desire because they think it would bring international partners together and provide us with a common approach. So thank you very much for that. We have one last panelist on this session, and actually it's a very nice segue because you were mentioning some of the ICH work, as was John Concato, and Patrick Villapat is going to give us industry view, particularly inspired by his work on the ICH working group M14. So Patrice, over to you, please.
Thanks, Peter. And I'm the last panelist to speak, so hopefully I will be as short as possible. But would like to first raise the point that the few points I plan to talk about have been raised by my co-panelists, which is showing already that we have some harmonization there, or at least convergence. But more overall, I will say from a pharmaceutical industry perspective, we support for sure all initiatives to get better collaborations and harmonization in this critical field of real-world data and real-world evidence. And the benefits that we foresee from the work already done and planned for the next years are at different levels. The first one is there is definitely an obvious need to align international data standards so that data interoperability can be improved, also thanks to implementation of harmonized system. And this has been highlighted in the status update slide provided by Peter under the umbrella of the data standardization strategy, which could benefit from being expanded outside the BDSG and the EU network data board. It also means that probably other stakeholders besides the regulatory network will need to be involved. We also recognize that this may not be easy due to the higher number of data sources to be aligned and differences in data standards and also in how data are captured from one region to another. The second point is the ongoing collaboration between the EMA, FDA, and Health Canada, which is highly valuable, expecting that it will also bring clarity on how regulators will evaluate and value real-world evidence for different use cases. It's challenging to get an harmonized or should I say convergent use and acceptability of real-world data and real-world evidence for regulatory purpose, as well as common understanding of its strengths and the limitations. So, for example, even terminologies are not harmonized between different geographies and regulators. So we also see guidance released by regulators from different geographies on the same topics without harmonization. And as you said, Peter, one effort of harmonization is definitely expected via the ICH collaboration, especially with the recent setup of the ICH M14 informal working group under the leadership of the FDA, and the FBI is happy to bring its expertise and experience into this conversation, even if it's limited for the time being to post-marketing safety topics. But we also know that this exercise of ICH may take some time before we have international guidelines available. In addition, additional challenges may come from different levels of maturity and experience with real-world data, real-world evidence across regulators, and also potentially different agenda and timelines regarding such guidance, so which is one of the challenges most probably. Lastly, all international collaborations such as the one through ICMAR are welcome also, especially if it helps to support convergence between regulators to optimize design, conduct, and reporting of studies using real-world data, but also share best practices so that learnings and benchmarks from other regulatory networks can have a meaningful impact on the EU network too. When it comes to shared practice, the industry global reach and experience via numerous use cases in multiple geographies could also be of interest and help in these international initiatives and collaboration. And I will stop there.
Patrice, thank you very much. And so clearly a desire from industry, particularly industry that's working globally, to have convergence and where possible harmonization. And you're highlighting, I think, that there's a lot that could be done. It's interesting, you used the word standardization, and by definition, standardization is open to all stakeholders. And I think some of the time we're talking about a formal standard, sometimes we're talking about a guideline agreed between international regulators, but all of it is about convergence, isn't it? So thanks very much, Patrice. And I think we are interested. That's why we will be talking to regulators in 2022 to see where we can and what we should prioritize for further collaboration. Just can we quickly put up the feedback from the survey? So I think concurs quite well with the discussion. I see need for data standardization will facilitate development of internal processes in those receiving data. A consensus position on potential use cases for real-world evidence would be helpful. Guidelines are needed. International sharing with other regulatory networks will be helpful. International collaboration will enable connections to be developed between complementary stakeholder groups. So I guess if FDA, PMDA, and Health Canada are talking, their industries are likely to talk as well, or their patient groups might talk. Opportunities for international collaboration in health technology assessment. Can we continuously learn from each other internationally? And then in terms of collaboration, let's extend collaboration to more countries. Let's have more ICH guidance, particularly general principles on real-world evidence. Let's develop international data standards, and let's align on pediatric development of our other specific point in an important population. Do we have any questions in the chat, or does anybody? I don't see any questions in the chat. Does anybody wish to raise their hand, make an intervention? We probably have time for one or two questions. I think we have a very engaged multi-stakeholder forum where we've now got through 9 power panels, if we can call them that, and I suspect people are in information and discussion overload. In which case, I think probably, rather than talking, let's do some Slidoing. And let's go to our Slido king, Paolo Alcini, and see what question he's got for us. Paolo.
Hi, thank you, Peter. So, colleagues, what we would like to know from you is which are your personal takeaway messages from the forum today. We will allow you a couple of minutes to reply. Okay, I see a lot of feedback there, a lot of key messages. Collaboration was one of the key, is one of the key still, is going up and down a little bit, is one of the key message that has been put forward towards with a cloud of many other important thoughts. Let's go to the next question for today. Which will be the topics that you would like to discuss at the future event? Okay, I see a lot of thoughts here as well. A lot of curiosity on Darwin, on data protection, machine learning, and many other thoughts. So we will take all that on board potentially for the next forum. Peter.
Thanks. It's always interesting to see what others would prioritize. And so that's a really probably imperfect from a survey technique point of view, but it's interesting nonetheless. Colleagues, we're nearly at the end of our forum. I'm really grateful to all that have contributed so far, but it's real pleasure to hand back the floor to Marco Greco, who is going to give some closing remarks. Back to you, Marco.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks to first, I would like to thank again EMA and HMA colleagues for setting up this rich and very interesting big data stakeholder forum, and for inviting me to this very complicated task of trying to wrap up everything that has been discussed today in a few minutes. Because I'm saying this because it has been a true pleasure to go through this day and through all the discussion today. It was really, really interesting, and I've learned a lot. And this is for sure food for thinking and for further working on this. To begin, I'm very glad to see, of course, this is a personal point of view, but to see that patients and patients representative are highly involved in basically all the work streams of big data, and that they can contribute to the delivery of its work by being a part of the Darwin EU Advisory Board and joint HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group. We will, as patients, for sure continue participating in all patient-relevant consultation, workshops, and roundtable discussion, as well as PCWP, HCWP meetings that will be hosted by EMA. Going back specifically to today's session, I've taken some notes, and I would like to share with you what I believe are key takeaways for the day. First, I have to say, excellent to see the important overall focus on providing better medicines for patients. As this has emerged clearly as the ultimate goal of the big data discussion, with patient access and control of their own data as, again, a key starting element. It's clear that the big data discussion is extremely complex, and a lot of research analysis, best practice exchange, knowledge building, and multi-stakeholder cooperation is still needed in order to fully understand all the benefits, the opportunities, but also to correctly address the challenges and the obstacles that are still in front of us. The discussion on big data cannot be, as let's say, a snapshot or a still one, because we are working, and we need to acknowledge these in a very fast development environment. And so we need to already start thinking at a future-proof, dynamic, and constantly evolving framework in order to keep the peace and harness that technological innovations are there and are running on. The inclusion of prompts in the big data discussion emerged as another central point today throughout the entire discussion, and I look indeed forward to see how it is going to be concretely included in the work of the Big Data Steering Group. Moving on, clearly, we believe that a strong collaboration with patient representative here will be essential. We touched several times also on the importance of data quality and representativeness of data. Again, we need to act in a future-proof manner. Data that represents patient today may not do the same tomorrow. We also discussed key concepts such as transparency, security, ethics. These are three essential pillars of this discussion. By fostering the concept of data protection and ethical data use by design, to be revised in light of big data, engaging with patients to understand risks and challenges, and build trust. In this context, patients should be made aware of how their data is used, and it is important to further discuss on how to do it. Let me stress the importance of communicating about data. Communicating properly is essential in this discussion because there is already a lot of misunderstandings about the data. Many things are said by many different stakeholders. It's essential that we give to patients a very crystal clear communication about the use of the data, the importance of using this data, but also how we are considering to tackle and manage the risks. Skill development in big data is absolutely central for patients, of course, but also for all the stakeholders involved. Given the rapidly evolving technology environment, capacity building for patient representatives will mean more knowledge and therefore better engagement in EMA activities. As patients organizations, we are ready to support and to provide capacity building, but that has to be done also together. Real-world evidence emerged as a particularly important point specifically for the rare diseases patients community, but not only for them. And this calls for particular attention to build best practice in this area, such as the European Reference Network and further discussions. European and international collaboration on big data will be, and I think that was really evident today, crucial to build on existing best practices, such as I've already mentioned it, the European Reference Network, and to move towards a more harmonized or rather converging and equal space to harness the power of health data. these for sure for the benefits of patients. Ultimately, as mentioned before, we clearly support a strong engagement with patients to other relevant stakeholders, both to collect inputs and inform them and their community about relevant updates, but also for being active in this work that is, there is a lot to do and we're ready to play a role there. To conclude, I'm very pleased to see that this forum has enabled multi-stakeholder inputs on the topics, issues and challenges related to the delivery of the Big Data Steering Group work plan, and I hope our engagement will continue throughout all efforts by the European Medicine Regulatory Network in order to deliver a regulatory system that take into account big data to support the development and use of better medicine for patients, and so also better access for patients. I'm now really happy to give the floor back to Peter for his closing remarks, and I look forward to continuing our collaboration on these crucial topics over the next month, hopefully also meeting in person. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Marco. I just wanted to show colleagues a slide to summarise some of the opportunities for interaction, collaboration between stakeholders that we will have in 2022. Not an exhaustive list, but we will have discussions on methods, processes and transparency with stakeholders relating to Darwin EU. We will be establishing an EU data quality framework, and we will hold a workshop and surveys during the course of next year. The data qualification process, the workshop with the Scientific Advice Working Party, will take place the middle of next year. Further work on metadata for real-world data and a catalogue of studies with either workshops or a survey during the course of next year. Real-world evidence pilots with the committees, but also with stakeholders like HTAs, payers, and beyond. Pilot of raw data on clinical trials and conducted with the CHMP. A workshop will be held with stakeholders on the submission and analysis of data. Registries guidance and perhaps a roadmap for real-world evidence guidance. We'll almost certainly hold a workshop, hopefully with international partners during the course of 2022. We've mentioned the question and answer on data protection. Having heard the comments today, I would like to call the question and answer a tool for the data protection toolbox. And if we get the guidance that we're expecting from the data protection authorities, we will then progress as rapidly as possible on the Q&A. And finally, the International Regulator Workshop in Q3 next year, as highlighted in our last session. So some of the highlights in terms of our collaboration next year. Just then, before closing, I wish to restate on behalf of the European Regulatory Network that by 2025 we will deliver transformation to data-driven medicines regulation. We will ensure that data supports better decisions on the development and use of medicines. We will help bring new medicines to patients and help enable patients to use them more safely and more effectively. And how will we do this? By working together with you. So before closing, I'd like to thank the experts and the collaborators that are delivering the transformational projects under the auspices of the European Medicines Agencies and HMA's Big Data Steering Group. I'd like to thank the EMA organisation team, Gosha, Dirka, Grabowska and Jolanta, Francois and Paolo that work with her on the organisation of today's workshop. Jesper Kjær as my co-chair, all the speakers and panellists, and of course you, our stakeholders, who have engaged and participated in the forum today. So finally, thank you, and I wish you a very merry Big Data Christmas, and until next time, I say goodbye. Thank you.